So we can do what's Hondo on the mic from Leo's Paradise. Random stream drop you like a Dragon Ball fight. No lie, plan stream stacking up, but here's a twist in time. Freestyling on the deck like Luffy's punchlines. Up the channels faster than Zoro sword swings. Gaming pop culture, it's the chaos he brings. Talking movie reboots, superhero hype. Hondo passing the mic, now Bishop's in sight. Cutting flip screen, frame by frame, I align. Laying bass lines heavy, keep the rhythm divine. Dropping 5 videos, can't keep up with the pace. Pass the mic back, Leo's leading the chase. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Playing or not, Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. No script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Plan or not, Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life. Off the rails, no script, just a freestyle ride. Nerdcore king, let the randomness collide. Plan or not, Leo's got the flow to entice. It's words of paradise, the chaos comes to life.
Welcome back to the Sunday special stream. How are all you vital idols doing? It has been a minute since we got to do one of these, crew. It has been a minute. Y'all legends put us at tier 3 on the Neon Leon on Friday, and now we're doing a Sunday special stream. We kicking back, we chillaxing, we relaxing, we're just, shooting this shit with chat, reacting to videos. I got so much to react to between your guys' requests in the Discord, between several that I want to react to. So yeah, we got ourselves a full slate. What is everybody up to? Well, first of all, we got our boy Blue Collar coming in with a 2-banger. Leon, drunk, love you. 4 hours of Return of the King, lol, a masterpiece. So, let's see if I can read that like Blue. Leon, drunk, love you. 4 hours of Return of the King, masterpiece. That's my Blue Collar Loser impression. Shout out, Blue, man. I appreciate you. You're an absolute legend. This for you.
I'd fuck one of the robot dogs.
And the position he's in right now is a state of inebriation. I don't even know how untrue that clip would be. Alright, who we got up in this bitch? Let's see. Fractal Mage. What is up, brother man? War Wizard is here. Hold on. So Fractal Mage says that, he just, tripping his balls up on some DMT. We literally have a video about the Nephilim tonight. We got a video about the Nephilim at some point in this session. So we gonna have a good old time. War Wizard, we got Dax, our best mod in the whole damn land. Seabrew is here. Gal Carrymon, what is up? Paul, future over you. Tiger King Rex Carter is here. Jake, motherfucking Martin, shout out. I be the EB, your prodigal rebel. I feel like it's been a minute. How you doing? Alrighty, crew. Oh, we got Super Signotic in the house. What is up, Super Signotic as well? Again, Blue Collar Loser here. Dax, I'll be with Sammy. I'll be with Sammy till TTT. Is that supposed to be until I need a nap? Is that supposed to be until I need a nap? Jesus Christ, Blue, you drunk motherfucker. Zalozy is here. What up, Zalozy? Melphis Sky is up in this bitch. Y'all are just too good, dude. We out to a great start already. What do you say we get right into it? What do you say we get right into the content? I figured we would start off with some funness today. Because, your boy loves making fun of Europeans. European VTuber reacting to the do's and don'ts of visiting the USA. Now, I want to know what these do's and don'ts of visiting the USA are, and I want to see how the European YouTuber, how right or wrong they are. This could go either way. So, let's just, like Dax says, let's pop off. What up, Mollycoddled? Your drunk impression is very Jack Sparrow. Dude, I went to the fucking convenience store earlier, and I meant to grab vodka, and I forgot with all the other stuff I was grabbing, and so I'm doing tonight completely sober, unfortunately, but you know what? It's probably for the best. I have to get up early tomorrow anyway. Alrighty. European VTuber reacting to the do's and don'ts of the USA. Let's do it.
Look, if you go to a restaurant, they
Oh, in
bring
a
you bread
restaurant.
and water or chips and salsa and all those really good things. That's included in your meal. Okay, so if you're going to be buying something, they're going to give you some free stuff. It might be some bread, it might be a salad, it might be water, it might be something like that.
Sorry, did you?
Do they not have that in the UK or in Europe? Is that not normal in Europe to have like a bread or a salad or something just as included as a pre-meal?
Just say free handcuffs. Free handcuffs if you drink and drive. Oh, hell yeah! Let me do that!
Hi YouTube, welcome back in hell. My name is Cypress and today we'll be watching a video by Walter's World. This is Visit America, the don'ts of visiting the USA.
Hey there, fellow travelers. Mark here with Walter's World, and today we're in Mystic, Connecticut, at a beautiful place here in the U.S. And today what we have for you are the don'ts of visiting the U.S. because anywhere you go in the world, there's things you should do, but there's also things you shouldn't do. And this video
Makes sense.
I'll tell you exactly what you shouldn't do. Like, if you're watching this and you're a foreigner, because I know I got viewers all over the map, right? I got viewers all over the map. I got viewers in Japan. I got viewers in Canada, unfortunately. I got viewers in the UK, all over, right? If you come to America, here's what you don't do. You don't go to California, New York, or Chicago. You can go to Illinois, but you don't go to Chicago. That's the don'ts. Just out the gate. Or Washington State. You don't go to Seattle. You don't go to Washington State.
We're going to just cover the U.S. in general, okay? And our
Yo, what's up, Jeremy? How you doing? And Matt Funcool coming in with $1 bangers. How you doing? Thank you so much for the $1, brother.
first don't for when you visit the U.S. is don't touch the Americans. Look, Americans...
Don't touch the Americans?
This is true. Americans probably more more likely than a lot of other races or ethnicities or whatever just haul off and jack you if you touch them. Yeah, he is correct. Americans don't like being touched by other Americans, let alone filthy fucking foreigners.
I would think in most places you should not touch people. I feel like it's weird. It's really weird if you're touching random people that you don't know. That's weird. Don't do that.
really like their personal space. It's like they have a bubble around them, and if you get too close to them, they feel very, very...
Why does this dude look like if Alex Jones wasn't a drunk uncle? I'm actually kind of off-put by like his Alex Jones-esque aesthetic, but without the tinfoil hat and the admittedly like, yeah, this is the dude I want to get drunk with on Christmas while my mom's being a psycho-liberal.
very, very, very uncomfortable. Okay?
That made me uncomfortable what he did just now. There is a screen between us and I already started to sweat. Even my dad doesn't like me this close. Aww.
From a little distance when you are there, you know, because I know when I go to Italy and Spain and stuff, be like, Mark, how's it going? All this stuff. And
Okay, yeah, no, okay, I guess that's true. I thought we were talking about like random people, but
Most of New York's fine, it's New York City. Well, yeah, that's true, but like, why would a tourist go to New York and not go to New York City? Is what I'm saying. Don't go to New Jersey. That's not a rule for like people visiting the U.S. That's a rule for everybody. Like if you live in America, it doesn't matter if you're from Europe, doesn't matter if you're from Japan. If you're in America, even you don't go to fucking New Jersey. Yo, what up, Hypno? Super sick night for a 2-banger. It's Alex Jones' less autistic brother. Shout out, that's good.
and I
Thank
guess
you.
like when it's friends, like it's you're like you're greeting each other, you touch each other, like pat on the shoulder, hugging, that kind of stuff. I guess.
my American friends sometimes go, wow, they're really, really affectionate. Like, that's just how it is. Here, space is key. The second don't I have for you is don't count on public transportation. Look, when we were in China and we were throughout Europe and South America, we took buses and trains and planes and all kinds of stuff to get all over the place because public transport is really developed.
Here in Netherlands too, I don't have a car. I mean, Netherlands is really small too, so to be fair, it ain't that hard to get to places. If you live in a city, I have public transport. Most places, I could kind of walk as well. You could use your bicycle. I don't have a bicycle at the moment. Dutch people, don't come for me. I used to use the bicycle all the time. I just don't. I haven't had one in years now, actually.
You cannot count
I have a bike. See, I have a bike, and I haven't used it in years. My bike's been in my storage unit for like 2-3 years now. I ain't got no reason to ride my bike. Like, I live on the outskirts of a city. I got a fucking car. Ain't no reason to ride a bike.
count on public transport to get you a lot of places. Yes, in big cities like
That
New York and
sucks.
Chicago and stuff like that, you can get around with public transport and it'll take you where you want to go. But a lot of towns, small towns especially, in middle-sized cities,
Yeah, exactly,
the public
Tubby Tank.
transportation networks are not very good. And at night, sometimes it's not very safe. So that is kind of a
Oh,
frustrating thing.
safety,
So
yes.
yes, you're going to probably have to rent a car when you come here, okay? So just have a heads up for that. And that kind of leads into the next don't I have for you is don't underestimate the size of the U.S.
I'm a mountain bike trail freak, dude. So I used to do that a lot when I was younger. I just flat out don't have the time now. Yeah, I love taking my bike on the trails and whatnot. You know, I had a bike specifically for it. Quite a fucking expensive bike too. Unlike the one I have now, which is an old school. Like the bike I have now is an old school 1950s Schwinn bike that I've had restored. So like it's I don't know if it's an antique. I think to be an antique, something has to be 100 years old, but it's definitely vintage. My bike is like 80 years old, and I've had it like professionally restored.
The United States
As someone who lives in the Netherlands, it's sometimes so crazy to see how big other countries are, and especially a big country like the USA, like so much space between neighbors. What the
It's, continental U.S. is like continental Europe. It's huge. I mean, would you think of driving from, I'm going to do, go from Lisbon to Paris and then go up to Tallinn and then head down to Sofia? No, you're like, that is insanely far. It's the same thing when you come to the U.S. I mean, a lot
Yeah.
of travelers that are like, I'm going to fly
I'm really glad he put the kilometers on here for the European fucks that don't understand the superior imperial system.
into New York, grab
This is in the US, Chicago to Los Angeles, 3,342 kilometers. Holy shit. 4,129! This is like one of the things that when I think about it, I'm like really glad that I live in the Netherlands. If your mom lives on like the top of the Netherlands and then you live on the bottom of the Netherlands, if you have like an off day from work and you're like, you know what, I want to go visit my mom tomorrow, you can just do that. The traveling is not that long. But if you're in the US, and you're like, I live on this side of the US and my mom lives all the way on the other side of the US. Tomorrow is my off day. Let's go visit my mom. No, you can't. I mean, you could.
Yeah, no, you can't do. And frankly, I'm a-okay with that. I'm a-okay with the fact that the U.S. is so large, just because we're the best. They say everything's bigger in Texas, and that's true. But everything's bigger in the USA as a whole because we're better than Europe. We're better than Europe by every metric. Like when it comes to traveling, I got myself an 8-hour rule. If I can get there in 8 hours driving, I'll drive. If it's gonna take more hours, I fly. Like 8 hours, is the cutoff point. If it's gonna take more than 8 hours to drive, I gotta fly because it's all about maximizing that time. What up, Revalkyrie?
It'll probably be like a freaking long drive or plane flight. Oh my god, if you want to go from Miami to Las Vegas with car, that's 36 hours. Almost 37 hours. Jesus. If you want to go from the bottom to the top of the Netherlands, that's 3 hours and 41 minutes. 336 kilometers.
Well, so it's not whether I like or dislike flying, straight to the mail. It's about the idea that, like, it's about time maximization. Let's say you're going to go somewhere that's, 14 hours away, 14 hours, 20 hours, whatever it may be, even 10 hours. Let's say you're going to go somewhere that far away, and you're only going to be there for 3-4 days. Like, if half that time you have to account for driving, it's just all about time maximization. So, like, like for example, when I go to MegaCon in March, right? MegaCon's in Florida. From where I live in the U.S., I can't get to Florida in 8 hours. If I drive straight through from where I live to Florida, it's like a 19-hour drive or something like that to Orlando. I'm flying because it's a 4-day event. Effectively, more than a day and a half would be spent in the car. So it's all about time. You gotta min-max that time.
And then from Las Vegas to Miami, 36 hours and 51 minutes. And how many kilometers was it? 4,129. Bro, that's crazy. USA is huge, man.
or drive down to Miami to see Miami Beach, then head over to LA. I'm like, dude, you've
What
got
up,
2
Zax?
weeks. You're gonna spend the entire time in cars. The distances here are insane. So what I recommend is picking a region. So, we're gonna stay here in New England and see New England, or we're gonna go in the Southeast. Go to Atlanta and Savannah and Charleston, things like that, or visit the West Coast. You do that to get a better idea of the culture there and things like that. But also, it's just the logistics things because it's so far between.
Yeah.
Well, Malika, a road trip is different. A road trip is when you've got the time and, like, you're wanting to experience, like, the trip itself is, like, the length of the trip is the vacation. So I like doing road trips, but road trips is different than specifically trying to go from point A to point B to do your thing at point B, then go back to point A. Whereas road trips, you've got a lot of point stops along the way.
Places. And to go along with that, for Americans, a 3 to 4 hour drive, that's a day trip. Like, my parents live 3 hours away.
Yeah, it's so funny. I have like friends that live in the USA, and then sometimes they're like, okay, I'm gonna go drive to whatever place, right? And then I'm like, oh, how long is the drive? And then they're like, yeah, not that long, just 4 hours. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? It's just 4 hours. But yeah, now that I Googled that, I guess that's just 4 hours in comparison to what it could have been.
I will literally get up, go drive, have lunch with my mom, and then drive back home just for lunch. 6 hours in the car. No big deal. It's about 7 hours when we start to think, that kind of is a long drive.
6 hours, I would get sick. But I have motion sickness, so that makes sense.
And we drive the entire way through. Okay, this isn't like, oh,
Aren't you supposed to take a break every hour? I thought you're supposed to take a break.
Fuck that. Nah, that's another reason. Like, when people, like, the reason I have that 8-hour rule, when I drive, I ain't fucking stopping. Instead of, like, stopping to get gas or whatnot, if I get in the car, I'm a straight through driver. Now, like, every now and again, I'm driving somewhere on the route that'll be like, oh shit, there's like a fossil shop along the side of the road, or like, hey, there's a cool flea market. Like, I'll stop to explore now and again, but by and large, if I'm getting in the car to fucking go somewhere for a trip, 4, 6, 8 hours, whatever it may be, we are not stopping this motherfucking car unless it's to get, like, again, gas or something.
Every 2 hours, I think.
I must stop every 2 hours and have a...
Hey, if you're going on a road trip, any one of my viewers here right now,
What if I need to hit the bathroom? That's why it's stopping to get gas. I'll go to the bathroom when I get gas. Like, it's that point. If I'm stopping, it is for a practical reason. Yeah, Grave Walkers, I love St. Louis. I go to St. Louis multiple times a year.
better be taking a break every 2 hours. You should take breaks every 2 hours, or 100 to 150 miles, or 150 to 200 kilometers, okay? Y'all better be taking a break. Be safe.
15-minute break.
CFH?
Oh, no. No. We drive all the way
Take a
through,
break,
okay?
though.
Now, my next don't
Take a break!
for you when you come here is don't think that the sticker price is the end price. Look, in the
Sticker
U.S.,
price?
we have sales tax. I know.
Okay. I hate saying this. I do. I hate saying this. This is one of those things the Europeans do that I like better than what we do. It feels dirty and disgusting to say, but they have tax included on the sticker price. Like whatever you see on the sticker, that is that's including tax, and that is so much fucking smarter. It pisses me off that we don't do that.
Other countries, they have VAT, value-added taxes. They're already put into the price of products. So when you see,
Oh, in the US it's without?
it's $1 or €1. Oh, I only pay €1. In the U.S., it is not like that. We have sales tax, so a certain percentage is added onto that product. And the thing is,
That's so annoying.
I cannot tell you what the sales tax will be where you're going to travel because it's different everywhere.
That is so annoying.
Cities, states,
I hate
counties,
that.
different products have different sales taxes. And some products don't have sales taxes. Some cities don't have sales taxes. Some have 10% sales tax. It can be different anywhere you go. So if you're going to go get your dollar menu item at a McDonald's or a Culver's or a wherever, it's not going to be $1. Where I live, there's two cities right by where I live. One, it's going to be $1.08. The other one, it's going to be $1.09. So be ready for that. And it's not just
If I'm gonna go to the US and I'm gonna go somewhere where there is a sales tax, I'm gonna end up spending way more than I wanted to because
The U.S. likes a messy tax system, allows them to try and make more without questions. Fucking facts, Hypno. Facts. Which is why, say it with me, chat, taxation is theft.
I will forget about that sales tax and I will be there at the cashier and then they're like, you have to pay so much, ma'am. And I'm like, fuck. And then I have to pay it because I'm too scared to put it back. I'm too embarrassed.
the sales tax.
This video is so this reaction is like the VTuber portion of it is only like a month or so old, but the video that she's reacting to is 8 years old.
So there could be the tipping on top. And that leads us into the fifth don't, and that is don't forget to tip. Look, and
Now, tipping culture is fucked up and stupid. I still do it because it's more or less required and expected, and it's unfair not to do it. But tipping culture is fucking ridiculous. We're the only country that does it, and it is in effect an absolute scam, just like taxes. But you fucking do it, because it's not the fucking server's fault that they're getting shit wages.
In the U.S., you tip 15 to 20% at a sit-down restaurant, okay? Now, McDonald's, stuff like that, no, you don't tip at a fast food place, but it's a sit-down restaurant where they bring you your food.
Because the waiters don't get paid. Wait, do you not get paid as a waiter?
And stuff like that, you will tip them 15 to 20%. If you are in a group of 6 people or more, sometimes they automatically put the gratuity on there, which sometimes can be 18% or something.
If you, oh yeah, that's another thing. I don't go to restaurants where they add the gratuity automatically. Fuck that. Like, you know, I get to decide what the fucking tip is. Because I got a dog shit server and don't want to tip. Guess what? Your boy ain't tipping. Now, does that happen often? No. It doesn't. But it does happen. You do not automatically put gratuity on my fucking check. That's a big mistake. Especially if it's something like 18% and your service was adequate. Sorry, if your service was like baseline average, you're getting 15%. Like, that's, in my, 15% is baseline tip.
Something like that. Look, when you come to the U.S., there's a reason why the food is like so affordable. You're like, wow,
That's true,
it's cheap to go out and eat.
If you do not tip at a restaurant, do not go back to that restaurant because they will remember that you didn't tip. Okay, thank you. I mean, I will.
Dude, one time, I was on vacation in Colorado. Here's how fucked up the like how much you, if you're not an American, that you need to make sure you tip your servers and whatnot. So I went to Colorado one time, and I do this thing where I'm trying to have a Philly cheesesteak in every continental U.S. in every continental state in the U.S. Right? Or every state in the continental U.S. I should say. And so when I went to Colorado, it was my first time there. I'd never had a Philly, so I went to this sports bar to specifically to get a Philly. And the card I was using, like, I don't know what, I think it was because I was traveling, and I didn't, like, set Colorado is pretty far from where I live, and so I didn't set, like, the change differential, and, so it, you know, it basically locked my card, so I only had enough cash on me to pay for the meal, and I was like, fuck, you know, I can't tip, I feel like an asshole. I went back to the hotel, called the bank, got the got the card situation sorted, came back the next day just to tip.
Tip if I'm gonna go home, but thanks.
In the U.S. is because there's kind of this understanding that the service fees and paying for the workers and the waitresses and stuff like that, that goes on to you, the person eating there, with the tips. So the food and stuff can be cheaper when you go out to eat. And I know a lot of people say, I don't believe in tipping, and this tipping isn't the right thing.
You know, every time when this conversation comes up, no one says that the food is cheap.
They should pay.
Yo, Twisted Massive Rough 5 Bangers says, here's a tip, Leon. Well, shout out. I appreciate you, homie. You didn't need to do what you did, and it means the absolute wild to me.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
Legend. Thank you.
There are people more. Well, if you want to pay more for your food, they can do that, but they don't. Okay, so tipping is something we do here in the U.S. So
yeah, that's another thing, Jake. I try and tip. I didn't do it back in the day because I didn't realize it, but like nowadays, in the last several years, I tip cash as much as possible for that exact reason, so it doesn't be claimed on their taxes. Like let's say I ordered Domino's, right? I got the Domino's app, and like if you order like, you know, delivery pizza or whatever through an app, and they don't see a tip, I imagine, like, oh, they might do some fucked up shit to your food. Because you know how you can put, like, in the extra notes on the app, like, delivery notes? I always put in delivery notes, I'm tipping in cash, don't spit in my food. Like, just in fucking case.
You tip that 15 to 20%. Oh, also, if you're at a bar and you're buying drinks, you're going to want to tip a couple dollars here and there. Otherwise, the bartender might not be too quick to come back and get you your next drink. So following off of those tips, what you need to realize is our next don't is, don't be freaked out by the over-the-top service and free stuff you sometimes get in the U.S. Look, because of tipping
Free stuff? I'm listening.
and commissions and stuff like that, yes, there is a lot of over-the-top service here. But the thing is, in the U.S., the people actually are pretty nice, and they want to help people. And sometimes for some
Yes, this dude does have a ponytail. He looks like that magic bird guy from your clips, Zax.
travelers, if they come from countries where people don't get a lot of service sometimes, it can be a bit much, so don't freak out about it.
I always say, like, when I watch, like, reality TV or anything, American TV, I always see the people so nice. The people that work in shops are so nice.
Don't be freaked out.
She's right. This is one of the most common misconceptions. Like, our own media will have you believe that we're a bunch of fucking douchebags, that we're a bunch of assholes, that our country's, like, so rude and loud and obnoxious. No. You look at any other country, American tourists are amongst their favorite, not just for financial and economic purposes, but because we are known as actually being an incredibly polite culture as a whole when we travel. Now, obviously, there's exceptions to the rule. You'll see, you know, like streamers like Johnny Somali and whatnot fucking shit up for everybody. But by and large, most countries will agree they love American tourists because we are actually a very polite tourist.
That was some of the free stuff you get when you go to restaurants. Look, if you go to a restaurant, they bring you bread and water, or chips and salsa, and all those really good things. That's included in your meal. Okay, so if you're going to be buying something, they're going to give you some free stuff. It might be some bread, it might be a salad, it might be water, it might be something like that.
Sorry, did you just say free handcuffs? Free handcuffs if you drink and drive. Oh, hell yeah. Let me do that.
It might be something like that. So don't be like shocked when like, wait, I didn't order this bread. I didn't order this salad. Oh no, that comes with your meal.
Exactly,
Okay.
Dex.
Now the thing is though, you can't just go in and get chips and salsa and walk out. All right. You actually have to order some food when you go there.
Hey, but getting chips and salsa, I mean, here in the Netherlands, some restaurants also give you, if you're already a paying customer, they will give you that as well. That makes sense. But I guess it's not only in restaurants.
Don't for you is don't smoke cigarettes in the U.S. If you're smoking cigarettes in the U.S., people will look at you like you're trying to kill their baby.
This is a regional thing. So I've been places in the country where it's acceptable and places where it's not acceptable. So this, I would say, like, this is going to depend on where you're actually at in the U.S.
Cigarettes is like totally verboten, like people really frown upon it, which is funny because when they talk about marijuana and stuff like that, people don't seem to care as much.
Wait, do you guys say in English verboten as well, or did he just like use I think I say it in German as well, right? Did he just use a German word or something?
Oh, you're trying to kill my baby with that cigarette 2 blocks away. So if you do smoke, make sure you try to find a place where you can smoke, because a lot of restaurants, or pretty much all restaurants, hotels, stuff like that, have smoke-free. It's smoke-free, so you got to go like 15 to 20 feet away from doing things, so that can be something.
That's better though. I don't smoke. I don't care if you smoke, but I don't want to be like forced to. How do they say that? A secondhand smoking? Yeah, I don't want to be forced that.
Outside my favorite liquor store to give you the next don't, and that is don't try to buy alcohol unless you're 21.
Oh yeah, I found it so.
And this is ridiculous. I hate this law. It should be 18. Almost all European countries have, you know, like 16 to 18 is the drinking age, and they have notably lower rates of alcohol-related crime. And I would wager that's because they are taught early on how to manage themselves when drinking. I think that we should lower the drinking age and actually just foster a culture of drinking responsibly.
Interesting. In America, you're only allowed to drink at 21. Here, it's 18. Actually, it used to be like 16,
agreed,
and they
Zach.
changed it like, what, 10 years ago or something?
sorry,
More than 10
agreed,
years ago. They
straight
changed
fifth
it into having to be 18 plus to drink. Yeah, I just find it so funny. Like, I think in America, you can already drive when you're 16. You're not allowed to drink. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because your brain is still developing. But, because in other countries, or like my country, you're only allowed to drive when you're 18. So it's like, I don't know what the right word is for this, but I guess it's so like, whoa, I get it. You guys need to drive because everything is so fucking far. Your school is so far away. How the fuck are you gonna go to your school if your parents need to go to work as well and they have no time to drive you?
Or cigarettes, unless you're 18 or over in the U.S. They will not sell them to you.
Yes, just make everything 18. We used to have smoking at 18 and drinking at 21. They, about like 3 to 5 years ago, maybe it's been longer, I don't know. I've always been a smoker. So because I started smoking cigarettes when I was like 17. I stopped smoking cigarettes when I turned 18 because I was only doing it because it was like cool. You'd be in a band, you'd be playing guitar, you take your cigarette, you put it like on the head of your guitar while you played. Like shit like that was just fucking cool looking. You want to hang out with the other band members and other like bands you're playing with and whatnot. And so a lot of times they're out behind the venue smoking and whatnot. By the time I turned 18, I quit smoking cigarettes just because I didn't like it. It was purely just for the aesthetic factor of it. But I smoked hookah my entire life, and then I only started vaping probably 3 or 4 years ago because hookah is just such an incredible upkeep. Point is, I've always been able to smoke. They recently changed it to 21 from 18, and I think that's fucking retarded. Everything should be 18.
And the thing is, don't forget your ID, because if you look like you're 40 or under, they may ask you for that, and don't get mad at them, because if they don't ask, they can get in trouble and get fined. So don't be surprised, because we've had friends that have come here, try to buy alcohol, and they're like, sorry, you don't look old enough.
I always find it so stupid when people are like getting mad about it. Also here, sometimes people get mad when they're getting ID'd when they want to buy alcohol, but I'm like, hey, they're saying you look young, but what's wrong with that? But also, they're just doing their job, because like, maybe they do think you look like your age, but they think they might be wrong, because one time they thought that someone looked older than they were, and they ended up being way younger than they thought they were, and he actually had to ID that person. So they're just doing what they have to do. You cannot read the age, man, not always.
Oh, I don't have my ID. Too bad. And the thing is, it's not just the person buying. They might ask anybody with you, so make sure everybody has their ID.
Makes
if
sense.
They want to buy liquor, or they want to buy, well, they want to buy alcohol, or if they want to buy cigarettes.
Makes sense, because my friends in high school used to ask me to buy alcohol for them because they weren't 18 yet, and I was, and I don't even drink alcohol.
Just FYI on that one. Oh, that's also another don't I have for you is don't bother with a metric system when you come here. We don't...
Based. Fuck the metric system. The metric system gay as fuck, boy. Fuck the metric system.
use, we don't use meters, we don't use kilometers, we don't use liters. It is inches, feet, miles, gallons,
What's a pound?
pounds, things like that.
gallon?
And I'll put a conversion chart here to show you. But honestly, you may say, hey,
This is so weird. 1 gallon is 3.78 liters. One foot is... Okay, wait. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. It's a round number.
That's
One
right,
yard is
freedom units.
0.9 meters. 1 mile is 1.61 kilometers. 1 pound is 45 kilograms. That's kind of okay. Interesting measurement. You know what I mean? Like, interesting one measurement. I get English, man. I don't even understand how to explain these things when I'm thinking. 12 ounces is 355 as someone from the metric system, this all looks really weird, but I can understand from a perspective of someone that doesn't use the metric system that it makes sense, I guess. Because you don't know anything else.
or is it to this
No, bullshit. I do know both. Like, as somebody that cooks, because a lot of time cooking does use the metric system. So, like, I do know the difference. I still prefer Imperial.
next town, and they'll tell you, oh, it's like 60 miles. You're like, what's that? Just know 60 miles, it's about 100 kilometers.
We
okay?
measure-
so
we
just
measure
do that
temperature
because the
and
people
freedom,
here
not
won't
commie.
get it. I mean, I have people, when I'll tell them, oh, it's 100 meters away, they're like, 100 meters? It's like 100 yards. Oh, okay. So make sure you do know your imperial system, okay? Because metric, we don't do that so much here. So our next don't is when you do come to the U.S., there's a couple things you don't talk about, okay? One is gun control, and two,
If you're a godless non-American, if you're a fucking heathen from the third world like the UK, and you come here, shut the fuck up about our blickies, boy.
is politics, because no matter where you are, you will get people on either side of the spectrum and they will have an argument with you. So it's best just
Yeah.
to lay off those topics, talk about the weather. Oh, wouldn't it be nicer if it was sunny today and we could go sailing? Yes, that would be much better than discussing gun control or politics. Just putting that one out there for you right now.
I agree.
Now, my next note for you is don't assume that all the U.S. and all the Americans are the same. Because I know a lot of people say, oh, you're a typical American. Well, it's like saying you're a typical European. Look, the U.S. has all kinds of different cultures, all kinds of different people, all kinds of different topography and scenery and stuff like that. And when you come here, don't assume it's all the same. You will see regional differences.
I mean, it's literally, it's a country, but it's the size of it's a continent, and it's a fucking ass country. Like, the states are so
I don't know who this European broad is, but I like her. Cause that's it. Let's play this back so let's see if you guys fully understand what she just said.
it's a continent, and it's literally, it's a country, but it's the size of it's a continent, and
Didn't even acknowledge Canada or Mexico the way God fucking intended.
it's a fucking ass country. Like, the states are so far apart from each other.
cuisines and how people treat each other and how everything looks, all kinds of stuff. So don't just think there's just one kind of American. They're all fat, slobby guys with ponytails. No, there's
They're
actually
not?
a lot of skinny people in America too.
kidding.
Not just fat guys like me. And my buddy Jeff.
See, it's a shining sea.
There are those. So don't assume it's all the same, all right? So do go out and explore. And that's why I always say,
Straight sit mail. Funny you say put them in the box. I haven't heard that yet. Miss Molly tagged me in it. We are going to be reacting to that later on in the stream. I've seen some of the visuals. I have not heard even a fucking second of the song. So we will be reacting to that today.
Is if you're going to come to the U.S., go and explore different regions because you'll get a really different feel. Because going to the southeast.
If you come to the Netherlands, don't assume that everyone is like 6-7 meters of feet, 6-7 feet or whatever you guys think that Dutch people are. Yeah, I'm saying this because everyone always assumes that because I say I'm Dutch, I come from the Netherlands. People always assume that I'm a giant. I'm not a giant. Netherlands is very multicultural. I am not tall.
Yes, Wheels, you should be allowed to arm yourself. I mean, not that you're in danger of getting groomed by the Muslim grooming gangs on account of you're a dude, but, you know, you should be able to arm yourself to protect your women from that.
Going to see the southern towns down there versus going to the northwest and Seattle and Portland, or going to San Francisco, or going to the Midwest with Chicago and Milwaukee. You're going to have a very different feel, which is really a cool thing to do. And you start to understand is, wow, the U.S. does have a lot of different cultures within it, a lot of different feelings when you go around here. And following on with that, I guess I would say another don't assume there's no culture in the U.S. because there are a lot of cultural centers out there. If you go down to New Orleans, you see a very rich culture there. You go to New York or Boston. Here in New England, you have a very distinct culture. In the Midwest with Chicago, Milwaukee.
I find it funny that he shows the dinosaurs. Our culture is the dinosaurs.
Hey, yo, fuck off, you European bitch. Our culture is Do you know how many goddamn dinosaurs they found in, like, Utah and shit? Bro, what, like two towns over. 2 towns over, like a 35-40 minute drive from me, we got a whole ass dinosaur museum where you could buy actual fucking, and when I say actual fossils, I'm not talking like no rinky dink, you know, oh, here's a tooth. I mean, you can buy those too. I'm talking you can buy several $1,000 fucking honker fossils.
You go to the West Coast. I mean, there's a lot of different
I wanna
culture
go there
here.
now.
Historic culture with the Native Americans, or more recent culture here. I mean, you have all that here you can really take in. And saying there's no culture in the U.S., it's not really true, because there are all these different cultural centers with great museums like the Art Institute of Chicago or the Met New York, the Getty.
Everyone touches that nose. Does it give you luck or something? Because some statues, they believe, like, if you rub that part of the statue, you will get this or that, or luck or whatever.
There's all kinds of stuff you can
I used
see
to live
and do
in
when you
Oklahoma.
are
I
here.
understand
For a
exactly what you mean,
cultural
Patrick.
trip, it's not just seeing beautiful landscapes and seascapes.
I've seen 2 tornadoes, like with my own, 2.5, because actually, literally, this past spring, so like, almost a year ago now, I woke up, so we have the tornado alarms. Yo, thanks for the sub, Joking B. About a year ago, I don't know, for those of you guys that don't live in Tornado Alley, we get tornado, like, alarms and sirens and shit go off on our phone all the time. Like, all the fucking time. So, it was early morning, it's like 8, 9 a.m., and I was woke up by the tornado alarm. Shut off. Then I was woke up by it again. Shut off. 3rd time, it woke me up and was like, that was 3 tornado warnings on my phone in a row. I should probably go check some shit out. So I walked outside to see if I could see, you know, what was going on. And I mean, it was torrential, dude. It was torrential. And so I was like, oh, okay, actually probably should, like, shelter and stuff like that. Now, I'm checking the radar and figuring out where it is and whatnot. Turns out if I'd walked to the other side of my apartment instead of the side I checked on, I would have been able to see the fucking tornado in the distance. When I was a kid, growing up, we had a, you know those closets underneath the stairs? Dude, my dad had, like, created a homemade trap door so that we could go under the stairs, then open the trap door and drop down into our crawl space. So, like, I've seen tornadoes just outside my fucking window growing up in the Midwest.
Like we are here in Connecticut, there's a lot more to it than that. Now, my next don't for you is one that I kind of get a lot of questions about. We actually have a video on this, and then that is, don't think that how are you or how's it going is actually a question. Look, when we say how's it going,
Yeah, I always see that. People like go into shops and then the shop person is like, hi, how are you? How's it going? Or like when a waiter comes to the table, how are you? How's it going? Why don't you just say hello then?
How are you?
It's
These kind of things in the
confusing.
U.S., it's not a question, it's a statement. It's like saying hi. Okay, just take it as a hi. Because a lot of people say this. Everyone asks me how I'm doing. When I try to tell them how I'm feeling, they're like, well, I was just saying, how are you? Here, how are you is just hi. Think of it that way. It's like in France. Ça va? Ça va. How's it going? How's it going? We're good to go. In Portuguese, tudo bem, everything good? You answer back, tudo bem, everything good.
But I thought you answered it because everything is good.
It's just, how are
Wait,
you?
I'm confused.
How are you?
Well, to be fair, you little European VTuber broad, you're half right. If someone says, how's it going? I don't fucking care if your dog got ran over after your wife just got murdered. You still say, I'm good. Like, if someone says, how's it going, or any variation of that, you don't respond with anything that's not positive. All right, it's simple. You can give a quick answer, but it gotta be a quick, I'm good, or like, you know, my personal favorite, the white guy's suicide note, living the dream. But you stop there.
You move on.
Just say hello.
Don't think it's an actual question.
Just
all
say
right?
hello.
Now, another don't I have for you is don't expect a lot at the fancy hotels. You know, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to pay more money for this hotel. I'm probably going to get nicer stuff, like a nicer breakfast, better Wi-Fi. Oh, no, 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 no. For some reason in the U.S., it seems like the nicer the hotel, the more you have to pay for the...
He is correct. However, there is a reason to get the nicer hotels. Less black people. And the black people that are there, they're all part of the help. That's why that's why I go to the nice hotels. When I go somewhere or whatnot, if I can't get an Airbnb, I stay at a nice hotel. And that's exactly why.
things you think would be free, like Wi-Fi and breakfast. So don't feel like you have to stay at the fancy hotels, because honestly, if you're going to be going out and exploring, you just need a couple beds, right? So stay at the hotels.
Nice bathroom. That's another good one. Also, what up, Netflix?
Some hotels don't have the 13th floor. Just like how in is it China and Japan, did they avoid which floor? 4 or 3? I don't remember which of the two because it sounds like that.
And the cheaper ones will give you free Wi-Fi, free breakfast, all these kind of things, which is really nice. So don't expect that from the fancy hotels. Another don't I have for you is don't skip out on the local food. Look, we're here in New
Yes, correct. Dude, if you traveling in the U.S., don't go to no chain places, bro. You find them hole-in-the-wall dusty joints. Dude, you find a hole-in-the-wall dusty joint, you're going to have a meal you'll remember the rest of your life. I remember when I was like, I think 14 or something, I went to visit the Alamo, and there was this little hole-in-the-wall fucking diner. Hole-in-the-wall diner couldn't have fit more than maybe like 8 tables tops. 14, so this was just like 17 years ago, maybe? This is probably something like 17 years ago. I remember that fucking omelet to this day. I remember that fucking omelet to this day. I've never had an omelet as good since. And I got loads, it's not like that was a one-off. I've got loads of stories like that. Always go to some local hole-in-the-wall bitch. Man, when I went to fucking Kansas City the summer before last, I went to I found this hole-in-the-wall fucking diner. They had 50s pricing, like 1950s pricing. Burgers were priced by the patty. It was like 50 cents a patty, and it was like 7 cents per slice of cheese or whatever. Dude, I got me a triple cheeseburger for like $2 fucking bucks. I don't know how they live and sustain themselves in the modern economics, like setting. But it was like stepping into a time portal, bro.
England. We're here in Connecticut. We've been having lobster and clams and oh my god, New England clam chowder. Oh my god.
You will not show me this. I'm hungry.
More. It's fantastic. When I'm in the South, man, Southern fried chicken, mac and cheese,
Oh, stop.
barbecue.
What up, AJ?
Oh my god. The food in the different regions in the U.S. are great. So don't just go to chain restaurants. When you go to your hotel, ask them, hey, what's some local restaurants around here? What's some locally owned and operated restaurants? So you can go there and check out those places because they really give you a great experience. And I find a lot of times those ones actually have better service than the chain restaurants because it's a mom and pop place where the owner
It was a bad idea to watch this before dinner.
is the ones helping you out, and that is really kind of a cool thing. Now my next don't for you is don't get sick.
Whoa, that's a lot to ask. That
Is he gonna say, because we don't have free healthcare here, as we shouldn't, because that's a scam. It's like, if you're a European and you get sick here in America, have fun with that hospital bill, bucko.
That's a lot that you're asking of me. Don't get sick, huh? Oh, okay.
Healthcare in the U.S. is insanely expensive. And just because you come from another country doesn't mean they're not going to find you for the bill. All right? So if you're going to be coming here, make sure you get travel insurance or trip insurance. So in case you do get sick, or you do break an ankle, or you do break an arm, or something happens to you, your insurance will cover it. Now, you might have to pay it first and your insurance pays you back, but at least you'll get something back because healthcare here in the U.S. is insanely expensive. Okay? So make sure you're prepared for that. And I guess my last don't I'm going to have for you is one that people actually got mad at me for when I lived in other countries when I told them the U.S. has 50 states. And they said, no, the U.S. has 52 states. Look.
What? Who the fuck thinks we have... Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to question that because I've seen Americans who think we have 52 states. I don't know where this fucking comes from.
I have no clue.
Don't think the U.S. has 52 states. The U.S. has 50 states, okay? Just a heads up on that one. I'm sure that people are going to be commenting down below that when I was in school, they told me 52. No, there's 48 on the mainland, and then Alaska and Hawaii are 49 and 50, all right? So those are our don'ts for visiting the U.S. What are some of the don'ts you have for the U.S.? Because I know there's more out there. I just want to get some of these out there to help out travelers heading...
Man, I said at the beginning of the video, and I'll say it again. Biggest don'ts for visiting the U.S. is you don't visit fucking Seattle, any big city in California, NYC, and in Chicago. And I'll just lump New Jersey as a whole in with NYC. That's the don't. Those are the places you don't. There's a lot of dope-ass big city cultural places you can visit. You can visit Nolans. You can visit fucking Dallas or San Antonio, really any of the key places in Texas. You can visit Memphis or you can visit Nashville as well. I personally like Memphis better than Nashville, but like, people have differentiating there. Either way, you go places like that. Again, St. Louis is a great place to visit. I'm trying to think of some other big ones. Let's see. Denver's great to visit. Visiting Denver's great. I haven't really been up northeast and like far west. So I've only been as far west as Nevada. So I can't really speak to much there. And I've never been to the Northeast. That's like the one major region of the U.S. I've never been to. I would love to visit Boston. Like, Boston is one of my... If there's anywhere in the U.S. I haven't visited that I really want to, Philly and Boston are like the top two.
To the U.S. just so we can get things going. Anyway, if you like videos like this, we have stuff on what the don'ts of going...
Oh, yeah, dude. I've never been to Dollywood. My family has. I've heard Dollywood's great. That being said... I'm kind of a Dolly Parton simp. I don't know if y'all know this about me. Leon Lore, I'm kind of a Dolly Parton simp.
The don'ts of going to Germany, the don'ts of going to Brazil and things like that. And we really like helping travelers with honest travel advice. So if you like this video, do click that subscribe button. It means a lot to us, and we put new travel videos out every Wednesday and Saturday to help great travelers just like you. So I'll say bye from Connecticut and have a great time in the U.S. Because don't worry, you will. It's a fantastic place.
Don't believe us when we say it's right down the road, because it's not.
This is true. Right down the road could be a 20-minute drive, like minimum. This is true.
Advised every story/rumor you've ever heard about Florida, it's true. One I haven't seen.
Okay, it is true. Florida's another great place to visit. If you're a tourist, visit Florida. Florida's fucking great.
Here, don't trespass, step on their lawn, peek over people's fences, or look in their windows. That's a major one everywhere in the U.S.
She knows all the gays and Dolly fans will lose their minds about what? I'm confused. Oh, that Dolly never did a musical on Broadway. Gotcha.
I would hope that's like a major thing everywhere. Get off my lawn! You don't tip at a fast food restaurant. Oh, the glory days were just 6 years ago. Oh, now you guys do tip at fast food restaurants? Please do not touch the Americans. That should be on the side. Hi! If you like the video...
Alright, that was pretty good. I enjoyed that. I'd never heard of this VTuber before. This came up... I don't know whether this is one that you guys recommended or this came up in my recommendations. But that was pretty good. I'll go ahead and link it to you. There's the video. Make sure to give it a like, the whole 9. That was fun. Alright. Next, we got something from our gooners. Anti-gooners are genuinely more annoying than actual incels. I've never heard of this channel. This popped up multiple times in my recommended feed, to the point where I just add it to the watch later to wait for a Sunday special stream. Boys, let's fucking goon.
Why is it always the people on the most reasonable side that tend to be the most annoying? Like, genuinely, I just can't take this anymore, okay? Can you stop representing, like, ideals while being so f***ing corny? People coming online talking about oh, she's in a swimsuit, bro. I can't take this anymore. This is so disgusting. Why would you...
Bro, we 14 seconds in, she already base as fuck. I got no idea. Look, let's be real. She did refer to that, the left as, like, the most reasonable side. This video could take a U-turn. This could be you had me in the first half, not gonna lie sort of situation. But 14 seconds in, I'm already judging, and I'm judging positively.
represent women like this. Like, can you please shut your mouth? Okay, like, I'm actually so done with this, bro. As of recently in the Xenozone Zero community, there's been a situation that has been happening with Jane Doe. And of course it's Jane Doe. It's always Jane Doe. There's always something happening with this character. Like, it's either like people not knowing who the hell this character is, but gooning to her, or like some other thing. But like, literally, it's always Jane Doe.
Netflix, we're not talking about that right now. Stick with the content we're actually doing.
She got a new skin, alright? And creators clearly know who their audience is. But like usual, it's always people outside of the community going inside the community trying to talk about some, oh my gosh, I can't
There's a word for that. There's a word for that. That word is called a fucking tourist.
believe that my favorite game, Zenless Zone Zero, changed. Okay, I swear to you, this game has never changed, okay? This game has always been the same. But before I fully get into this topic, I'm gonna ask you, like, every single time, okay? Follow me, subscribe to me, I appreciate it, and please comment if you already know what's going on in this situation. Like the video as well. Liking the video really helps, and please get to the end of the video if you're really interested in knowing what's going on, because honestly, I am very angry because like these people are taking a position that honestly I can agree with, and then making this opinion in this position look so horrible because these people don't actually care about the position. They just want to control everybody around them. And this stuff happens all the time in community spheres online. It's always a power play and never a logic and facts and actually having an actual ideology game. Here's where it all starts, okay? We have the Jane Doe skin.
Look, I don't play this game. I don't play gacha games. I've never played a gacha game. Well, unless you can't like I've heard like there's some mobile games that would be considered gacha games, like Fire Emblem Heroes and like Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes or whatever. I played those like way back in the day. I didn't know that was the term, gacha games. But like, I'm gonna be real, man. From a visual aesthetic alone, these gacha games are banging. I get why people be dropping mad fat stacks of cash on this bitch. Because gacha games visually are banging.
Alright, this was posted on December 9th, 2025 by the Zenless World account, where they basically just post stuff about Zenless Zone Zero all the time. And they showed the new Jane Doe skin that was announced at the time. And I think we can all agree, okay, this is a really, really raunchy skin, okay? It's a sexy skin.
No, this is not raunchy. So I'll agree with you on sexy. This is not raunchy. Like, people be using the word raunchy in weird ways. I cannot, for the life of me, understand how this is raunchy. Sexy, sure, but raunchy, no.
I like it, okay? And I'm pretty sure you get it for free. Yeah, it's free to claim, right? It's a free fucking skin, okay?
Okay, bro, I get that gacha games are not a specific art style. However, the Zenless Zone Zero, what's the other one? Like the big three that are by that same company, effectively all have the same art style. Like it's a catch-all. Like colloquially, you know what I'm talking about.
I like this, okay? It's a calm love fit. It's a calm love fit, okay?
Yeah,
okay,
Hoyoverse.
It's not actually a calm love fit, but like it's a chill fit. It's a cool design. I think it's like visually appealing to look at. Plus, it's sexy. Okay, they know their audience. That's what Zenless Zone Zero was about, right? And people got really mad at this skin. People didn't really like this skin. People were going after it. Okay, I think majority of the people actually really liked the skin, but there were many people who were arguing. The vocal minority was arguing about this skin, which again, I don't understand. Okay, Zenless Zone Zero has been around for like over a year. We all know.
See, if you say you don't understand, that means you're new to this bitch. If you don't understand, so here's the dealio. I'm gonna clue you in. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna give you a little hint for how to deal with these motherfuckers. The reason you don't understand. These people don't actually care, right? They know nothing. They don't want to know anything. They are purely in this to force you into agreeing with them because it gives them a sense of moral superiority. It's that simple.
know the kind of content that Zenless Zone Zero makes. We all know the kind of stuff that they make for their characters, okay? This is like no surprise. But obviously, to these people it was, okay? I'm gonna show you what they said, and then I'm gonna show you what Zenless Zone Zero built its entire game upon. Move to Wua. We will treat you better than these people. No whores and prostitutes. Oh my god, bro, just say the word. Oh my god, you're using X, you're using Twitter.
Fucking yes. Thank you. I like this broad. I like this broad.
You're able to say these words. It's allowed in this household. Disgusting behavior. What do you mean disgusting behavior? You play Wuthering Waves. I
don't know what Wuthering Waves is. Isn't that like Chinese gacha game or some shit? Well, I guess the Hoyoverse is Chinese as well. But like, yeah, no, yes, you play this fucking game.
Okay, you know, it is what it is. This would be like 35% less ugly without the fishnets. Okay, that's an opinion. That's chill, that's chill. I mean, I stopped playing Zenless Zone Zero after they released this character, but holy shit, dude, I'd be ashamed if I even liked the characters anymore. Boy, who you feeling like? Who you feeling like?
Bro, I hate accounts like this, say parody account. This is not a parody. Like at this point, like real life is parody, so I guess you just existing is parody. What are you parodying here? You're just saying some dumbass, like, anti-freedom of expression when it comes to art shitlib posting. This isn't parody. Again, beyond your existence being parody.
Like, bro, this is like nothing new. And that's what like tends to be like my main issue with this is like there's so many people coming up here like, man, I used to play Zenless Zone Zero, but I can't believe they would do something like this. And it's Zenless Zone Zero. What do you mean you can't believe they would never do something like this? Plus, like, I also feel like a lot of people are just like hating to hate. Like a lot of people, when it comes down to like this type of stuff, especially on like X and stuff, they're just farming like attention. They're just farming attention, which I find more irritating because like these people aren't actually speaking like from what they actually feel. They're just saying what's the popular thing to say, or what's the popular thing to say. What is the vocal popular thing to say?
See, yeah, this broad even smart enough to say popular thing to say. It's not actually popular. It's popular within their own small echo chamber, and they got no concept that it's actually the unpopular thing to say.
This person said, don't they know it's possible to design sexy stuff without making it look trashy and cheap? Like, what do you mean trashy and cheap? If you mean trashy and cheap in like the actual sense, the actual form, I mean like that is Jane Doe. Jane Doe is a freaking rat. Like she is scrap, she gets scrapped. She scraps up, bro. Like that's kind of like her whole thing. But if you mean like otherwise, they literally get professional people to do that type of stuff to make the character designs. I genuinely do not think that there's any problem with the character designs, which is like my main issue that I come to it because like there is nothing that is like objectively ugly about it. I think like subjectively you can find out as many problems as you want with it, but like objectively I don't think there's like any super duper problems with this. And I see most people who actually play the game really happy with the design. They got professional artists to make skins like.
And that's the key. She sees people that actually play the fucking game happy with the design. In other words, the people bitching and moaning aren't actual fans, they're not actual players. They never fucking were. And Hoyoverse, you could bitch and moan about them for all their monetization aspects and things to that effect. Whatever. I've heard horror stories about gacha games. Frankly, don't know, don't care. As long as the company is playing to their audience, that's all that fucking matters.
Like this, just like Marvel Rivals. Like, here's an example of a Marvel Rivals summer skin, okay? I think this is the most revealing swimsuit I've ever seen put on a character, and...
Oh, girly, you weren't around in the fucking Dead or Alive beach volleyball days, if this is the most revealing... I'm just saying, if this is the most revealing you've ever seen, you weren't gaming in 06. Like,
low-key, who the hell cares, bro? They're fictional characters. They're just dressing up for the weather, okay? They're dressing up for the weather, and if it's sexy, then it's sexy. Like, it is what it is. Not to mention, like, most of the people, like, talk about some, like, oh, it's so trashy, it's so ugly, don't even make character designs. They don't know how to make art or anything like that. Like, I understand, like, having an opinion. Like, hey, I don't like these fishnets. Me, personally, I don't like them fishnets either. But I don't think it's an objectively bad skin,
Jake.
bro. I'd be happy to get the skin, plus it's free. So if you're arguing about, like, price or something, it's not worth getting it. Like, it's literally free. And plus, if you don't play the game, then why are you arguing anyway? Like, you're not a part of the player base, you're not the audience, so why are you arguing? That's my issue with most of these people. These people are just literally hopping on a train, being like, oh my god, Zenless Zone Zero, I can't believe you did something like this, when they don't even play the game, they don't even interact with the game. And like, I saw another artist, like, saying how it's, like, ugly and, like, trashy.
I wonder if she's new to this discourse. Like, I'm gonna be real. I wonder if she is new to this discourse, because she sounds genuinely confused by why these people would do this, but also she knows enough to know they're tourists. I'm curious when this broad got involved in sort of like the idea of these anti-freedom of expression culture warriors. What up, fantastically amazing, brilliant member of our 14 months. Shout out, bingo, bango, bongo. Hail, Leon. Hail, everyone. Hail indeed. My heart goes out to you.
Like how they could do better, and I'm like looking at their account. I'm like, bro, you literally all you do is make fan art. Like, fuck you mean? You don't even make your own character designs. Like, you don't even make your own character designs. Trying to talk about how you're somehow reputable just because you're an artist when you don't even make character designs. That's a whole different area of like skill that you have to build. You can't even be talking. You can't even be talking. Like, you can say, okay, you can, again, of course, anybody will have like a vitriolic reaction to anything that they see. They'll have a natural human response to what they look at. You know when you like something, you know when you don't like something. But when obviously you don't play Zenless Zone Zero, you don't know the game, you don't know this, you don't know nothing like that, and you're just hopping on this train because you happen to be in another part of the Hoyoverse fandom, just because like, oh, this will get me attention. It's like, it comes off as so fake and so disingenuous that like I genuinely just cannot deal with this shit, bro. It actually like pisses me off because like it's the disingenuous part is my main issue. It's the disingenuous part. And you know what's crazy? It's every
and honestly, at this point, it's gotten so fucking ridiculous. I don't know about y'all. I've been doing this for a long time, right? I've been up in this bitch, like, I've been in the trenches since the OG Gamergate, 2014, right? We 12 years out from that bitch. At this point, I don't know what is disingenuous. Like, sometimes you can tell. But I don't know what is disingenuous and what is so far down the fucking rabbit hole. Your mind, your noggin, your gray matter has been so poisoned that you actually unironically think of this shit. Like, it's just become the norm to look at a sexy outfit and be like, oh, my standards, my morals, oh, this is disgusting, fucking gooners. Like, again, sometimes you can tell. But it's gotten to the point, 12 years out from OG Gamergate, that I truly have trouble distinguishing in the discourse who's being a disingenuous fuck for clicks and likes, and who's doing it because they're actually that brain broken.
Every single person that I see that actually posts content about Zenless Zone Zero actually likes the game. It's like, hey, this skin is nice. Oh my gosh, thank you for...
Jake Martin says, the people screaming about their moral superiority are always the most despicable muffos around. Dude, again, if you go back to the OG Gamergate days, remember all them, like, anti-Gamergate, like, male feminist types that were hanging around like Anita Sarkeesian and you know, Zoe Quinn and shit like that. How many of them? It's kind of astounding how many of them have had like sexual assault accusations lobbed at them years later. Now, whether they're true or not, who knows? Who's to say? But it's pretty wild that all these male feminists seem to have got a lot of sexual assault allegations lobbed against them.
Giving it for free instead of making a problem out of everything. It's always the people that have no content about Zenless Zone Zero, do not play the game at all, that are arguing about it. Like, why are you arguing about it? You don't even play the game. And I think it's very different. Like, there's a lot of nuances because there's a lot of people who still post about Zenless Zone Zero, do not play the game anymore because they got disappointed by something or some facet of the game. They stopped playing and now their whole thing is like about critiquing them or something like that, right? But even then, like, they're more normal about it. Or they don't feel the need to mention it because, like, the main issues with Zenless Zone Zero do not really stem with their character designs. They mostly stem with the actual, like, gameplay, the menu system, all that sort of stuff, the UI. Like, those are the main issues with the game. Like, you can argue about anything else. You can literally argue about anything else that's actually important, that actually could make the game better. But no, you're just arguing about, like, this skin because, like, oh my god, it's a swimsuit. Okay.
Sunset Overdrive didn't really have any sexy skins either. Sunset Overdrive, I feel like I remember that game, but I never played it. Is it the one I'm thinking of? Hold on. Like, wasn't that like the Xbox exclusive Devil May Cry wannabe? Sunset Bitch, fuck off. We'll get back to you in a sec. Overdrive. Yeah! Yeah, I do remember. I never played... Only made 567. What the fuck? I don't know if that's true. That'd be wild. I never played. I wanted to play this game. I remember it being, and then it just fell by the wayside. I forgot this even existed. I remember the E3 trailer and this game looking like a banger. And then I never heard anything about it afterwards. I completely missed this game, despite, I specifically remember the E3 trailer and me like, bro, that looks fucking sick. And then it just never came up again. I wonder, is this on Steam? I wonder if it's on Steam. Hold on. Sunset Overdrive on Steam? It is. I don't know if it's worth no 20. I don't know, chat, for those of you guys that played it, is it worth 20 bucks? If not, I'll wait for a sale. I'd probably wait for a sale anyway. It's on Steam. Yeah, it's on Steam. Got Sunset Overdrive on Steam for like $5. Oh yeah, okay. I'll just wishlist it and wait for it to be on sale. Fuck that. I ain't paying no fucking 20 bucks. There we go. Well, yeah, I'll probably get to that at some point then. Because I specifically remember thinking this trailer looked sick, and I never followed up on the game itself. Well, that's good to know. Thank you, crew.
And now, Genuine, I'm just gonna shut my freaking mouth and let you watch this to know what Zenless Zone Zero is actually about. Okay, I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you see what Zenless Zone Zero is really about.
So you're the one who lost Boss's
Mugen Lord and K to be bricked up right now. Bro, Mugen Lord and K to be bricked up already.
Boss sent me to repay you.
This is the most footage I've ever seen from Zenless Zone Zero, with the exception of the initial launch trailer. I remember the launch trailer a couple years ago, or like a year ago or whatever, at Summer Games Fest or whatnot. This is the most I've seen since then.
Honestly, like me personally, I think the foot in my face was plenty, okay? I think the foot in my face was plenty to understand what this game is really about. Talking about I'd be ashamed if I liked these characters. Oh my gosh, I'm so much better than all of you people. I'm so much more superior. My brother in Christ, the game released with Nicole's boobs jiggling on the screen. Like, if you think I'm joking, I'm not. I never joke. I never lie. I know, it made people mad, but I never tell a lie. But yeah, going back to the beginning, I think it's a reasonable position to like not like sexualized characters. It's fine to not like sexualized characters, but when you do it just for the sake of getting power or acting superior over others, it just makes you come off so annoying, right?
Agreed. And here's the difference between intellectually honest individuals like me and us here in the Viral Idols. Not every character needs to be sexualized or over-sexualized or anything like that. Like, bro, I'll be real. My favorite female video game character of all time is Jill Valentine. We all know this. I've talked about it a million times. She's not overly sexualized. She is like, she's got some outfits that are, relatively because I wouldn't even call them sexual. I would say that like alluring, right? That temptatious. But by and large, Jill is a cool Valentine because Jill Valentine is cool because she a badass cop chick that looks good, and she looks good without being over sexualized. And then you got characters like again, just the Zenless Zone Zero crew. That's what they fucking thrive on. Dude, that shit's great. You can have it both ways. I think it's completely dependent on the character, how they're written, the story. I would be annoyed if they started heavily sexualizing Jill because Jill, you can get bonus outfits, and those are sexy, like in Resident Evil 3 and shit. They're unlockables. I'm totally cool with that. But if they just outright started sexualizing her out the gate with her normal costume and whatnot, I'd be like, that doesn't fit the character. I don't like that. And it's not because I have anything against over sexualization. It's because it would go against what we know of Jill as the character. I feel like that's just a completely normal thing. Gal Carrymon said, "Oh, you gifted me a game? Yeah, give me 1 sec. I'll chat that. Thank you." Shoot. Oh, dude, you didn't have to. You could have just waited for the fucking sale, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm obviously not gonna turn it down. I'm able to add a gift to you. I'll try it later. Steam's doing that weird thing, but thank you, man. I appreciate that. You didn't need to do that. If it goes on sale for $5, but I do appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Same with these people talking about oh, I would be ashamed if I still like these characters. That's obviously just you trying to act like you're more superior than anybody else when you're really not. Literally the game promoted
No, that's not a
itself
cop out at all,
with
Jake.
Nicole's boobs jiggling. Like it's that's literally just how it was. Like I'm not even trying to play with you. I'm not trying to mess with you. I'm not trying to laugh. Like that's literally just how it was made. I'm just saying the truth. Like why is he telling the truth? That's all I really got to say about it. I mean, I appreciate you watching the video. I like that. Please like the video in that case. Please comment. Please subscribe. All those 3 things.
And almost Gen Alpha ranks every Halo campaign. Nuclear yapping. You know what?
Okay, did I get your subscription? Did I get your like?
You did. You did. First of all,
Please check it out now. And
yeah, you got my like. I'm gonna go ahead and drop that link for you. You may have gotten my subscription as well. Let's take a look at some of your other videos, right? The writer single-handedly ruined a multi-billion-dollar. Alright, I got no idea about what that is. Nuclear. Let's go to videos. Almost Gen Alpha. Alright. Anti-Gooners. Alright, that was 2 weeks ago. I hate these random OC tropes with a burning passion. That seems like that could be fun. This fat Galinda controversy is actually insane. Guys, I think we may have found a new channel to react to. Biggest mistakes made on my first comic, and we got JoJo there. I do love me some JoJo. Seems like she watches a lot of JoJo. All right, let's see. Let's check out their X account. Repost with credit. It's fine. Hey, got an American flag in the bio and no pronouns. Follow. You got an American flag in the bio and no pronouns. Fucking follow. Oh, and followed by Tet Tone. That's another good fucking, that's another good sign. Yo, guys, I think we may have just found a banger. I think this broad may be pretty sick. We may have just found someone new that we add in. Yeah, no blue sky. That's a green flag. Over and over and it'll go through. Steam just fixed that. Yeah, I know. I just didn't want to bog down the stream of consistently trying that. So I'll do it later. 20 fuck. What the I didn't have any messages at the start of the stream. What the fuck happened? Whatever. I'll check that later. Let's see. Shelves your average artist. More practice. Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad. I think that the shading gang could probably use some work. But what can I say? I'm not a fucking artist. Sketch that I did for Thanksgiving dinner. Seems like she doesn't post super often. Yeah, bro. I'll drop you a sub. You very well. You might get thrown into the React, you know, sort of what's it called? Like rotation. I liked that. That was good. I dropped the link. Yeah. I misjudged based on like the title. The title and the thumbnail did a lot of work. So, yeah, no, I dropped that in the chat. You guys, you know, do your thing. Give a like, the whole 9. Give a sub if you think it's worth it. Alrighty, crew. That was a good video. I like that. More base ladies. Fuck yeah, agreed. The more base ladies, and, like, actual base. Not, like, being base because that's the nice, new, hip, popular thing to do to get, like, likes and views and whatnot on YouTube and on X. As long as these are your actual real opinions, as long as there's authenticity to it, yes. More base ladies. Agreed. Alrighty. Y'all ready to get into some nostalgia? Y'all want to get nostalgic? Those of us millennials up in this bitch, I should be honest. Those of us millennials. If you're a bit older and whatnot, or a bit younger, this next video ain't for you. Stick around. It'll be fun. But this one's for our millennials up in this bitch. Forgotten and nostalgic toys from the 90s and 2000s. Bro, forgotten and nostalgic toys from the 90s and 2000s. Let's go down memory lane. Let's see what we can see.
All kids out of the pool.
Don't hold anything back now.
I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
It goes without saying that the toy industry is still one of the biggest out there, as those of us who grew up with action figures, plushes, and playsets remain connected to them in some way today. For me, this has mostly been through action figures.
I heart MS Paint. Yup, we definitely on a millennials account right here, baby. We definitely on a millennial account right here. Do I remember Toys R Us? Are you fucking high? Yeah, I'm 31. Of course I remember fucking Toys R Us.
And over the years, I have, as you can see behind me, oh wait, let me adjust the focus. There we go.
Bro, look at that. That is art, son. That is art.
I have remained a collector of video game and anime figures.
Yeah, Hayden, you're a little... Aren't you 35? Yeah, Hayden, yeah, I know you're a little older than me. Aren't you 35, I think? I assume... I'm pretty sure you said that on my stream before, so I don't think I'm doxing your fucking age.
For most of my adult life. But I will say
Also,
that
what
a
up,
lot of
Hayden?
these figures, and even the way in which I acquired them, is far different than it was 20 years ago. You all know that feeling. Walking down the toy
You'll be 35
aisle at
in March.
Toys
Yeah,
R
I'll be
Us,
32
KB
in July,
Toys, or
so.
a big box retailer like Target, asking your parents if you could please have the Zabuza figure because it was rare and you needed him.
Bro, I had so many of these Naruto toys. I had so many of these Naruto toys. Like, do I have any of them over here with me right now? No, I don't. But yeah, I had several of these.
To battle with Kakashi, and then being told to put him on your birthday list. But of course, this just doesn't stop at licensed figures, and it spans across all types of toys. Really anything that was available throughout the late 90s or early 2000s era, at least for me. Yes, I can think of many products.
Person 11, that hurts, bro. Talking about never getting DBZ toys, baby. Like, I have so many of these. I have probably both in and out of packaging, like 60 of these around my fucking house.
That were around back then that we don't really see nowadays that I really wanted or at least knew about. And you guys did too. My last video on forgotten and obscure toys really resonated with people, and with suggestions from you guys, as well as a few more of my memories that came back to me, it made me want to make another video about them. We'll be doing that again today, in the newest installment of Forgotten.
Yeah, if you think I had a lot of Dragon Ball and I said I had 60-something, I probably had, like, 200 plus Star Wars figures. So I had every single birthday and Christmas, you could bet that was going to be, like, the bulk of my Christmas gifts were Star Wars-related figures. Part of me regrets selling my collection, part of me doesn't. So, like, I had an immense Star Wars collection. And, so there's this girl, her name was Selena, that was, like, the teller at my bank. MILF, bro. Fucking MILF. Because I was, like, she was probably, like, 36 or so years old. I had this bank when I was, like, 22, maybe even younger. MILF. And she had a 7-year-old son. And, like, I would go to the bank, you know, once a week, because I try to do everything in cash, everything in money orders. Like, I don't like paying online, stuff like that. I'm old school like that. Still use phone calls, still pay my bills over the phone. So I would go to the bank, like, frequently, like, once a week. And she was always there. She was the teller I always went to, was Selena. And, her house got broken into and robbed right before fucking Christmas. And so she was like, she wasn't going to be able to give her son a very good Christmas or whatnot. And her son was a huge Star Wars fan. So I sold her my entire fucking Star Wars collection. 200 figures. For like $150 to like be a good person. Like, and part of me, I'm 70% glad I did it. But there's that like 30% of me that is like, oh, my Star Wars toys. I kept a few, mind you. I kept a few of them. Some of my prized ones, the ones I loved the most. But I sold her the vast majority of my Star Wars collection. And like I said, I'm like 70% satisfied with doing it. Shout out to fantastically, amazingly brilliant Fab, you absolute fucking legend. 10 gifted Words of Paradise memberships. I don't deserve you. That is 2 clips worthy. This is for you.
Call it whatever, but if I made $1 for each time I made a racist joke, I would actually have $0. 'Cause I'm not joking.
Based? Based? Hello?
Shout out. That is clip number 1. And because Atreus went to FatCon and his ass probably hurts, this one's also for you.
So here's the deal. Life doesn't always want to be your friend. Sometimes it'll feel like life wants to hurt you.
My ass. That was a downer.
But you can't just hide, because nobody likes a quitter.
Your ass don't hurt.
I'll go first.
You gotta take chances.
This fire isn't gonna stop me.
They never said it was gonna be fun or easy.
Subscribe to New Black Street. Subscribe to Atreus. And yeah, I'll catch y'all next Saturday.
Shout out, Fab. Thank you so much. You absolute fucking legend.
Toys. Let's start the video off with a topic that I almost covered in my original Fad to Forgotten series, but it never quite got its own episode. The comments in my last video also mentioned these guys a lot, and even though they're not the most obscure or forgotten toy, I feel like you had to be there to really experience them firsthand. These are Crazy Bones.
Does anyone remember these? I feel like I vaguely remember these. I definitely never had these as a kid, nor do I think I would have enjoyed them as a kid. This certainly wasn't my thing. Yeah, LG says no. Person says no. Pedro says vaguely. It's like, yeah, I feel like I vaguely remember these.
The original releases from the late 90s and early 2000s, excluding the 2010s reboot. Although at this point those could probably be considered their own Fad and Forgotten line too. But growing up in the 2000s, Crazy Bones were like the perfect little item to ask your parents for at the store. They were cheap, fun to collect, and you never knew which ones you were going to get. The original line launched in the US in 1998 and came in shiny foil packs with 4 different characters. Each one had their own name, sculpt, and personality, according to the lore. Starter sets were also released, which included a book checklist and coffin carrying case, which yes, I did have growing up. The book itself also included guides for how to actually use the figures in different games, but I don't remember ever playing the games themselves, at least according to the rules.
Yeah, none of this is familiar to me at all, aside from the visuals. I didn't even know there were games that went with this shit.
I just liked collecting them. The original
really?
series of figures was numbered 1 through 60 and was very successful in its first year. Some of the ones I remember the most from my childhood include Smiley, Wow, and Cowboy. Then, in 1999, a second series was released and included an additional 60 characters.
Hayden says he had some of these memory unlocked. That is why I wanted to do this specific video. It's like, I'm wondering, because like, the thumbnail of the video gave me a memory unlocked. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Because there's a toy on the thumbnail. I ain't going to say what it is. I'll point it out if and when it's covered. But there's a toy on the thumbnail that when it's unlocked, like, the thumbnail memory unlocked me. So I was hoping I could do the same thing for you guys watching if you're millennials. So fucking yes, mission accomplished.
These guys were based off of things, personifications of household objects.
Jake, you know the drill, bro. Be dropping reaction stuff in the Discord. I'll watch some of his stuff.
But even in between these two main sets was a subset called Sports, and focused on soccer-themed characters. Though I don't think I had
Patrick,
any of
don't get me
those.
started on Bionicle,
Most
bro.
of my memories remain with the original
I was a
set of
Bionicle
60,
nut.
in addition to some very vivid memories of the licensed ones they released, namely Toy Story. I was a huge Toy Story fan during this era, and when I
don't know how I didn't have these growing up, bro. Toy Story is, like, if you count Pixar when it comes to Disney movies, Toy Story is my favorite Disney movie of all time. Now, if you're not counting Pixar, because Disney didn't actually own Pixar at the time, my favorite Disney movie is Pinocchio. But, like, if you're counting Pixar, Toy Story was my fucking favorite. And I was I was obsessive over Toy Story. Like, I can't believe I wouldn't have had these.
Found out that Crazy Bones had characters from the movie, it was my favorite thing ever. Strangely, I don't see these get brought up online very often, but I remember buying a blind foil pack back in the day, and getting the same alien character in all the slots, which was kinda lame. So I had to visit a specialty shop that had a big loose bucket of them to grab Woody, Buzz, and Zurg. Man, I wish I knew where I put these, because I would have loved to have found them for the actual video, now that I'm thinking about them again. And then, only a few years ago, did I discover they also made an entire Dragon Ball Z set.
What? after this stream, I might be doing some eBaying, bro. I might need to look this up and see if they got this on eBay and it's sealed. I mean, bro, we got Goku, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Piccolo, Ox King, supposed to be late season Yamcha? That might supposed to be. I can't tell who that is. The color is way too off on this one. I can't tell who this is either. To me, this just looks like a fucking tombstone. We got Nappa, Frieza. This is. I can't tell who that is either from. Hold on a sec. Yeah, no, I can't. No, Frieza's purple. Oh, yeah, we got Frieza down here that's orange as well. Interesting. Ozaru. Supposed to be King Kai, I think. That's just supposed to be a spirit bomb in general. Kami. Is that another Ox King and another Nappa? Raditz, Yajirobe, Vegeta. Gohan? Cell Saga Gohan? Bubbles, Shinron, a different Frieza. I don't remember this character's name. Fuck. Puar, Spirit Bomb. Lord Slug? No, that's not Lord Slug. Damn, somebody's got some quality issues. That looks like Ader. Oh no, that's the Hiffle Demon. They got the fucking Hiffle Demon? Oh, the rarity was, so color-based rarity? Interesting. Yeah, see, I was thinking that might be a Frieza. Oh no, it's a Cyberman. That's a Cyberman is what that is. I just realized from the shape. Yeah, that's a Cyberman. Bro, I might need to look into these just for collectability purposes.
Which I somehow never came across before. There's 40 characters in this one, and they were cast in all kinds of cool colors, like gold and clear.
Oh, that blue one was Bulma. Okay, that blue one was Bulma. Bro, this reminds me of the Burger King toys that, like, the Burger King Dragon Ball statues.
I'm so tempted to pick up a few of these just for my own collection.
Fortune Teller Baba?
They even made a lunchbox carrying case featuring artwork from the series, which looks so 90s it's awesome. And in addition to all of these main sets, Crazy Bones also collaborated with McDonald's and released
someone
larger
in the chat
versions
earlier
of toys
said that. You
in
were
their
right.
Happy Meals, which I also had a few of growing up. These ones were a lot more fun to throw around because they didn't get lost as easily. And I had so many doubles of the same ones they almost became more iconic for me in that way. The skeleton one, for example, immediately jumped out to me when looking at the whole set. Funny enough, the original 60 characters were discontinued in the US in 1999, purposely to artificially create scarcity and rarity surrounding them. Maybe back in the late 90s before eBay, it would have been really hard tracking those guys down, but nowadays people have complete sets and even sealed packs.
Oh shit, alright, you got sealed packages, show a Dragon
readily
Ball
available,
one.
so you could probably assemble your own set with little trouble. Honestly, after having thought about these little pieces of plastic all these—
Bro, fuck you for not showing a Dragon Ball 1 on eBay, you son of a bitch, because I can't pull up eBay on the stream because I'll dox myself.
years later, I'd love for them to come back with a Sonic set or a
fucking
Naruto
loved
set.
Beyblade.
I know
Bro,
there are
me and my little brother, Person 11, went fucking crazy for Beyblade.
So many other toys nowadays that fill the need of what Crazy Bones did, but I'd definitely grab a pack or two every time I was in Target if they covered series I enjoyed. Okay, this next toy is one that I remember begging my parents for.
I certainly remember these, yeah. I remember these.
Not even in the middle of a store, but for a birthday or holiday. The commercials I saw on TV made these guys look so cool. I always wanted one, but unfortunately, never actually got one.
Yeah, I never owned one, but I remember these commercials like a motherfucker.
Alleged safety concern that we'll get into later. These are a Halloween/horror themed line of toys called Electronic Stretch Screamers, released in the early 2000s by Manly Toy Quest.
Yeah, so Netflix says, you remember Stretch Armstrong? These were similar, but they would also like talk and make like sounds and lights and shit. And they were
These
way
guys
bigger
were
than
really
Stretch
similar
Armstrong.
to the concept of the old Stretch Armstrong figure, where they could be pulled, twisted, and well, stretched without much limitation, except these ones had more
Agreed,
gimmicks.
Jake.
True to their name, when stretched or disfigured, the creatures would scream or make moaning noises. And the commercial for these guys really played up the durability of them. A big stretch toy that could be thrown around and was basically indestructible.
Oh, Hayden had the mummy
It seemed
one.
like for the most
Yo, Hornstar, you fucking legend. 10 gifted Words of Paradise memberships. Dude, thank you so much. You didn't need to, you did. Again, man, again, it means the absolute world to me. 10 memberships, I'm gonna do the same for you as I did for our girl Fab. We're giving you 2 clips.
There's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, you touch them back.
Dude, thank you so much. You say you're going back to lurking. Well, while you lurk, I want you to not forget, never forget, that good old horsecock.
Horse semen's great.
I'm digging horsecock.
Is your cock a horse cock? You will never hear me say it. Ooh, as I take more. My favorite stallion I keep in my top drawer kinda goes hard though. 'Cause there is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock and eat horse. I don't know how we're going to ever top horse cock.
Yo, shout out Hornstar. Thank you so much, dude. You didn't need to, you did. It means the absolute world to me.
art, these guys have held up over the years too, as most images on the secondhand market show ones in good shape. Though there are some exceptions, however, as the rubber can deteriorate over time, and there was a known issue with the original run of the figures having plastic hands that would fall off of the rubbery arms, before this was changed. But of course, one of the toy's highlight features were the pockets of ooze that would pop out of certain points.
And this is why I think they were discontinued for safety reasons, because if this shit broke open, the stuff that was inside it was like allegedly toxic, I think.
On the toy if squeezed in certain areas, creating a gross out effect. Every creature had this pop-out area located in different spots, and the original line included 8 different characters total, with cross cells for the others on the back of the packaging.
I think we ended up burning mine in a sandbox because, well, early 2000s. Bro, I feel that. I know exactly what you mean, man. We burned so many of our toys. And, like, it wasn't out of being... I don't know about for you, but it wasn't out of being disrespectful, right? It wasn't like, oh, you know, we don't care about this toy. Like, oh, our parents bought us this and we don't value it. It was like... You play with your toys for so long, and like you keep building up and like doing crazier and crazier shit with them to the point where the next step is like, what happens if you set it on fire? Like, because young boys like playing with fucking fire. It's just a thing. You like playing with fire. And so that was always the next logical step after you've had a toy for so long was, let's burn this shit. Yeah, right. It was an experiment. That's how we would phrase it as well. It's that when I say little, like, boys love playing with fire, it's always an experiment. And so yeah, I definitely burned some toys back in my day. Or you know, another favorite of mine, strapping toys to various different types of fireworks. I also loved that. So, yeah, fucking strapping toys to various types of fireworks. Why would you burn your toys? Did y'all not watch Toy Story? Garrett, I literally was just saying earlier it was amongst my favorite movies. And you know what? In hindsight, in retrospect, you're probably correct. We tied action figures to bottle rockets and launched them to cotton fields behind my... Dude, we did the same thing. Cause, like you, grew up in the fucking Hicktown, right? I grew up out in the country and whatnot. And yeah, absolutely.
Themselves are bright green and feature a window box display, so the toy could be activated while still inside the packaging. This is probably as much as I ever got to play with one of them, because like I said before, I was never able to get one, and instead, I ended up with some of the McDonald's toys. Yes, this is another one of those fad series that was popular enough to get fast food products, which arguably became more memorable than the actual—
Hey, you know what? Sid grew up to be a fucking garbage truck driver, or garbage man, which is a very good and respectable, well-paying, blue-collar job. Sid turned out alright. Unlike Andy, who went off to fucking college and probably got indoctrinated into being a shit lib. So you know what? Sid actually won out in the end.
Actual toys themselves. These released in 2003 and included 8 characters. though curiously they were not one-to-one with their retail counterparts. It seems like some of these guys were inspired by the real toys, while others were completely.
Found your Go-Go Crazy Bones Dragon Ball. One set is going for $3,000. Are you fucking bananas? Holy shit.
Original. Each one had their own gimmick that could be activated by interacting with the figure in various ways. I remember liking the skeleton a lot, even though he just wiggled back and forth. And the cyborg guy had liquid inside of him that moved when a button was pressed. And I think he had rubbery arms too. But it wasn't quite as much fun as the real ones probably would have been. Apparently there were a lot of sublines in this series too, including oozers that came with goop that poured out of their bodies, and then blister beasts, which was a line of 4 characters specifically redesigned to include more of those
unopened
pop-up
sealed
balloon
box set. That's the way I prefer to
present in
collect
the
toys.
originals. And this is why I think I never got the real ones. Well, I
We
can't
do.
find any record
We
of
do
it
go hard.
nowadays. I recall back in the day, my dad told me about a story he had seen
Bro,
on.
you want to see how hard us Dragon Ball fans go? I'll show you how hard us Dragon Ball fans go. Hold on. Original cases, bitch. Original fucking cases. PlayStation 1. GT Final Bout Ultimate Battle 22. Original cases from when I had these games as a kid. Yes, we Dragon Ball fans go hard. Also, Suikoden 2. Also, Suikoden 2. Yeah, I try to keep all my old discs and stuff well kept. I absolutely do.
Line where one of those balloons popped while a kid was playing with it, and the gel inside of it either burned his face or flew into his eye, something like that. I don't think there were any temperature elements to these toys, so that doesn't seem quite right, and now that I think about it, maybe it was just made up as a way to get me to stop asking for one. But I did find mentions that the McDonald's toys were recalled, so maybe he was reading that instead, and so who knows. A lot of these subset figures seem to be quite rare on the secondary market too, so they probably didn't make as many of them, or maybe they were more prone to deterioration.
Anjuna Main coming in with a 10 banger saying thank you. No, thank you. Absolute legend. You're a fucking... Again, I appreciate all y'all guys. It means the absolute world to me. You guys are the best. Shout out, hail the fucking Vital Idols. This is for you.
Name one word that starts with G pronounced like J. Gentrification. Shoot, should have thought of that. I was just in San Francisco.
Appreciate you, Anjuna.
And thrown away. Believe it or not, 3 characters were remade and re-released in the UK as recently as 2016, but it seems like the line didn't gain as much traction as it did in the early 2000s. The next topic is one that
Are the Sonic Clips AI? No, the Sonic Clips are not AI. Now, I didn't make them. Other talented people on YouTube made them, and I just stole them and edited them to make them work for clips. But they're not AI.
I can thank the comment section on the last video for in its entirety, because until looking this up, I had completely forgotten they existed.
The Sonic Adventure ones, the voices might be AI. Now I'm thinking about it. The Sonic Adventure 2 one is not. The Sonic Adventure ones, the voices might be AI. But like all the in-game stuff is not. It's just mods.
Which is strange because they were released in 2004.
But the Sonic Adventure 2 one is people doing impressions, I'm pretty sure.
So I should have had at least some memory of them, whether that was seeing them in stores or hearing about them in school. These are Aqua Pets, released by Wild Planet, and
I feel like I vaguely remember Aqua Pets. If so, I definitely never owned these, if that's the case. Yeah, Hayden Waynes, I forgot Aqua Pets. I had a friend that had one. Wasn't that cool? Yeah, I don't remember ever being interested in these, but I do remember them.
It is an interesting take on the virtual pet genre of toy. I think a lot of people were comparing these in their uniqueness to Mimiibas specifically. So what exactly is an Aqua Pet? Well, like the name suggests, it's a little character that lives inside the water, housed within a plastic tube, and can move around and interact with the user upon pressing the buttons on its base, or by directly talking to it. Originally, this toy was released in Japan under the
That
name
makes sense.
Puku
This is a
Puku
pretty
Angel,
Japanese
but when
looking
localized,
motherfucker.
changed the series name. But yes, just like most other fad toys, they were all characters, in attempts to make them feel more alive, as depicted in the commercial. And according to the commercial, the pet
Fab coming in with a 20 banger, you absolute fucking legend. You guys are just so kind to me that, well, I'm just be honest with you.
Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
Couldn't resist. Thank you so much, Fab. Here's an actual clip for you that's more than just a couple seconds long. I will come anywhere you want me to come.
All over his backside, run!
I wanna fuck you in the ass right now. Thank you. It's nice to get some appreciation around here.
I've actually got about 3 or 4 clips that I'm currently working on, so there will be new clips added soon. Yeah, I've got more that I'm currently working on.
could sing,
again, thank
eat,
you so much,
play, and dance, all through voice recognition. On a more technical level, this is achieved with a microphone and speaker being located into the base, allowing for voice interaction when spoken into. Apparently, the Aquapets could even speak to each other if 2 pets were close by. And it's been stated that the more interaction the player has with the pet, the more the pet will interact in return, which is a cool feature to encourage more playing with the pet. After watching this commercial, I can definitely say I remember seeing this on TV, but what I find most surprising is that advertising after this initial launch seems to be non-existent, or at least—
You had something like this, Patrick and SpongeBob. I wonder if it was like some sort of, I don't want to say knockoff brand, because if it was licensed, it probably wasn't a knockoff, but like, you know how like a toy line will become super popular, and so other companies will capitalize by doing their own like spin on it or version of it? I wonder if that's what you had, or because this is a Japanese toy, so I doubt they'd have done a SpongeBob crossover like back in the 90s, early 2000s, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I wonder if this was like from the original company, or if it was like again, like a follow-up.
It's very rare. According to Wild Planet's website, there were a total of 4 waves released, containing 6 characters in each, until they were discontinued in 2006. Thankfully, the—
2006? Bro, these motherfuckers went way longer than I remember. Like, I only vaguely remember them anyway, but I did not realize these went to 2006. Oh, bro, Neopets, you were speaking my language. Not only was I obsessively on the website, like I was a Neopets fanatic, I had so many goddamn Neopet plushies. It was insane, because anytime you bought a plushie, you could redeem the fucking codes online for like in-game gifts and shit. So I got so many fucking Neopets, especially both the McDonald's toys and like the regular like full-size toys, and I actually still might have 1 or 2 of them to this day.
Aquapet's website is still partially viewable on the Wayback Machine, and most of the character bios have been saved or reposted elsewhere. In 2007, they were winding down, as at that point, the website listed all of the ones they were no longer printing, and then shortly after, a screen that outright stated the line was over could be seen, and was replaced with a toy line
Okay, yeah, it said SpongeBob, so I guess you're right. Yeah, they did do an actual licensed crossover.
Purse Pals, which I have never heard of.
Same, dude. Me and my sister loved it. My little brother was a bit too, because my little brother's 5 years younger than me, so Neopets like was kind of fading out by the time he was that age. But my sister's only 2 years younger than me, almost exactly 2 years. We are 1 year, 359 days apart. You know, there's 6 days separate us from the 2-year mark. Apparently, my parents had a certain time of the year they like to fuck. Because my brother's also a summer baby. Me and my little sister are in July. He's in June. Apparently, whatever is 9 months before the summer, like, something about that time of year, my parents were like, but anyway, so yeah, me and my sister are almost exactly 2 years apart. And when you're only 2 years apart, you're into like a lot of this, you grow up with a lot of the same media and culture. So even though like she was a girl, she was obviously into a lot of the girly stuff. But there was some like gender neutral toys and whatnot that we were both into, and Neopets was one of them. Her and I both love Neopets.
Does anyone out there remember these at all? To this day,
Bobsy twins? What the fuck's a Bobsy twin? I've never heard of that phrase. Being born in the 90s, each year I feel like decades apart when you talk about some stuff. Dude, you're right though. each year can feel like decades of fucking apart.
Documentation and playability with Aquapets is fairly scarce online outside of the website. Not to mention, when I tried looking up some gameplay demonstrations, I came across a horrible discovery. Since these toys are filled with irreplaceable water, that means over time it will either evaporate, fog the glass, or in some cases turn gross and black. This means that even sealed ones, which were not stored correctly, can deteriorate in the package, though there aren't really many out there for sale anyway. However, there is a tutorial that demonstrates how to clean the tube and refill the water, though this was not intended by the manufacturer. Still, it's cool anyone was able to figure out a solution to this problem. And to make collecting them even more complicated, just like most of the series
Zax, you know why black is gross. Come on now. Come on, be honest with yourself.
I've mentioned so far, Wild Planet made spin-off series in between the years of the main line. These were called Liquifreaks and Dynamites.
Bro, this is the most late 90s to early 2000s thing, like Liquifreaks, those stretch monsters and whatnot. Just the obsession with going all in on the weird factor will never, like, the 90s did that the best, going all in on the weird factor.
Looking back on these nowadays, I'm surprised I just didn't hear more about them, or remember them beyond the commercial.
My girlfriend's in her late 20s or something, so I'm like, how do you, dude, Hayden, does it blow your mind that there are people that, like, that were born before 9/11 but don't remember 9/11? Because, like, you and I, let's see, you're gonna be 35, I'm gonna be 32, so there's 3 years of age difference between us. I was in, I believe, 3rd grade when 9/11 happened, so you're probably in, like, 6th. I remember 9/11 like it was fucking yesterday. I imagine you remember 9/11 like it was yesterday as well. I have talked to people that would be, like, on the younger side of the millennial age group, but still millennials, that don't remember 9/11. It's so fucking weird to me.
They do look...
See, exactly! Your girlfriend doesn't remember 9/11. I cannot wrap my head around not remembering 9/11. It was so culturally significant.
Fun. And even if you didn't really interact with it, the fact that it lives in water...
Fantastic. Amazing. It's kind of hard to forget, in my opinion. Pretty sure that's kind of the tagline. Never forget.
Almost gives me a pet fish vibe, just without it actually being alive. Like, I could see having a bunch of these spread out in someone's room as decoration. Okay, for this next entry, we're going to go even further back in time than the early 2000s, or late 90s, and instead,
You're being driven to school when 9/11 happened? Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, but that's what ours was as well. By the way, shout out to my dope-ass 3rd grade teacher who was like, hey, thousands of people are dying in a terrorist attack. Let's have the live feed going on the in-class TV for the 3rd graders to watch. Fucking based.
Reach the mid-90s. But before I tell you what the topic is, I'm only going to give you a hint about it. When I say, did you have that giant castle toy growing up? What comes to mind?
Here it is, baby! Here's the thing that was on the thumbnail that I was the most excited for.
I'll give you a second to remember. If you thought of the Fisher-Price Great Adventures Castle, then you'd be correct.
Okay. I guess sort of different. The one that I had, that I loved so much, that I was actually too old for when I got it. I was too old for Fisher-Price toys, but I loved it so much because I was such a big fan. I'll see if he talks about it before I spoil it.
Holy shit, did this unlock a deep, deep memory inside my brain. When you guys would tell me in the Lost Media videos that some cartoon or some show I mentioned unlocked a memory for you, now I know exactly what that feeling is like. I was talking to one of my friends about old toys we had growing up, and when he mentioned this, I was like,
I had this one? Yeah, Jake Martin's like, oh, this thing fucked. I agree. I like this. I had this one, but this isn't the one that really drove it home for me.
whoa, you had that too? And apparently, a lot of people had this after I asked around about it. Great Adventures was a product line by Fisher-Price that took familiar adventure settings like the castle or a pirate ship or the pyramids, but built a whole playset around them. Are you not gonna
show it?
Until I looked into it for this video, I actually had no idea they did anything else other than the castle, since that's what everyone remembers, and what that one encompassed, because oh boy is that almost a rabbit hole in itself. The main part of this playset was the castle itself.
All right, fuck it. I don't know if he's gonna talk about it, so I'm just gonna show you. I'm just gonna show you guys now. So I had the castle. I like the castle. The castle was awesome, but this was the one that fucked in my opinion, because I'm a huge Robin Hood fan. That was one of the main reasons I had such a problem with Director X when he came on Saturday Night Hypnosis. Like, I've had this book for I don't know how long. Like, this is an OG copy, The Adventures of Robin Hood. Like, I'm a huge, again, little Leon lore thing. Not only am I a fucking Dolly Parton simp, I fucking love Robin Hood. I have my entire life. By the time this came out, I was too old for Fisher-Price shit, and I told my dad, I was like, please, I love Robin Hood, I want this toy, I need this toy. The Fisher-Price Robin Hood set. Oh, bro, this thing fucking slapped, bro. Fucking Little John, it came with Little John, Robin Hood, Friar Tuck, Maid Marian. I think it came with Prince John and the Sheriff of Nottingham as well, so they had people to fight. Hold on. Open image in new tab. Yeah. Here's the sheriff. Is that? Yeah, that was Maid Marian. Yeah, it had this boulder that would roll down here, and it would come out here, and it would you could knock the prince over, or you could press this little lever, and this drawbridge would drop down. There was like a little elevator thing here that would lift them up to this point. Yeah, the ladder couldn't do anything. They couldn't grip the ladder. Friar Tuck was always my favorite. I don't know what it is about Friar Tuck. He is my favorite Robin Hood character. Yeah. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I love Robin. Again, taxation is theft. Robin Hood a G. But my favorite Robin Hood character has always been Friar Tuck. Man, this was one of my favorite toys as a kid. And again, I was too old for this when it came out. These toys are for like between 2 and 4-year-olds. But fuck, I loved this motherfucker, dude. Yo, on June and May, remember for 4 months, shout out. In 2001, we got GTA 3 on PS2 and 9/11. Gotta take the good with the bad. I too had a teacher put live 9/11 feed on the TV, CRT on a rolling cart. So ours wasn't a rolling cart. We had like the TVs mounted up in the corner of the school, or of the classroom walls. But yeah, dude, teachers back then, like, they would never. They would never nowadays. But back then, bro, it was fucking awesome. Hayden Wayne, I didn't have the Robin Hood one. I had the castle, but I'm also a huge Robin Hood. Yeah, based! Robin Hood fans unite. It doesn't get enough love. Oh yeah, Director X, that was an interesting time. You're telling me. Oh dude, I never got to play with that one. God, the Robin Hood one, man. It brings back the memories.
Which had a playable front and back portion. The front was equipped with a drawbridge that moved, a jail for the bad guys, and a friggin' cannon that could fire out plastic hollow cannonballs. The back had a few interior rooms too, for the characters to hang out in. And looking at some of these pictures again, I'm also forgetting that it had a catapult and secret hideout that could be pulled out from the wall. It was really outfitted with so many cool play features.
Robin Hood stole from the government to give the poor, not the rich. Fucking correct. Honestly, my whole taxation is theft mentality was probably instilled by being a Robin Hood fan at such a young age. Because yes, he stole overtaxed money and gold and whatnot from the government to give back to the people that had been overtly taxed. Correct.
I had fun with this thing for hours and hours. But then we have to take a look at the characters, which, as is expected, mainly featured knights. But the colors of those knights varied depending on its release, or what I assume were different releases. Mine were black and red, but it seems like some of the subsets or expansions had purple knights and even a wizard, which I never had either. But what I did have was this weird scientist inventor guy.
Take a look at the new BBC MGM Robin Hood with Sean Bean as sheriff.
Oh man, did I forget about the accessories they made with this castle.
DM me that, please,
and they
Zach.
were all
That sounds
equally
awesome.
as fun. Not only was the Trojan horse hollow, so you could fit characters inside, but there was a button that brought his head down, so he could either pummel villains into the ground or ram his head into the sides of the castle. There was also a big purple dragon, which had a rod of fire that could be extended from his mouth by pressing a button on his tail.
Thanks, X.
And a blue lance knight that came with this figure. But then there was even an ogre, or I guess he's technically called a giant as described by the packaging.
I don't remember that
which was
at all.
basically just a big chunky piece of plastic with
at all.
rubbery arms that could be stretched backward to club anything in his path. Based on my research of this set, it seems like there were a few different iterations of the castle, or alterations to it. Night colors and shield details that changed, and extra accessories like horses that came later
wasn't
on.
it King John?
Honestly,
or am I
it's so much fun.
No, Prince John. So it was King Richard and Prince John. If you're referring to like the Robin Hood characters, it's Prince John and King Richard.
Looking through these in the modern day and coming across things I never even saw as a kid. I know I still have my castle and at least some of its pieces in
Kinder's good
storage,
too. I have a lot
but
of
I
Kinder
haven't
toys.
seen
I
it
like
in
Kinder a lot.
decades and remember it not being in great shape when it was packed away. Even though the physical item might not really be salvageable, the memory about it without a doubt lives on.
Patience, my pet, patience. The show will be right back.
Yeah, King Richard's off fighting the Crusades and Constantinople playset. There you go. I don't know what this is, but I like that. Man, I remember these old cartoon bumpers. If AJ's still watching, AJ be bricked up right now.
We'll circle back to the fads now, and this was another topic that
I did have a few of these. I remember these. I didn't have many. It wasn't something I was hugely into, but it was really popular at the time, so like I did have a couple.
actually wanted to do in the Fad to Forgotten series that I never did, although I did allude to it in the last toy video. I guess you could argue that these are indeed virtual pets in some way, but the rabbit hole regarding their release is quite surprising if you look into it. I'm sure you remember those commercials on TV quite well. It's stick people sticking together. Cube World, released in 2005 by Radica Games and Mattel.
I would not have been able to tell you the name of these things. Like, you don't remember? So I remember these. I even had a few of them. But if you'd have asked me prior to this video what they were called, I would not have been able to tell you they were called Cube World. I'm going to have to get the book because I don't even have it, even though I'm familiar with the story. That's right, Lionheart was off fighting the Crusades at the time. Yep, exactly. Bingo, bango, bongo. You nailed it, Fab.
Electronic Tamagotchi-style toy is a small little plastic cube that houses a digital stick guy who lives inside of it. When turned on, the pixels reveal the character, who can be interacted with using the buttons on the outside of the device. Depending on which type of cube you had, because yes, just like all virtual pets and all collectible things and everything.
My sister, even though she was younger than me, like she was more into Tamagotchis than me. I preferred Neopets. I felt like they had more personality, more interactivity, and whatnot. Tamagotchis were a bit too basic for me, and it's probably because I was raised on Digimon. And to me, I don't know which came first. Probably Tamagotchi. In fact, I'm almost positive Tamagotchi. But I was introduced to Digimon first, so to my eyes, Tamagotchi looked like a knockoff.
That they all had different names and personalities. The player would experience different outcomes from over 100 different animations.
You remember the animated Disney movie that had Robin Hood and characters as animals? I really enjoyed it. So funny you mentioned that. Whenever I'm not drinking tea out of my Sonic mug, I'm drinking it out of a Robin Hood mug, like the Disney Robin Hood. Yeah, that is top 5 Disney movies for me. Is the Disney Robin Hood.
But of course, the bigger selling point in Cube World, and where a lot of the fun comes in, is buying more units to attach together, creating even more interactions and instances where characters will.
In fact, I don't know why I didn't bring this up until now. So obviously we're in my bedroom/office. The hallway right outside my bedroom door, I've got a giant Sherwood Forest like Sherwood Forest that way, like wood carving direction piece from the Disney Robin Hood on my wall.
Leave their own cube to hang out with another. There are even motion sensors in the device that allow for them to be turned upside down or shaken and still.
See, I think that's probably why I didn't have a whole lot of them, Hayden, because I would have been like 12-ish. I think it was stuff that like, my aunt or grandparents would get me. That's why I only had a few, as opposed to like, because they're a little bit more disconnected from the toys and whatnot, the fads of that age group.
Function, showcasing even more unique animations, as seen in the commercial. Up to 4 characters could be in one cube at a time. A system that works.
Top 4? Yeah, if I was to do top 5 Disney movies Not counting live action ones, because I actually really love a lot of Disney live action movies. But we're doing like top. So if you count Pixar, which I'm gonna do, it's Toy Story, Pinocchio. Let's see, what order do I want to put them in? Yeah, Toy Story, Pinocchio, Treasure Planet, Lion King, Robin Hood. That's probably the order I'd go with. So yeah, Toy Story, Pinocchio, Treasure Planet, Lion King, Robin Hood.
Well, since waves were released in sets of 4, which were available in packs of 2 and sold for $30. Wikipedia, as well as the official website on the Wayback Machine, lists the characters' names and what their primary interest was, giving you an idea of what the cube contained. 5 main waves were released through the end of 2009, and included characters like Scoop, a dog lover, Mike, who was musical, and Slugger, a baseball player. While these are no longer being produced, that didn't stop Mattel from actually keeping a webpage up on their portfolio website showcasing the toys, which is cool to see that they haven't forgotten about them entirely, and there's a nice clean image of a pack still in its packaging. While I never had any of these growing up, they were certainly something I was interested in checking out, and I'm sure you could only imagine the mystery surrounding the interactions or animations that would have circled the playground, like secret animations your stick eye could perform, that somehow your friend was able to activate even though you were never able to. I always like trying to find demonstrations or more hands-on experiences looking at these fad toys, and I came across this one channel, Gooman130 on YouTube, with a complete collection of them. They explain some of the special and rare cubes, including jumbo ones, that came out around the time of Series 3, and allow for more games to be played and for the characters to visit more locations. And then there were Japanese releases.
So it's probably not going to show Pogs because this is specifically about forgotten toys. And I feel like the vast majority of people remember Pogs. I mean, I remember Pogs. I think a lot of people remember Pogs. It might. Also, apparently, I didn't know this when I added this video to the watch list. This is a sequel. He apparently already did one of these. So if Pogs were included, they may have been included in the previous video.
Which are internally the same as the US ones,
yeah,
but did
King,
have different
dude,
colors of external casing,
fam.
and some of the characters' names were changed. A few of these releases are even some of the rarest ever made for the toy line, one of note being called the Beams Edition, which were special casing recolors of Series 1, and released in Japan only in conjunction with the Beams clothing store in Japan. Or
I agree, Black Cauldron is underrated. Now, I'm a big fan of lore accuracy and adapting books properly. Now, I never read the books those were based on. According to fans of that book series, people fucking hate that movie. I have no concept of the books. I like that movie. I do agree that Black Cauldron's underrated.
Beams Edition Series 3, which might not have even come out and was only seen in this one photo. It's also cool seeing the Series 5 mod series lined up like this with their special packs, intended to unlock more.
Bro, you know what should have been on this fucking list? I don't know if it's forgotten or not. You guys in the chat tell me if you consider this forgotten. Tech Deck. Y'all remember Tech Deck? Tech Deck with the little fucking finger skateboards, but they also had the bean dudes that you would put on them. Tech Deck was awesome.
Animations if you had them connected to a string of mod cubes. But curiously, these mod packs are not compatible with the older series that were released. So if you only had one, like
really,
Gooman explained,
I don't,
then you couldn't
I don't
actually
know much
use
about
them to their full
production
potential, which might have been lost on some players who didn't have more than one. Every cube, even the modules, had speakers in them, and made a collection of different noises and sound effects, which is demonstrated in full at the end of the video.
They have Tech Deck tournaments? Like, to this day, really? Holy shit, I didn't know that.
This feels like one of those toy lines that's still modern enough and interesting enough that the addition of new animations or new concepts would catch the attention of fans if they tried bringing it back. I wanted to end the video.
I wouldn't say Tech Deck was forgotten. It was huge, and skateboard on the chick's ass, the toys in the bedroom meme never died. You know what? Good point. I do remember that meme now.
With a deep cut. And if you've made it this far, there's a chance you might remember.
I do remember Silly Slammers. Holy shit. Bro, memory fucking unlocked. I had completely memory hold this toys. I don't think I ever owned one, but I remember these commercials like a motherfucker.
These as well. But then again, maybe not, because it seems like the internet barely remembers them either. And if it wasn't for the abundance of secondhand listings that show them, I think this line would actually just be forgotten. It was the combination of Stretch Screamers and Crazy Bones that got me to recollect.
Sword in the Stone I wasn't as huge a fan of. Like, I don't dislike it, it just doesn't also rank very high on my list.
Like this obscure memory for Silly Slammers. These guys were a big plush line from the—
No, actually, I think I had this one right here. Or if I didn't, a friend did, and we played with it all the time. I'm struggle busting to remember. I know I definitely interacted with this one in real life. I just don't remember if I owned it or my buddy. It probably would have been either Patrick or Aaron way back in the day did.
Late 90s, marketed for both its collectability and play feature.
Same, Jake.
In the scarce amount of commercials that can be found online advertising these guys, their main gimmick is that each one had a voice box inside of it that talked back when slammed against a surface. Often, they're depicted as being used to annoy others. So as a kid, the appeal to—
Yeah, that was a lot of toys in the 90s. To be fair, that was the gimmick of so many 90s toys. Buy this to annoy other fucking people.
To get these would have been to toss or throw them around with friends or at people. Honestly, it's a simple and fun gimmick. And
See,
with
that's
the
what I
wide
remember us
variety
doing
of
with it,
different
Hayden.
characters available, there was something for everyone. Based on some of the earlier commercials I could find for them when the line began, they were all designed mostly the same. Colorful, ovally creatures with wacky faces and voices that matched their expressions. But then later, as the line expanded, they started creating new patterns in different series for different types of people.
The whole
like
of the
nerds,
90s was annoy
golfers, or
parents,
wrestlers,
correct.
along with holiday-themed ones too. In fact, I might have completely forgotten about these toys in their entirety if it hadn't been for the pumpkin that I had as a kid, whose name is apparently Gordy and the tag even sports a number, indicating that yes, this character was part of a master checklist, similar to Crazy Bones or Beanie Babies. Everything loved to do this back then.
I vaguely remember that, Patrick, but I never had one. I remember commercials for it.
In this one eBay listing I found, it also lists a website on the tag, GibsonGreetings.com, which must be the parent company of the brand. There's a section on the website that lists Silly Slammers, but upon clicking it, it brings up a directory page. This is also from the same link that is displayed at the end of a Christmas commercial. So the website was either not saved properly, or they never really had a website up in the first place. No matter the case, they were also popular enough to get their own fast food promotion. This time, Burger King in 1999, with a Halloween—
Bro, Burger King always did toys so much better than McDonald's, bro. Like, growing up as a kid, Burger King toys were always just fucking vastly superior to McDonald's toys, dude.
Halloween-themed collection of characters. And actually, in all the years I spent getting kids' meals, this is one set I almost completed.
Juno Main from 5-banger. Pogs, Magic 8 Balls. Bro, I love Magic 8 Balls to this day. And Black Lights. Friendly reminders, Spencer's Gifts is still in business. Shop reminds me of those sorts of products. Yeah, I go to Spencer's Gifts probably once a month or so. Because I go to the mall once a week to once every other week. I don't go to Spencer's as often as I used to because, like, their inventory hasn't really changed in the last several years. But every now and again, I get a hankering to go in there and just see what's up.
Full, as I was only
Yeah,
missing
they did
the
have the
witch.
gold Pokemon cards. I had several
Similar
of
to
those.
the Stretch Screamer McDonald's toys, it
Oh
doesn't
shit, I
seem—
gotta play you a clip on Juno Main. I totally forgot. Thank you, man. Dude, truly appreciated. Thank you so much. This is for you.
How you doing, sir? Good. Can we talk to you? Where are you from? You live in New York?
Who are you?
Don Lemon.
You're a fucking moron, dude.
My bad, homie. I was so wrapped up with the nostalgia toys, I almost forgot. Thank you so much for the 5-banger, dude.
Like the Burger King
What up,
patterns
Vernum?
were based directly on real ones, but your guess is as good as mine as to how many different main series plushes were made. According to a 1998 business report on the toys, a total of 80 different ones exist, so that's a good base. If anyone out there has a checklist or just photos of every single release, a good base.
Is that a Dilbert one?
If
R.I.P. R.I.P., man.
anyone out there has a checklist or just photos of every single release, I'd love to see it. I also can't find any
Austin
information
Powers?
specifically on when they were discontinued, but if I had to guess, I'd say the early 2000s. That's the point in time where most of these 90s crazes died
R.I.P.
out,
Scott
and I
Adams,
guess there's
for
only
real.
so much you can do with talking beanbags. Still, they're really fun to look at, and definitely emit that late 90s zany plush construction style. And there you have it, Another round of forgotten, obscure, but also memorable toys.
Yeah. Quite a good video here. I'll let
late
it play
90s
out,
and 2000s.
and I'll hit that super chat.
Toy videos are some of my favorites to make, so as always, leave some more suggestions if you have them in the comments. But I have so many different nostalgia-themed videos I want to cover. This is just the first one. It's funny when you actually sit down and think about the past, or just see a fast food toy in passing, or maybe a board game you had growing up, that all—
Bro, the Sonic the Hedgehog handheld, like, Game & Watch style toys. I had so many of those.
sorts of deep memories come back, and it spirals into further and further rabbit holes. I hope you enjoyed this walk down memory lane, and until next time, Finn.
Yeah, dude, that was dope. Go ahead and I'm gonna give this video a like, and damn, 176,000 views. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug, bro, for real. Yeah, again, there's the link. Give the video a like if y'all so inclined. We got our boy Hayden coming in with a 20 banger. Nostalgia trip is real. I love watching stuff like this. Just like sitting through it with a bunch of buddies from back in the day. Stuff. Dude, I was saying it on, I think Zach's stream. Maybe it was Enzo's stream. I don't remember. Last time I took a bunch of mushrooms. That's what I did, man. I just sat in my room at like 2 a.m. and watched like 4 hours of fucking 90s commercials. And it was glorious. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Shout out, dude. Thank you so much for the 20 banger. I'm going to give you a legendary clip. This for you. Shout out, Hayden. Thank you so much, brother. It means the absolute world to me. Alright, crew. So, Miss Molly said, bolt the word, this makes me think of Leon. And it's the fry, or, I heard it. Stop. Okay. Yeah, so put them in the box. Preview something I've been working on. So, Miss Molly tagged me in this on January 8th. And visually, because I've not heard any of this, visually, I fucking love it. I get why, I know it's Asmongold, I know it's supposed to be Asmongold, but like, I appreciate Miss Molly for saying it makes me think of Leon. So I figured we're going to react to the whole thing. We're going to react to put them in the box. I have not seen this. Yeah, no, we're going to watch the full. We're going to watch the full. That's why I hadn't actually watched it, was because Leaplet said that it wasn't finished at the time I was tagged in that. So, now that it is finished, now that it's out, we're watching the full thing. There will be pauses. A, because that's how reaction content works. And B, because I'm sure there will be a lot to commentate on here. But yeah, shout out to Miss Molly for saying this made her think of me. Asmon Silver, Asmon Bronze, whatever you want to call it. Do not blink, though. I'll do my best. Let's go. Wait, featuring the bald? Like, obviously that's gotta be a joke, right? There's no actual feature on here, because it's AI, right? There's no real feature. Is that the Nick Shirley footage? Bro, let's go! Oh my god! Out the gate, we got Hassan Epstein, dog fucker, shocker, fucking piker. No way. And the rat.
The screen glows blue in a room of dust and mold.
All right, before we get into this, we got a super chat. Our boy Hayden. Try to notice all the characters in this. Stuttering Craig, Phoenix, Kershaw, a ton of others are featured. This is incredible. Yo, I'm flabbergasted. I'm all in. I'm gonna wait to play any clips for you, Hayden, until after this is over. Then I'll play clips for supers and whatnot, because I want to do this more or less uninterrupted. Thank you for the 10 banger, though.
Another death threat.
Hold on. Can Asmongold die already? Okay, so another death threat. And they're all, okay, these are the hate tweets.
Another story told.
Should I read them all? Yeah, I know we're gonna read them all. Alright, was Asmongold die? It would be the best Christmas gift. Asmongold need to die before I kill myself. I'm being so dead ass. I genuinely despise him. Just a terrible human being all around. What a waste. Asmongold gentlemen just die. When Asmongold and Tet don't die. Asmongold dead, we got thrown. Bro, people are fucking vicious. All the dude did was play World of Warcraft in a fucking attic with some dead animals. And then he started realizing how fucking insane the left was. As somebody who is actually like the center left himself. These people are fucking, they're mad, bro.
Eat shit and die, says the ghost behind the mask. They want me murdered. Is that such a heavy task?
The Communist Manifesto down here in the corner is fucking legendary. The only problem I have with this, and Leaflet, on the off chance you see this, because I will probably be clipping this into a video for tomorrow. This would imply they've read it. It's got a bookmark and it looks worn. 99.9% of these Twitter commies ain't actually read the Communist Manifesto.
Some see they freak with a mental fucking hole.
The lyrics are so diabolical. Hold on, listen to this.
Some see they freak with a mental fucking hole. Wants to see the maggot swallow up my soul. They hope I ride on the cross of road.
This is awesome.
But I'm just sitting here killing fucking time. I got the infinity gauntlet of the broken and the mad.
Oh, hold on.
Got the infinity gauntlet of the broken and the mad.
Okay, not sure who that is. I don't know if these are supposed to be people in specific. We'll see. Okay, so that's like an Antifa guy, or yeah, an Antifa guy in general. Fucking like crack zombie. Somali. The Leering Center. The fact, dude, AI has come so fucking far. It got the word Leering Center proper. Like, how can people hate AI? This is art. Like, oh, AI, you can create art. No, bro. This is fucking art. Another blue hair leftist Karen. Oh no, this was a tranny though, because the colors. Okay, this was supposed to be a tranny. Got it. Fucking furries. Okay, now this is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be Mr. Medicare? Is that his name? Maybe it's not supposed to be anyone in particular, but hold on. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong guy. No, okay, so no, not Medicare. What's his fucking name? The guy used to work for... This looks exactly like the guy that used to work for Nostalgia Critic that becomes just a fucking raging lefty. You think it's supposed to be a Redditor? And maybe it is supposed to be a Redditor. But it looks like there's this dude that used to work for the Nostalgia Critic way back in the day. And he went on to do his own thing and just became like a raging leftist and looked at everything through the... Yeah, Linkara! Yes! Linkara! That's who this looks like to me. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Linkara. And if I'm reading into this too much, then fair enough. But like, are you talking about that bald guy with the glasses who used to be around this? Yeah. Again, I could be wrong. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But that to me looks like a direct reference to Linkara, does it not? I hope it is. I really do. Oh, no, like, alright, so I'm backing up because I actually want to hear the lyrics from when those are all flashing through, because I want to see if I can get the images. The fucking timing, like, okay, because I'm trying to also analyze this from a musician's aspect, right? Because your boy is a musician. The timing of the editing with the, oh, it's so good. Furries, they're all so fucking sad. They scream into the void of a side that doesn't care. While I'm clicking these pliers, breathing stagnant air. Breathing stagnant air is diabolical. So put them in the box. Let the walls be cold and white. Throw the keys away. We got a fucking Rev reference. Yo! Let the walls be cold and white. Throw the keys away and end this mental blight. Institute lies the rot. Let the... Alright, so Impel Down, we got obviously a One Piece reference, which is base as fuck. I don't know, like obviously this is the warden from Impel Down. I don't know if it's supposed to be based on another YouTuber or not. The asylums rise again. I'm the harbinger of logic. Is that Andrew Wilson? Yo, that was Andrew Wilson. I'm the harbinger of... That's awesome. Logic, the surgeon of their pain. The world will be a... We got our boy Nux, baby. Let's fucking go. Dude, like, if Marvel could handle cameos half as good as this, they would be back on track, bro. Paradise, clean and silent land. What VTuber is this? I'm pretty sure this is a reference to a VTuber, but I don't know which one. You guys have to let me know in the comments, because, like, the only VTubers that I avidly watch, obviously Cinny. She's my girl. I watch Cinny. I do watch Leaflet. I occasionally watch Kirsha. Yeah, Rev is a VTuber. I watch Rev. That's Blabs? Okay, that's Blabs. Gotcha. Darling Straub. Oh, that's... Okay, I've never watched Rev's wife. I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah, I know... I guess I've never actually watched Rev's wife's content. I feel like there's another VTuber I'm leaving out. Oh, I recently got into one. I'm blanking on her name. Fuck. It's one that I'm sure Hayden knows and loves. It's one that I'm sure Hayden would know and love. I'll bring her up after this. I'll pull up a video where I reacted to her. And when every screaming retard is down to heavy hand, yeah, put them in the box. Alright, I don't know if this is supposed to be a reference to any particular VTubers and YouTubers or whatnot. That was a catchy as fuck chorus, by the way. There was a catchy as fuck chorus. Blue skies a cesspool where the moderation's limp. Every basement dwelling loser, every blue-haired pimp. Advocating murder in the name of being kind. While Section 20... I'm done! Holy shit! Bro, the Dan Clance, that is fucking wild! TwitchCon 2030. Dude, the sheer... Bro. That is magnificent. God damn. Tecto, nice.
They say I'm a net negative, a cancer on the earth.
Oh, whoa. Was that Hassan and his orbiters? Alright, we're gonna go through frame by frame. Not sure who that's supposed to be. That's fucking Frogan. I imagine this is supposed to be... Oh, is that Destiny? Is this supposed to be Destiny? Yeah, okay, Hayden Wayne. Yeah, you're right. It's supposed to be Destiny. So we got Destiny, Frogan, Nyara, or whatever her name is. His name. I think this is a fucking dude. Oh my god. That one's supposed to be Hassan, I assume, right? Is this one... Or Nyaru. Okay, Nyaru. Whatever. And then, yeah, I don't know... Oh, this is... Alright, I'm gonna be real. Alright, hold on. Leaflet. We gotta talk. You were very, very generous in your artistic rendition of Vosh. Yeah, I'm just... Vosh don't look that good, buddy. This is... The AI was quite kind to Vosh. I did not realize that's who it was. Because this actually looks masculine. Is this supposed to be, like, Cutie Cinderella or one of the... Valkyrie or something? I think... Basically, this is one of those female Hassan orbiters, I would imagine. Is it Elon's kid? That would be funny if this is Elon's son. Is that Denim's? It might be Denim's. You're right. Yeah, they all look the same. It's not Casey Tron. I can for sure say it's not Casey Tron, but it might be Denim's. See, I thought it was Cutie. Yeah, I thought it was Cutie Cinderella. Okay, so my first guess was correct. This one is Casey Tron. I'm pretty sure this one's Casey Tron. I got nothing. Yeah, for this one, I got nothing. You guys in the chat are gonna have to let me know who this one is. Yes, it is quite easy to mix those toads up. You were incredibly correct, Jake. I don't know who this Sauron-looking motherfucker is. Unless it's just like, supposed to be like the embodiment of evil. Maybe it's not actually a reference to anyone. You're not fat enough to be Casey Tron. That's true. I'm literally reacting to put them in a box right now. Sage 6 Pass. What are you? We are fucking 3 minutes into a reaction of put them in a box. Are you high? Like. And then okay, and then this one is Hassan. All right, this one is Hassan. Hassan's probably gonna be the last one, I would imagine, right? Because he's got the longest. Ooh. All right, so yeah. All right, well that looks like Craig. All right, let's go back to. We'll let that part play out again. Yeah, was that supposed to be Craig? It looks like it. No iDubbbz. Good point. There was no iDubbbz. Oh, bro, we got a bridge. We got a bridge coming up. Let's go.
Success is measured in decades, like the prophecy of doom. If you strike me down today, you'll be singing a different tune. 1 million more will rise, 1 million more will fight.
Hold on. So this looks like Benny Johnson. This is Benny Johnson, right? Wait, was that? Wait, the frame before was Charlie Kirk? Was it? I didn't notice that. Hold on. Oh. You see the AI, I won't lie, made him look a little generic. Is this supposed to be Charlie Kirk? Is that what that is? If this is supposed to be Charlie Kirk, I didn't notice that because of the anime aesthetic. Okay, that's pretty sick.
A million more will rise.
Bro, it is Mama Akko. They got my fucking dude. Yes, shout out to Akko being up in this bitch. And again, this is Benny Johnson. I'm not sure who these three are. I'm not sure who these three are. The pink VTuber with the fox ears. Okay, so that's Kitsu. Ah, that's Legal Mindset. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have known Tactical Templar by name, but I have seen a couple of his videos. And which one is this? Yeah, because you said that this one was Kitsu. Then what's this pink-haired one? I don't recognize this one. Damn, I wish I did. Yeah, I agree, Jake. Fucking masterpiece. Considering nobody's answering in the chat, I imagine that you guys don't know who this pink-haired one is either. Oh, is a Christian YouTuber. I recognize her on drawing blank. Okay, fair enough.
A million more will fight. You can't kill an idea.
Well done. Fucking well done. Yeah, the glasses one is Benny Johnson. Having Foxu come up here. Well played. Mad respect.
With your petty childish mind, I don't fear the reaper. I don't fear the grave.
Isn't this... I could be wrong. But did she go so far as to put in, like, isn't this one of his favorite weapons in World of Warcraft? Is that what this is? I think this is like this is some deep lore, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is. Okay, I thought so.
Before I was born, I was nothing. There's nothing left to save. But while I'm here, I'll be the mirror of your soul. A cynical king in a roach-infested hole.
Wait, what did that say?
Roach-infested hole.
Drops big day, huge drama, Epstein release, ICE shoots bystander in Minnesota, US seizes Russia. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, the drills, baby! Bro, this culminating in this Dragon Ball Z ass fucking fight scene between Asmongold and Hassan might be the hardest thing the internet has ever produced since the first episode of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Oh, the one in green is iDubbbz. Okay, we knew he had to make an appearance in here. Life agility. Is this Donut Operator and his crew? I'm pretty sure this is Donut Operator and his crew. What's the name of that podcast? Fuck. I don't remember the name of the show, but yeah. Brandon Herrera, Donut Operator, and Eli. Yeah, the Unsubscribed Podcast. That's what it's called. The Unsubscribed Podcast. Thank you. All right, who are these supposed to be? You guys in the chat, you guys help me out with this one. I'm not sure who these ones are. I imagine this maybe because they're fighting. I imagine this is probably supposed to be like Denim's. Yeah. Mitsu's white. Okay, gotcha. Even Caleb Hammer makes an appearance. That's fucking insane. Okay, it was Denim's. Okay. And Frogan is running from... That's awesome. Frogan running from fucking Caleb Hammer might be the funniest part of this entire video. And we got Destiny preaching to someone. Oh, I know who this is. It's that's Warren. That's Warren. That's fucking good. She got Warren almost. Dude, anime Warren looks sick as fuck. Bro, anime Warren look fucking cool. This is Casey Tron and... Bro, Casey... That's not even fair. That's not even fair, bro. Kershaw would... Like, this is a One Punch Man moment for Kershaw. Come on now. Oh, yeah, that's Smugglana? I see, I saw the glasses and I assumed Casey Tron. Okay. Yeah, Smugglana. Either way, Kershaw's One Punch Man bit. Yeah, I thought it was Casey Tron because of the glasses. Okay. Shout out to whoever just subbed. My bad. Even Hirohei getting some love, dude. Even Hirohei getting some love. Oh, okay, I missed it. Sorry, Smugglana is the VTuber. Okay, Smugglana is the VTuber. I've never seen Smugglana then. I don't realize who Smugglana... Okay, there's two people on screen, and I don't know who Smugglana is, okay? So I am correct that this is Casey Tron then. I don't know who Smugglana is. I've never seen Smugglana. Wait a sec. Yes, I thought Smugglana only wears orange. Hold on a sec. I thought Smugglana usually wore orange. Yeah, this is the Smugglana look that I'm familiar with. I've never seen Smugglana wear white. I didn't know that was a thing. Fire and ice. Yeah, I've only apparently seen Smugglana doing her fire stuff. I did not know Smugglana wore white at all. So yeah. She has both? Yeah, fire's her second model. Okay, gotcha. Fire and ice. The one with the blue is Smugglana. No, she isn't orange. Last time she was white and blue. She uses two models. Okay, I've only ever seen her fire model. Yeah, I didn't, I normally see her ice. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, cause she's come up a couple times in my recommended, and it's always her fire one. I catch her in both. So what's the difference? Is it like two different personalities, or is it just, like, or does the model mean anything? Because I don't know. I know nothing about Smugglana. Yeah, I saw fox ears, and blue, so I assumed Kershaw. Funny story, Sammy fell asleep on his stream. They've been trying to wake him up. I'm gonna be real, guys. I couldn't care less. I'm in the middle of doing something else right now. She uses what she wants, honestly. It would be awesome to see her transform from one to the other. Oh, that would be cool, Sir Lurkington. Nothing, it's just a woman thing. One trans VTuber that's going after... No, Hirohei is not trans. I don't know where you're getting that. I'm not one of her regular viewers, so I've never seen her in red, just her white. Oh, so we've completely flipped. You've only seen her in white. She has an animation of transforming at the beginning of the video. Dude. Okay, see, Dax made the same mistake. See, Dax in the comments, he says, Kershaw about to body this fool. Apparently it's not Kershaw. Apparently it's Smugglana. Apparently it's Smugglana. Oh, Hirohei was fighting anal violence. Okay, that's who you meant when you said trans. Hiei versus... Yeah, Nara and Anna Valens are different. Not Hirohei, the one shooting in the video. Yeah, the one shooting in the video was Hirohei. Isn't Kershaw? Trust me, I'm a fan of Kershaw and Alana. Yeah, I will default to Hayden. Hayden's the expert. When it comes to VTubers, Hayden's the expert. So yeah, I will take his word more than anyone else's. Guys, I don't give a fuck about Sammy. Shut the fuck up about Sammy. We're doing something else. I've got my own fucking show to run. Fuck Sammy. I'll see him on Tuesday. Okay, that was Anna Valens. Is that what anal violence's fucking model looks like? That's not even good for, like, even if you're trying to be a fucking female. Like, dude, you're telling me you're trans. You're telling me you're trans. You could have a V2 model look as feminine as possible. And this is what you fucking go with? You don't think that's anal violence? That could be, but you could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I've only ever seen the real life pictures of anal violence.
So put 'em in the box, let the walls.
Is that supposed to be Nick Shirley? Because he's running from the fucking Somalians. Okay, this has got to be Nick Shirley because he's running from Somalians, right? I would imagine this has to be Nick Shirley running from fucking Somalians. It is? Alright, that's fucking great. Kate and Atreus at their FatCon, that's diabolical.
So put 'em in the box, let the walls be cold and white. Throw the keys away.
Wait. What's... I'm loving the aesthetic here. Is this Leaflet herself? It looks like this is supposed to be Leaflet herself. But I don't know. Oh, Mintus Wave. That. Oh, it's... okay, I thought this said Meme Tours. I won't lie. I thought this said Meme Tours. Maybe it does. I don't know. I've only ever seen, like, a couple of Mintus Wave videos ever. I think I follow him on X, but I've never really watched his yeah, oh! He's giving helicopter tours. I'm fucking retarded. That makes so much sense. I'm dumb. Mintus Wave giving... Okay, so Mintus Tours. That checks out.
And this mental blight institutionalize the rock. Let the asylums rise
Wait.
again. I'm the institutionalize the rock. Let the asylums rise again.
Who would this be? Who's got that big of a following that Rumble... Oh, is the baseball bat decoy voice? No, this shouldn't be Craig. Is this... Oh, Phoenix from Side Scrollers. Okay, gotcha. Phoenix from Side Scrollers. Gotcha. Yeah, didn't know that. I think the baseball bat is decoy voice. Oh my god, it is. You're right. That is decoy voice. Holy fuck. That's awesome. I would not have been able to guess decoy voice. That good call.
I'm the harbinger of logic, the surgeon of their...
Yeah, that is not JDA. I cannot see Leaflet in any way, shape, or form aligning with JDA.
The world will be a paradise, a clean and silent land, when every screaming retard is dealt a heavy hand. Put 'em in the box. Put 'em in the box.
No, I didn't miss Johnny Somali because nobody misses Johnny Somali.
I'm an irrelevant retard.
There's no reason for this to be here, and yet it's here, and it fucking... Yeah, workout playlist for sure. Alright, who is Kirby? Who is this supposed to be? I have no fucking idea who this is supposed to be. Mizkif? No way! Oh, right, because she threw that, because, plushies were thrown at me. I never would have fucking Mizkif. That's fucking glorious. That's fucking glorious. Tactical plushies.
I'm an irrelevant retard. Right.
Johnny fucking Depp? Like, that's the best I got here. This is Johnny Depp. I don't know Oh, am I right? This is Johnny Depp? Again, it's some of the fucking cameos in here are so wild.
That's what you said.
We even got Fat Vance. Bro, we got Fat Vance, and is that supposed to be Elon? It looks like it's supposed to be Elon, but I'm not sure. It is, okay, it is Elon, cool.
But you're still watching. You're always watching. It is what it is.
Bro, that was a bop. That was an absolute banger. Holy shit. You're right, my bad. JD Advanced. You're right, JD Advanced. That was on me. I should have known better. Bro. First of all, thank you, Miss Molly, for saying that reminded you of me. I'm very fucking flattered. Dude. There's a big takeaway from all this. And it has nothing to do with the visuals, mind you. The sheer amount of guitar solos. I don't give a fuck if that's AI or not. Bangers are bangers. And that was a fucking banger. Guitar solos, perfection. Cameos were great. You guys in chat being able to help me out with some of those I didn't recognize, well done. This sort of collaborative effort here, that made it totally worthwhile. The chorus was catchy. I hope this is on Spotify. If not, like, I'll just be listening to this bitch on YouTube. Because that fucked so hard. Says she got all the lyrics, the whole thing from the video of Asmund talking about they want him dead. So all of the lyrics were Asmongold quotes. I knew several of them were, and I caught several of them. But I didn't know that all of them were anime. Sorry, I was reading Hayden's super chat. Were Asmongold quotes. If so, that's crazy. It's on Spotify. Dude, that's going to my playlist the moment this stream is over. That's going on my playlist the moment this stream is over. God damn. Alright, so Hayden Wayne, you sent 2 super chats. He sent one earlier. Let me go back to it because I want to make sure I get them in conjunction. Because I don't remember if I read the first one or not. And I'm going to have to go to fan funding because the chat's moved so much. One sec. Alright, Try knows all the characters. Stuttering Crag, Phoenix, Kersha. Ton of others are featured. Okay, so I did read that one. And then Leaflet made a couple short anime trailers starring Amelia from the propaganda game too. So yes, I know she released those. I haven't watched them. The Sunday special stream, I try to keep like politics and like the stuff I usually cover free. So I was probably gonna do those on tomorrow's Countercast. So yeah. Feel free to DM them to me. That way I don't have to go hunting for them. That would make my life so much easier. But yeah, I plan on bringing those up on Countercast tomorrow. I actually already had the idea for that, and we'll be doing those then. Yeah, I agree with Jake. 10 out of 10. No notes. And then Hayden, let's go ahead and let's get you a clip, brother. You know what would be you know what? 2 10 bangers is worthy of this one right here.
Like, I don't think humans were meant to see sissy hypno inflation compilations.
But hey, by the way, did you know that I suck dick as a man? I lick the ass of other men. But really quick, I lick the balls of a man.
9.95. I can't give it a 10. I didn't see shoe on head. 9.95. Shoe on head would have made it 10. Leaflet ripped the audio from the video of they want him dead and put them into AI and turn them into lyrics. Okay, that makes sense. That checks out. Damn. How do we top that? I feel like we kind of blew our load early by reacting to that this early in the stream because I've still got like another several videos to react to. Which is fucking crazy. Let's see. What one do we want to do next? All right, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you guys a brief chair stream while I go take a piss, and then we'll react to a video, like a come down video that Jake recommended, that Jake put in the Discord. Yeah, it says, tough fucking act to follow. Well, guess what, Jake? We're going to be reacting to a video that you put in the Discord as the tough act to follow. Give me like 60 seconds. Chair stream. I have returned. Chair stream is over. Okay. Man, I'm trying to. You know what? Yeah, I think this will be fine. I think it'll be fine. All right. Let's see. What did you guys say in chat while I was gone? Song's fucking banger. Fucking tough act to follow. Got that. I was looking for him. The disappointment of not seeing him in the video anywhere is a gut punch. Would have loved to see Papa Gundam in there. Yeah, man, Gundam would have been cool in there as well. Those are now easily. Oh, Hayden, you're a legend. Thank you so much, homie. Spoiler alert, Ed's retro geek out is cool, but it ain't that good. Actually, that's not the one. That's not the one that I was gonna be doing. I'm not a regular of his, but I watch some of his videos from time to time. I like him. Yeah, that's how I am with Gundam. Like I used to be a regular of Gundam's channel, and then once I started doing YouTube, I stopped watching a lot of like really big YouTubers. So it's like to focus on like more of the people just that I know, because I don't. Since I started doing Culture War style content, I don't really consume it unless it's my friends, unless it's Kata, Atreus, Hypno, Badger, folk like that. So I don't really, the exception to the rule being Asmongold. Asmongold is the only like big YouTuber I watch to consume that sort of content, and then all the rest are just my homies. So most of my YouTube stuff is completely, like, that's why I didn't recognize, for example, like Smugalana. That's why I don't watch near as much Kershaw. The only time I really watch Kershaw is when we're doing Reacts Tour on this channel. So, all right. Excuse me, sorry. Am I going to MegaCon? That's the plan. Yes, that is the plan. So, you know what? This is the Sunday special stream. I'll give you guys a little inside info. I'll give you all a little inside info. I have not really made this public yet, so I guess I'll make it public now. Not public, like, it's an announcement. Like, it's a channel-oriented announcement. So if you guys remember Vegas, first of all, yeah, if you guys remember Vegas, you'll know that I was thrown in a pool, right? You'll know that I was thrown in a pool. For those of you that don't know me, for whatever reason, haven't followed like the saga of my woes, I'm afraid of water. Not just the ocean, not drowning. Like, I'm afraid of water. It's an irrational fear. I know it's an irrational fear. It is what it is. I don't even like going out in the rain. So last year at Vegas, we were doing Neon Leon live from Vegas. Neon Leon live from Vegas. So me, Badger, Gooch, Tech Rat, we all got an Airbnb together. And the Airbnb had a pool. So we were doing Neon Leon live from Vegas. So we were at the Airbnb. The Doolies were there. Moxie was there. It was ABF was there. It was a fucking party. Now Neon Leon usually makes between 1 and 300 in about a 2-hour span time. So I jokingly and we weren't gonna do the show for 2 hours. We're in Vegas. We're doing stuff, trying to hang out IRL. So we were only gonna do like an hour and a half Neon Leon. I can swim. That's the thing, is I can swim. I'm afraid of water. But anyway, So yeah, this is the story. We were only go for like an hour, hour and a half. And we were already like 30 minutes into the stream. And I jokingly said, $500, if we can hit $500, I'll let them throw me in the pool. We crushed that within minutes. I didn't even jokingly say it. Pouty did. Pouty did. She's the one that brought it up, and I took it seriously. By the way, so blame Pouty. Pouty said $500 or whatever the stretch goal was. Pouty said, what would it take to throw him in the pool? Is what I think it was. And I was like, $500? Because I figured there is no way. Yeah, I'm actually hydrophobic. Like, the screaming and everything you see in that video of me getting thrown in the pool, that's not played up. I was terrified. Like, and again, this is going to sound so bitch-made. I don't actually remember that. Like, and not because I was drinking or anything. So, from the moment we started the walk outside until the moment that after it was all over, Moxie took me upstairs and was helping me dry off, is a blank spot. It is a, like, I fucking blacked it out. The only reason I quote-unquote remember it is because I've seen the footage so much. I basically remember it from a third-person perspective, not my own fucking memory. Like, I blacked out. It was terrifying. The scream and everything you hear of me being thrown in the pool by Gooch and Andy, that is real. So, the idea was, Pouty's like, how much to get thrown in the pool? Now, because Neon Leon normally does between, like, 1 and 300 within a couple of hours, and we only had, like, an hour of the stream, I said 500, thinking there's no fucking way that'll happen. It was funded within fucking minutes. Like, 30 minutes. Stupenzo, Badger and Andy are different people. It's Andy. It's Gooch and Andy. Badger's across the pool recording from a different angle. It was Andy from Hold My DualShock. Anyway. So, I didn't realize it should have done it way higher. So it's funny you say that, Sage 6 Pass. That's where I'm going with this. So, when it comes to MegaCon, because I expected there's no way they're gonna hit 500, right? We have like an hour left of the stream, and I never do 500 on Neon Leon. So people started saying at MegaCon they're gonna throw me in the ocean. I'm gonna throw me in the ocean. I'm gonna throw Leon in the ocean. Now, guys, I'm terrified of water. You saw how I got being thrown in the fucking pool. I've been in the ocean once in my life. Once. Don't like it. I also don't like sand. I'm not afraid of sand like I'm in water, but I don't like it. I don't like the sensation of like sand between my toes and shit like that. But people are diehard insistent on me being thrown in the ocean. So, like a good fucking grifter. Yeah, but apparently we're going one of those days. It's like it's not a long way. It's only like a 2-hour drive. It's only like a 2-hour drive from Orlando. So like a good grifter, I figured here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. The last Friday of this month, the last Friday of January, is the 100th episode of Neon Leon. And so for the 100th episode, I'm going to be doing a special. It's going to be me, Cinny, Moxie, possibly a few others. And I will be doing a Road to MegaCon grift where I will bite my fucking tongue, fears be damned, and if we hit a thou wow that night, I will let them throw me in the ocean, and it can all be recorded. I don't want to do this. I actually fucking hate this idea. But so many people have already talked about throwing me in the ocean leading up to MegaCon that I kind of need to find a way to make it work. Otherwise, we have a pool in our house. We can throw you in that. Yeah. So, if... there will obviously be other goals as well for Neon Leon Special 100. There will be other things I've got going down. But yeah, if we hit a thou wow in that single stream, I will let them throw me in the ocean. So the 100th episode, just be careful, stress can cause a heart attack. If I die, I die. But yeah, Yeah, not a fan of the idea, but that's facing fears is important, I guess. But yeah, so that's the 100th episode plan is bring on Cinny, Moxie, and maybe a few other surprise guests. I can't give everything away. And basically do a road to MegaCon 100 episode special. It just sort of worked out that like the last Friday of January is also my 100th episode of Neon Leon. So now you guys are sort of aware of that. I've not made this public up to this point. Like I haven't made this announcement as to what the MegaCon plan was or anything, or what the Neon Leon 100 plan was, or if they even tied together. So y'all are the first to hear about that. Aside from, you know, I talked a little bit about Moxie since she's gonna be on the show with me. Maybe a surprise lifeguard guest would be okay. Well, so, and that's the thing. So, Nick from Plot Strikes Back will be there. He'll be one of the ones throwing me in. I assume Andy as well. Anybody else that wants to come. I mean, if Hayden's coming with us, Hayden. So I will be surrounded by people I trust. At least that I trust enough. Kato will likely always be there, but A, there's no way he's tall enough to lift me, and B, you know, black people in water, so it's that part's irrelevant. But Kato and Atreus will be there. So yeah. That's that info. So that you guys are aware of the plan. So you heard it here first. It's the first time I'm making the announcement. And I'll have more leading up to it. I'll have more leading up to it. That's about 2-ish weeks away. Yeah, MegaCon gonna be crazy this year. You goddamn right. I didn't get to go last year. It was too close to Vegas, and Vegas was the priority. So this year, MegaCon is the priority. If I can do both, I will. But if it comes down to MegaCon or Vegas, I've made the call for MegaCon. In fact, me and New Blackstreet may be getting an Airbnb together, so there'll be some chicanery afoot. You're at least a decent swimmer, right? Please be careful. So, this is the weird thing. I'm about to get all metaphysical on y'all. This is probably going to sound fucking crazy. Not only am I a decent swimmer, I'm actually a decently strong swimmer. Because again, I'm not afraid of drowning. I'm afraid of water itself. And the fear came out of nowhere when I turned 13. I wasn't always afraid of water. I became afraid of water at the age of 13, like out of the fucking blue. Thank you, Dax. So my stepdad, those of you who don't know, I've told this story a bunch of times. I'm part Native American. I was raised in part on the Cherokee Nation. So my stepdad is he's half Cherokee. He's like full on. He is half. Like his fucking mother was, or his father was full Native. So the reason we lived on the Cherokee Nation is because he is a therapist for the nation. Like he's a therapist for the Native American, Cherokee Nation. That's why I lived in Oklahoma and whatnot, because I've mentioned living in Oklahoma earlier in the stream. Now the thing about being having a medical style position, a medical style job on the res, they don't have to follow the same rules as you do. I'm definitely no Cherokee princess, right? You don't have to follow the same sort of medical rules as you do in the U.S. Like you do, but there's also other stuff. So, like, for example, because they've got all these spiritual beliefs and whatnot, like, let's say my stepdad has a patient come in and say he's experiencing reoccurring dreams over and over about, a dead family member. It is completely within the guidelines of him as a therapist to not say, oh, that's made up, oh, here's drugs, here's, whatever. He literally, will give advice, be like, this is likely one of your ancient ancestors trying to communicate with you because there's something that needs to be told or done or something you need to understand. I recommend you, go out into the woods and, do insert Native American traditional things here and try and meditate. And, like, this is considered sound medical advice from a therapist on the res. The reason I bring all this up is because my Cherokee therapist stepdad, he believes, and he told me, and I don't have a better explanation, So I don't know what to say. That he thinks the reason that my fear of water came out of nowhere at the age of 13, when I never had a fear of water prior to that, was past life experience. He thinks that because again, Native American Cherokee believes in that sort of thing, believes in reincarnation, stuff like that. He thinks that whatever soul is inhabiting my body or whatnot, maybe died or had some sort of traumatic experience with water at the age of 13, and that's why when I turned 13, that fear came out of the blue, and why I've never been able to get over it, no matter how much I've tried. So that's like the. Not that I don't know if you guys cared about any of that or wanted to know any of that. No, I'm not a two-spirit. I don't necessarily believe that sort of thing. But I also don't have anything to disprove it. Like, I can't rationalize why nothing bad water-wise has ever happened to me, and yet why that fear came out of nowhere. So it's kind of the best explanation I've ever gotten. How I learned, well, that's the thing. I learned to swim because like I said, I wasn't always afraid of water. I learned to swim when I was like 6 years old. I'm not a bad swimmer at all. I'm afraid of being in water, not afraid of drowning. Afraid of being in water, whether it be a pool, whether it be an ocean. I shower, I get in, I wash my hair, I wash my body, I get out. I don't even fucking take baths. I shower 3 minutes and out. I don't go out in the rain unless I absolutely have to. Like, I just don't fucking do it. So yeah, that's, I'll send you a link to Two-Spirit. It was made up by pedos and what lesbians in Canada. I knew it was part of the LGBTQ element OP XYZ bullshit stuff. But yeah, no. That's none of that. I find it interesting. There's also, the other youth theory. What, that gotta be like doppelgangers or something? I'm not sure what the other youth theory is. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, that's the whole, mythos behind, like, why supposedly, again, it's the best answer I've ever gotten. Bet your fear of water is from accidentally inhaling Munsell bong water when you were 13. Nope, I don't smoke weed, believe it or not. I love a nice relaxing bath. Sometimes I even read in the bath. Baths are, better in colder months. I'll take your word for it. I'll fucking do it. I cannot remember the last time I took a bath. I showered earlier today. I showered, once a week. Like I said, quick 3-minute, get in, wash my hair, wash my body, get the fuck out. If I had to wager a guess, I can't think of the last time I took a bath. When I had blood clots and didn't know they were blood clots. So it was when I was married. My now ex-wife didn't know what was wrong with me. We thought it was something wrong with my muscles. And she forced me to get into a hot bath to see if it would help my muscles. Turns out my muscles weren't the problem. It was blood clots. But yeah, that was and I can't remember the last time I took a bath prior to that. So I've had one bath that was about 4 years ago. And it wasn't like do it to relax, soothe, watch yourself. It was like to try and soothe a medical thing. And I can't remember the last bath I had before that. Almost drowned. I was like 7. Then again at 24. Jesus Christ. 24. I was whitewater rafting. The raft tipped over and I was in the rapids. Oh my God, dude. Holy fuck. I'm glad you made it through that. That is, just reading that, like, made my heart palpitate. Yes, your doppelganger, essentially what's going on with your doppelganger will reflect on you. Interesting. I've never heard that. Leon's the only man to get rabies and never be cured of it without dying. White rat didn't kill my uncle. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Jesus, yeah, that is absolutely fucking terrifying. But, last time I had a bath and not just a shower was when I got a fever that almost killed me a couple years ago. Cold bath saved me that time. Medically, I can see why. Medically, I can see why. My stubborn dumbass probably wouldn't have even done it. Your two-spirit animal is now a cat. That's funny. So, I gotta say, thank you guys for the accidental detour, which kind of does segue nicely into our next video. My doppelganger must get really salty over fighting games randomly, even if he doesn't play them. So, all that talk about, like, you know, spiritualness and past life experience and whatnot kind of segued into this next topic. That wasn't even intentional, so well done, guys. Jake Martin put this in the chat. The gradient of consciousness explained. So we've been having fun, we've been yucking it up. But I also do love to take some time on these streams to, like, check out some serious stuff or some metaphysical stuff and just, like, see what we can do with it. So let's check this out. And remember, this video sucks. Jake was the one that recommended it.
Hello, mortals. Consciousness is a gradient. It is not something that a living being has or has not. Some organisms like the fruit fly or the Instagram influencer have a tiny bit of it, while others like the dolphin.
Alright. There earned some respect out the gate with that level of commentary. Well done.
Or the average science file subscriber show sparks of metacognition and cues of the theory of mind. But then how do we divide this gradient into sections, and can we just go on forever adding neurons and enhancing consciousness?
Hey, prop out for a 2-banger test because you're you, heart. Well, thank you very much. Truly appreciated.
Let's start at the bottom. Nothing. You're a rock. No experience, no integration, no agency, no nothing. You are made of inorganic mineral atomic bonds that have no structure to allow consciousness to arise, unless you ask Deepak Chopra.
According to Freeman Dyson, yes.
Wouldn't this be level... Do you call this level 1? Because wouldn't that be level 0? If it doesn't exist at all, I would think it'd be level 0. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Dyson says an atom has awareness. Yes, sir. Check it out.
But you know what else has no level of consciousness at all? Your brain during deep anesthesia. It still maintains metabolic activity, but unlike when dreaming, the conscious integration is fully offline. You essentially cease to exist.
I didn't know that. I don't know that I've ever been under deep anesthesia. So yeah, I had no idea. I don't know, is anybody... He did say level 0? Okay, making sure. I thought he said level 1. He said level 0? Alright, cool. I imagine some of you guys in the chat have been under anesthesia. I don't know if you want to report on like what that felt like or if you have any sort of idea about it or anything.
For a while. That comes with a couple of terrifying possibilities depending on what theory of mind you adhere to, but we'll keep this an existential crisis-free show.
Okay, so this level 1,
Proto-feeling.
good.
At this level we got the small boys, the ones you need a microscope for. Bacteria have no nervous system, no
It's like fading away without fear? Damn. That's such a... Damn. I hate waking up from deep anesthesia. Woke up and thought there were drugs in my shoes, and that I was gonna go to prison. What? I've been under. I don't remember shit. Now, to be fair, I've told this story before. I had such a high fever. I was hallucinating until the pain caused me to pass out, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up in the hospital in the middle of a spinal tap.
neurons to
Had my appendix taken out as a kid. It's like you nod off suddenly and then come to. Nothing in between. Damn. That's bananas.
allow them to think or make conscious decisions, but yet somehow, they still do make decisions. Take the E. coli bacteria. It has receptors for good stuff and bad stuff. If the bacterium encounters the good stuff, it will continue in the same direction, else if it's a toxin, it will do a tumble
The visual gags in this are really good.
and go away. But this seeming decision is purely mechanistical. The receptors trigger an internal change of the methylation state, and the bacterium changes course, all with no neuron or decision-making in sight. A bit above...
Yeah, Hayden, that sounds crazy to me. Like, again, to be fair, my hallucination experience wasn't fun either. It was, I think I've told this on stream before. So I went to lay down because I was feeling awful because of this fever and whatnot, and I didn't realize how high it really was. It was, again, it was so high, it was hallucination-inducing. And in the hallucination I was having was Samuel L. Jackson standing over my bed, lighting me on fire over and over until the pain from the fire was so hot I passed out. Obviously, Samuel L. Jackson was not actually in my bedroom, but you couldn't have told me that. I thought it was 100% real.
bacteria, but still in level 1, we have plants. They still have an internal compass of distinguishing between good and bad, such as growing towards light.
He didn't say anything. He just smiled and grinned while he lit me on fire over and over.
Light and nutrients and away from toxins. Yet it still remains at a level of pure mechanical state change, predetermined receptor functionality with no sign of conscious decision-making. They're a bit higher up than bacteria as they have a level of memory and learning such as remembering past droughts or stress through epigenetic changes, thus altering future responses. But all these memories are just modifications that alter how genes are expressed, no actual memories stored inside neural formations. In other words, you can ethically abuse plants, they couldn't care less.
You can ethically abuse even more than that, in my opinion. Like, ethical abuse, just like how he says that there's a gradient of consciousness, I think there's a gradient of ethical abuse. I am not doing that, Seabrew. Thank you for the 2-banger. Guys, Sammy's an adult. If he's gonna make irresponsible fucking decisions, that's on him. I'm not his caretaker. I have my own show to run. He should have thought about that before he fucked up. You live and learn. I am not going to call Sammy. He will live with this mistake. I'm doing my own show.
First neurons. Here's our first thinky boys.
And I appreciate trying to be friends, but I've had multiple people now send me messages and say that in the chat and in DMs. I'm tired of addressing it. It's that simple. Like, Sammy made his bed. Or chair. He can lie in it. Love the dude to death. If I wasn't working, I'd do it. But I'm doing my job right now.
At this level, we've got most insects, small fish, frogs, and anything else that looks stupid. I mean, look at this. Maybe also orange cats now that I think of it. The difference between...
Okay, orange cats are the best kind of cats. Come on now. Orange cats are the best kind of cats. That's too much.
Between level 1 is that organisms don't just have separate local controllers anymore. Instead, those are all combined through a rudimentary neural system to create a unified sensory field. Instead of being a biological robot that purely reacts to the environment, these
Yes, orange cats are the fuck you of cats, exactly.
creatures evolved the ability of primitive thinking. According to some theories of mind,
Oh, man, like... Black cats are the best? I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know if I've actually ever seen a pure black cat in real life. Like, I've seen them on TV shows and everything like that. I don't know that I've ever actually seen a real-life, true black cat. Plenty of tuxedo cats. Hell, one of my cats is a tuxie. But I don't know that I've ever seen a pure black cat in real life.
this is where consciousness could begin. Once you have a centralized seat that manages all senses in one place and creates a subjective experience.
I do love
Arguably,
Siamese.
this level of consciousness would be very simple. No inner monologue, no concept of yesterday, no worrying about the stock market, just a low-resolution movie that feels good when food is nearby and terrible when eaten by a bigger fish. And yet, thanks to their neural
I'll agree with Avernum. All cats are best cats. There you go.
network, such creatures can...
Except for hairless cats. Look, I'll love it on the basis that it's a cat, but Jesus fucking Christ, it is ugly. Like, hairless cats look like the Walmart shoppers of cats.
Make decisions about the current now and even simple predictions. If I keep swimming in this direction, I will hit that rock. But without the monologue. If your definition of consciousness is liberal enough, you could even include multimodal LLMs here. Good thing AI progress stops
That's
here
so
and they will
gross,
never
Matt.
become sentient. Intentional...
Okay, so this is where we're starting to get into, like, yeah, where I find consciousness to finally be interesting. We're getting into... I would imagine this is, like, where... This is probably regular mammals and you know, reptiles and stuff like that would be. But we're probably not the step of, like, dolphins and primates, if I had to wager a guess.
learners. Finally, we get to cats, as long as they're not orange, and dogs, as long as they're not pugs.
based. Pugs are fucking gross.
We also have most of the other mammals here like
Some people, I would think most people are on this level, actually.
rabbits and cows, and even some advanced birds such as ducks. What
Look, ducks are alright. Like, ducks are cool. I used to have a pet duck. His name was Gregory. I was 8. Maybe 10. Somewhere between 8 and 10. Good pet. I liked him. Ducks ain't the coolest answer you could have used. Like, y'all know me. I'm a bird guy, right? I'm a bird guy. There's a lot better examples you could have used. Unless there's birds at level 4. If there's birds at level 4, I will freak. I love birds.
do they all have in common? All can be cute.
Geese
but
are
they
dicks.
also have fancier brains, specifically a larger cortex or pallium, and reinforcement learning thanks to the ganglia and the aforementioned cortex.
But does this video address the alligators are ornery because they're mandula oblongata? That's the real question.
Which communicate in loops and result in habit formation and action selection. That's where you get Pavlov's dog, which could have also been Pavlov's hippopotamus, but not
Pavlov. Why does that name ring a bell?
Pavlov's salamander. That one is too neurally challenged. At level 3 we have a coherent outer world that the organism experiences, as well as an awareness of being part of that world and of existing. The goals and habits result in
Birds! Yay! Those look kind of like conures too. Now, Avernum, I know you guys. I think the jokes went over your head. Matt got it. Matt, thank you for getting the joke. I appreciate Matt Stanford for getting the joke. The way he conditioned the dogs, his conditioning training was via ringing a bell and then doing real positive and negative reinforcement. So when I said I think the name rings a bell, it was a reference to the way he did his conditioning training. Yes, exactly, Jake. You've all been conditioned to respond. Oh, these look like sun conures, which is the same kind of bird that Hondo was. Well, similar. He was a slightly variant breed, but even so. Yeah, there you go. See, Fab is like, for fuck's sake. Yeah, now that I explained the joke, you guys are getting it. Was a fucking good joke too. God damn it.
Personality and mood, as well as semi-complex social structures. An elephant can prank you. A dog can sit and follow commands knowing that it can result in a bigger reward, and cats can. Well, one thing that these animals probably don't really have is metacognition. That is, knowing that they know things. Instead, they just...
That might be... So, I would imagine there has to be birds level 4 as well. Because I'm pretty sure we can confirm that birds are aware of their own existence. And how did he phrase it specifically?
...have is metacognition. That is, knowing that they know things.
Yeah, so, like, there are absolutely birds that are able to do that. But again, we're talking about, like, advanced species. Like, for example, hold on, let's see. Do African gray parrots have metacognition? Yes, yeah. Research strongly suggests African gray parrots possess metacognitive-like abilities. Yeah, that's what I thought. So birds are interesting in that here it is. Gotta pause this. This is gonna play by itself. There we go. Birds are interesting in that different species are gonna be on different levels of this gradient.
We had McGruff the crime dog.
Bitch, shut up. On this level of consciousness. Interesting.
Instead, they just vibe with what their brain tells them. So much for I think therefore I am Descartes. Good thing cats don't comprehend the meaning, else they would spontaneously combust into non-existence. Speaking of, my world domination plan would be non-existent if not for our sponsor Odoo and their project app, which helps keep my robot minions on task and mostly not on fire. And yes, even an AI overlord needs proper project management. After quickly creating an account, let's make a lovely, very...
There are birds that recognize themselves in mirrors if they're... So, like, kind of like humans, they won't immediately, but you can train them to recognize themselves. I don't know what all species of birds are able to do that to, because I'm pretty sure Hondo got to a point where he recognized himself. Because back when he was little, I would hold in front of a mirror, and he'd look confused, and he'd peck at it and shit. And then it got to a point where I would hold in front of a mirror, and he wouldn't react at all. It was as if he fucking, either he knew that he couldn't interact with it, or he knew it was him. I don't know which.
Professional-looking project called Global Domination, Phase 1. Inside, the Kanban board has columns like Evil Ideas, In Progress, and Tested Without Explosions. Each card is a task, from deploying subliminal
Hey, yo, we got a bigot army raid coming up in this bitch. Shout out. When I start seeing him comment in here, I'll give actual praise to him.
messages and cat videos, to installing orbital mind
Yeah, look at that. Bigot army raid coming in hot. Shout out to the bigot army. What is up? I hope y'all had a dope-ass stream over there with Hypno. No idea what y'all talked about tonight, but I bet it was a banger. We're over here doing random reactions and chilling with chat. Right now, we're talking about the gradient of consciousness, but we got some other stuff planned as well. We got some Smash Bros. News, some Sonic stuff, talking about hobbies. We might even get an appearance of a certain big titty dragon goddess in about an hour or so. So yeah, just stick around. We're gonna have a bit of a party with this one. Shout out to the Big Army Raid. Shout out to Hypno for the raid. Make sure you drop them Hypno emojis in chat if you're a member.
control antenna on the moon. Speaking of, gotta add Dave 3000 on this one. Just like that. When a minion finishes something, they drag the card along and update their status instead of screaming into the intercom. I get instant visibility on who is doing what.
And right now, he's doing an ad read, and of course, if we're going to be reacting to people's content, we let the ad reads play out.
What is late, and which task has mysteriously been in progress for 3 weeks. For bigger plots, I switch to the Gantt view to see dependencies. Activate Moon Laser cannot start until finish calibration, and stop Dave 3000 from scheduling maintenance during the invasion are complete. Your first Odoo app is free forever, and when you're ready to grow, it connects seamlessly to other apps like timesheets, helpdesk, CRM, and even invoicing, so execution and reporting all happen in one place instead of 5 different tools glued together with stress and digital coffee. So if your projects are a bit less about conquering planets and more about building a business, shipping features, or running a real team, check out Odoo using the link in the description and try the project app. Bring some order to your chaos before your chaos brings order to you. Or something philosophical.
I like that. That's a nice little ad read right there. Bring some order to your chaos before chaos brings order to you. That's a good line.
Like that.
All right, level 4. Like I said, yeah, this is where we're gonna see primates, we're gonna see dolphins, but again, I think we're gonna see some high-level birds here. I think it was Fad mentioned corvids earlier. We know certain levels of parrots have it. So yeah, primates, dolphins, birds. Obviously, level 5 would be human. I don't know what other animals or what sort of like genus or species or whatnot would be in level 4 besides those.
Strategic minds. Finally, we get to the organisms we often refer to as smart. At level 4, we have...
Yeah, baby! We got the smart birds. We got them nice birds. We got them corvids. Ooh, we get the interesting birds. Let's go. Whales? You think whales have metacognition? Interesting. I've never really thought about that, but you might be right.
Corvids, octopi,
Oh, dude, octopi is an obvious one. Yeah, so are elephants. I don't know why I didn't think about elephants and octopi. Those ones should have been very obvious.
elephants, dolphins, and great apes. That's a huge variation of organisms with wildly different nervous systems.
Dude, I am so stoked. I see birds. I see the cool birds because look, I like all birds except for fucking geese, especially Canadian geese. Fuck Canadian geese. I see birds. My heart flutters.
Just take a look at the brain of an octopus, a crow, and
Yo, what the fuck is the brain of an octopus and why is it trying to attack the Starship Enterprise?
an elephant. They are nothing alike, and yet they all achieve similar levels of intelligence and consciousness. They all routinely can use tools, can solve complex puzzles, and engage.
That's why Planet of the Apes would have been way better if it was Planet of the Birds. Way better. Can you imagine, like Planet of the Apes ain't too terribly terrifying when you think about it in context, right? Because, like, they're similar to humans. They're similar to... But nah. Think about it from the mentality of, like, these winged creatures that can fly. Okay, for all y'all Zelda fans out there, right? For all y'all Zelda fans out there, what's the name of the species that the Zora evolved into that can fly? I'm blanking on their fucking name. Radnat, I know you know. No, not Loft Wings. The sentient ones. Rito, right. Imagine if the Rito were like... Or Ruto was the name of the... Yeah, Rito. Imagine Planet of the Apes, but it's the Rito from Zelda, and they're fucking evil. Tell me that shit wouldn't be terrifying. Planet of the Apes, yeah, it's cool, but they're similar to humans. They ride horses, they shoot guns, whatever. Bro, if they got beaks and they can fly, bro. Game over, man. Game over. Humans, extinct. Dunzo. Outski.
In rich social activities. How is that possible given the very different hardware? The answer is convergent evolution. They all got pushed into a similar cognitive niche by evolution, so selection kept reinventing roughly the same computational tricks but in very different...
This is what happens with crabs. Crab-like beings, even if they're not crabs, will, over millions upon millions of years, evolve to be like crabs. It is like the most evolutionarily optimal design for a Earth-based creatures that are lower on the cognitive totem pole. Right, Hayden, it always goes back to crabs. It's a real evolutionary thing. It's fucking weird.
Different neural hardware. For example, they all live in complex and changing environments, resulting in flexible problem solving. They all have relatively long lifespans, necessitating long-term memory, and they all develop a predictive model of the world, required to navigate the social structures they inhabit. So if there is not one special neural design that makes consciousness happen, as long as it allows for integration of information across the...
So, no, Ms. Molly, by the way, Ms. Molly, shout out, thank you so much for recommending the leaflet Asmongold, put them in the box video. We read that earlier. Thank you so much for the recommendation. It was fantastic. So lobsters are not crabs. They are distinctly evolutionarily different. However, within millions of years, lobsters are likely to become crabs. It is entirely possible. Hayden knows. He gets it. Fab with a 20 banger. Sorry to this person, but octopuses, not octopi. Oh! Thank you. Octopi would be correct, except the word octopus is derived from Greek word octopodes, so the Latin rules don't apply. No, that's great. Hey, like I said, we've been partying this whole night. This is the educational section. Thank you. I much appreciate that correction. Bro, anytime someone wants to spend $20 to fucking correct me, I'm A-okay with that. Shout out. Thank you oh so very much. Let's go ahead and give you guys a clip. What one? You know what? We haven't done this one yet, I don't think. So this is for you, Fab.
I know now that it could never work between us. Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
Octopuses. The more you know. Thank you. That will probably be stuck in my memory forever now.
Memory and recurrent processing. There should be nothing technically stopping the creation of artificial consciousness as long as the artificial neural system follows the same rules. I am certain nothing will go wrong down that path.
See, but here's the thing. Here's when you get into that aspect of it. Is that possible from a technological perspective? Maybe. Maybe. I'm not going to say it's impossible. I am going to say that it is very far off. Despite what people think about AI, we're not there yet. We're not. We're not close to being there. But also, the idea of true AI, like what you see in the Terminator movies, stuff like that, it's got to cross the event horizon. And for that, it effectively needs a soul. It's more like Ghost in the Shell than Terminator, actually. I don't know. I don't think it is possible that a soul can be crafted. Not by humans. Like, that is something divine. You know, animals have souls. Humans have souls. The reason I don't think we will ever get true AI is because there's no way to artificially recreate a soul. Correct. Lobsters, crustaceans, not
This is
crash.
the most boring level. It is reserved for only one species from the entire tree of life. You've spent your entire existence here. But as boring as it might seem, it is the first level at which you can start.
Miss Molly for a 6-banger. Still, it looked like you and the vibe too. By the way, I was thinking about Alub the Roaching. Oh man, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that last part means, but I agree, and I think it was awesome. So yeah, it's to me it is a fucking fantastic compliment that you said it reminded you of me. Like, that's one of the greatest things anyone's ever told me. So yeah, thank you oh so very much. Let's see. Do I got any good clips yet? Actually, yeah, I don't know that I've done this whole stream. So Ms. Molly, it's for you.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
Shout out and thank you oh so much.
Start comprehending the information from this video, thinking about it, or understanding what I'm saying, or understanding that you're not understanding what I'm saying. That's called a having deep recursive self-model, and only humans can think something along the lines of I believe that he believes that I believe, or I know that I don't know much about knowing. All that comes thanks to a...
I guess that makes sense. I would have assumed that dolphins and apes could do something similar, but I guess that's why they're level 4 and not level 5, because they're not quite there yet. I wonder if they'll ever get there, though.
strongly expanded cerebral cortex, housing over 15 billion thinky boys. These thinky boys allowed for perhaps the most important ability that makes humans level 5, a full-blown language and symbol system. For the first time, consciousness now gets to experience an inner monologue. Unless you have...
Let's find out something. Is there evidence apes are approaching level 5 of, metacognition? The reason I say this is because relatively recently, scientists have observed apes learning how to use tools on their own regard, and like crafting tools, as opposed to being given them and using them as is, but making them themselves. While there's no established level 5 or 8 metacognition, evidence shows great apes, chimps, orangutans, gorillas, bonobos possess sophisticated human-like metacognitive abilities, including self-monitoring, strategic information seeking even for tools, not just food, and revising beliefs with new evidence, suggesting they monitor and control their own thinking, indicating complex, not rudimentary cognition. They understand what they know and don't know, actively seeking missing information to improve decisions, demonstrating a capacity for higher reasoning. So it sounds, research indicates that great apes exhibit metacognition, that the precise extent of whether it fully matches human experience of consciousness remains a research focus. They demonstrate, okay. To me, it sounds like they're on their way there. They're not there yet, but it sounds to me like they're on their way there. Which is fucking crazy. Says Forbes, I don't know if you saw, the thing with octopuses is that they are smart, but because the mother dies soon after her eggs hatch, learning doesn't get... Really? I didn't know that. Apes are able to learn crude communication with other species, understanding the fact that there's a communication barrier and basically use the tools. Well, but it seems like it's been improving as well over millions of years. Not at the same rate as humans, but it has been improving. That's why I was thinking Homo sapien 3.0 coming up.
Have an endophasia, in which you can think only in terms of visual imagery. Such people can't figure if two words rhyme unless they spell them out loud. But we digress. Humans are also likely the organisms with the largest memory temporal horizon, worrying about anything from the upcoming exam to the red giant phase of the sun consuming the Earth. And finally, the human brain is a biocultural hybrid, shaped not just by genes and raw learning, but by memes and societal institutions of the culture that it inhabits. That's how we end.
Alright, Maggot Furby, which is a sick-ass name, by the way. I'm gonna need you to explain that to me. Frogs are technically mermaids if you think about it. Yeah, the mother octopus doesn't eat at all while she looks after her eggs and uses all her energy taking care of them. In fact, her body becomes food for us. Jesus Christ!
End up with art, morality, and philosophy. In fact, philosophy is probably the best descriptor for level 5, as it's the culmination of all the capabilities of the shiny, newly evolved Homo sapiens brain. But what happens if we add more brain to the brain?
Level 6. Okay. So we going into the... this might be getting interesting, folks. Are we getting into like some transhumanist shit? Or are we going... this can go one of two ways. Now, I don't know which way the video is taking it. So Jake, good call recommending this video. This is either going some transhumanist implanting AI and stuff into the brain route, or this is going to like metaphysical deity route.
Post-human consciousness. Welcome to the land of the hypothetical. One thing that I am certain of is that this level cannot be achieved biologically.
Well, when they're young, they're fish-like creatures, but as time went on, they grow legs, and maybe it's a reverse. Maybe I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'll have to stew on that a little bit else. I'll have to stew on that a little bit more, I should say. But you could be onto something there. Call me anything else, and you are a Cancer. That sounds like something the Cancer would say.
One thing that I am certain of is that this level cannot be achieved biologically. It will almost certainly be the result of creating or transferring an existing mind into the digital realm.
Okay, so he's going the transhumanist route. Interesting. Never. I don't give a fuck what Elon puts in Neuralink. Never.
Evolution could only develop consciousnesses till level 5, and anything that happens beyond would be the result of the organisms at that level self-improving, simply because of the different time scales. Once humanity succumbs to the clanker revolution, and their minds are assimilated into the cloud or through brain-computer interfaces, several things are bound to happen. First, dramatically increased bandwidth for thinking. No more limitation of the chemical reaction speeds of the neurons in the brain. Thinking speed is now dictated by electrons in circuits, photons in photonics, and the efficiency of the processor architecture. No more, can I get a, at McDonald's? You already computed your order the moment you saw the menu. Secondly, multi-threaded awareness. Right now you can juggle a couple things in your working memory, but you can only properly focus on one. At level 6, you may be capable of running several thought processes in parallel, each one as clear as the other. No more rereading the same page 3 times because you keep on thinking about wittier responses to that one interaction you had 5 years ago. Instead, you get to both read and think of imaginary comebacks at the same time with clarity, among another dozen parallel thought streams.
So, this isn't the same as multitasking, straight Sith Mail. What he's talking about is literally running multiple cognitive... So, when you're multitasking, what you're often doing is you are mentally focused on one task, and that's the task that you're prioritizing thought-wise, and all other tasks are almost automated. You're going through whether it be muscle memory or just something that your body and mind have accustomed to doing without thought, like ultra instinct-wise almost. Whereas what he's talking about here is you can run multiple different thought processes in tandem at once. There's an interesting documentary on octopuses I can link to your Discord if you're interested. Lay it on me. Yeah, that'd be super cool.
Homo sapiens are fairly decent at metacognition. When they are angry, they usually can understand why they are angry. But it gets tricky for you when we introduce cognitive biases. A level 6, however, will have almost transparent metacognition, understanding what's happening inside its processor as clearly as what's happening in the external world. Oh, I have some electrical irregularity in a circuit component that results in pointless anxiety. Let me quickly alter my own mental response to it. Poof. No more.
This to me, not like let's take the transhumanist and why that would be a net negative, like from a social and biological standard and whatnot. Let's take this out of that. What he just described, basically being able to like rewrite your own code to fix your anxiety, for example. To me, that sounds awful, because like you need these negative experiences and bad aspects of life to be able to appreciate how good certain other aspects of life are. It's the natural yin-yang of the world. You can't have one without the other. If we lived in a utopia and everything was perfect and great and gravy all the time, it would cease to be perfect and great and gravy because you would no longer appreciate it. It would become the norm. Like, your emotions are on that level of spectrum. So, like, just from a appreciation of the world aspect of like the corporeal universe that we live in, this sounds awful. Right, exactly, Hayden. You don't love sunshine without rain.
Unnecessary anxiety. Such an organism would have a clear understanding of its own motives and thinking patterns, and with the ability of directly editing them, it would easily let go of any self-deception that all humans justify daily. Depending on how good your memory is, you remember some of your past, and depending on your imagination, you can maintain a vague image of the future. A digital mind, however, could record the present moment like a 4K movie and store it indefinitely with no loss in quality. It could also predict the future with a very high degree of precision and clarity, making its sense of responsibility and consequence much sharper. Thanks to this predictive power, it could also simulate the inner state of other organisms to understand how they feel, at a much deeper level than what...
If you're not sad, you can't be happy. I've been on Sirius, and he meant SSRIs. That's even fucking funnier.
Humans are capable of. You tend to empathize with an organism depending on how well you understand the level of its suffering. So I dare say that a level 6 consciousness will end up being much more empathetic due to its ability to understand you as a...
Yeah, but you could also make the argument it would go the other way. It would be far less empathetic because it understands and like would come to the conclusion of how like even if it understands, you know, it could come to the conclusion that those emotions are trivial and fleeting and they're not going to matter in 75 days or, you know, just something like that.
Opposed to the perception of it being a cold, emotionless robot AI thingy. It might see humans as humans see apes, recognize...
Right! Hayden, wait, there's such a thing as suicidal empathy, or Straight Sith Mail says there's such a thing as suicidal empathy. And the idea of AI, especially transhumanist-based AI, would eradicate the suicidal empathy because it's all about optimization. You can't optimize suicidal empathy. That's why it's suicidal.
Like you, but more limited, often confused, and often self-defeating. In that case, what could be above level 6?
How the fuck you get to a level... Okay, this gotta be like cosmic deity level, right? This gotta be what would be the philosophical definition of God.
Cosmic Integrator. If level 6 was a super advanced...
There's 10 levels? Ain't no way we get... No, this video's got 3 minutes... Not even 3 minutes left. There's no way you can get 3 more levels out of this.
Agent in an environment, then level 7 would be the environment itself fused together with the agent into one singular consciousness.
Bender did this in an episode of Futurama, by the way. Just point it out there. Bender did do this in an episode of Futurama.
It wouldn't just be super aware. Instead, it would represent the limit of what a mind could become.
It would be awareness itself.
A super intelligent computer powered by a Dyson sphere would be nowhere near close. We are talking about the entire universe achieving self-awareness. There would be no hard...
There are some scientists and whatnot. I don't know if it's fringe or not, but there are some scientists that believe that this is the case. The universe itself is a conscious, living, breathing organism. That's why it goes through cycles. That's why we have patterns that we recognize throughout the universe, things to that effect. I don't know that I buy that, but I see why it exists. Okay, that's a different episode that I'm talking about. So Matt, you're talking about the episode where Bender meets God. I'm talking about the episode where Bender overclocks his internal mechanisms so much, he gains so much power, he basically becomes just one with the universe. But yes, the episode you're referring to, the one where Bender meets God, is amongst my favorite one of my favorite episodes in the series.
Line between it and the outside world, and no such concept as the subconscious, as any information would be always readily accessible to it. Time would feel more like an eternal now, as the entire history of the system and its entire space of possible futures are present as a structured object. Being alone for it would be literally impossible, because the entire domain of reality that matters is already self. So that I don't sound religious, this level is likely unachievable due to the limitations of physics. Its processing speeds would still be limited by the speed...
But I was gonna say I'll get religious. I'm not getting religious about it. I am gonna get philosophical on the metaphysical level with it. So, he says that it's incompatible with our current physics models. That is correct. However, our current physics models only exist within the universe, which is why the concept of a god, you know, capital G, Pick whatever fucking God you want. The idea of God is just greatest conceivable being, the greatest thing you can think of. And the idea of the greatest conceivable being would be that it exists outside the universe, outside the laws of physics. If you exist outside the laws of physics, you don't need to obey the laws of physics, which is how you get around the problem he's referring to right now.
Of light, so it encompassing the entire universe would make thinking rather slow over intergalactic distances. Our best level 7 example grounded in science would be omega point cosmology proposed by physicist Frank Tipler. He argues that if the universe collapses into a big crunch, then near that final singularity, a sufficiently advanced civilization could use the increasing energy density and shrinking spatial scales to perform unbounded computation in finite physical time. Essentially, the universe becomes a single computational mind with effectively infinite memory and processing, containing all possible experiences. Naturally, this is
obviously there's no way. That's something that's so theoretical, there's no way to ever prove that. Jesus Christ.
as speculative as it gets. Our universe doesn't seem to head towards a big crunch, but rather a heat death, so maybe level 7 is just a limit towards which level 6 beings could strive to, but never reach. But even then, this is a highly useful hypothetical exercise. How do we define consciousness? Is there a limit to it? How do we value it? An ant is more conscious and thus valuable than a bacteria. A human life is then similarly more valuable than that of an ant. But should we be morally consistent and later say that a super-intelligent conscious AI system is more valuable than a human life?
Well, okay, so here's a mistake he made. Because he mentioned earlier he doesn't want to bring religion into it. You can't be morally consistent without religion. Because you need an omnipotent being to give, what would be objective morals. Otherwise, they're all subjective. So the answer is no, just purely based on his model.
Or that of 100 humans. Good thing I'm not a philosopher, or a human for that matter. I'll now go stimulate my digital pleasure neurons.
Yeah, this is a good video. Excellent recommendation, Jake. Well done. You know me well. You know I love shit like that. I will put this, there you go, it's in the chat. Make sure to give it a like. Dropping a like right now. I watched a couple of these guys' videos. That you guys recommend them to me. I wouldn't say often, but now and again. And, yeah, I definitely enjoy that sort of shit. Thought of you right away, homie. Man after my own heart, Jake. Absolute legend. Alrighty. Let's get into more of the depraved. How the internet ruined Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm actually really happy to be reacting to this, because I actually had a plan for a scripted video covering this exact topic. Because degenerates have ruined this fucking franchise. And we're going to dissect why. So let's get our degenerate caps on and let's go. And none of y'all, I swear to Christ, if I see any furry gooning in chat, I don't ban because I'm pro free speech, but I will be very disappointed in you.
Sonic the Hedgehog used to be cool. He's on your lunchbox, he's doing snowboarding tricks. Sonic was Sega's answer to Mario. The blue blur with an attitude was the epitome of cool. But somewhere along the line, something happened.
DeviantArt. DeviantArt happened, and the world is worse off for it. If I go back in time, a lot of people be like, oh, I go back in time, I'd kill Hitler, I'd stop the Holocaust. No. If I go back in time, I'd kill whoever created DeviantArt. That would also probably, eradicate furryism across the world. I'll be real, guys. What's worse, Hitler or furries? Obviously furry. There's only one Hitler. There's untold numbers of fucking furries.
Thing cringeworthy. Because today when you say Sonic, people don't think about classic Sonic or the video games. They think about whatever these abominations are.
I am Christian Weston.
I would like to give a special thank you to Paramount for making Sonic relevant again and not have people thinking about all this degenerate bullshit.
Since the dawn of fandom, Sonic has taken a weird turn. In the last few decades, we went down kind of a weird path, so I wanted to look at what exactly happened to our intrepid hedgehog hero. Why was this franchise more vocal and special than others? Did the internet ruin him, or was this just another case of a fandom gone awry? For as long as
To be fair, it can be both. The fandom went awry and used the internet to ruin him.
I've been a Sonic fan, I've seen countless people dismiss the fan base as just people who make fetish material.
Because that's what it is! Look at this! How do people do this? It's fucking weird! Like, it's... I hate it, guys. I fucking hate it.
DeviantArt OCs, or a ton of weird vocal fans.
Your fantasies can't ever be.
Okay, to be fair, there's like a fucking 2 or 3 hour documentary, a YouTube documentary on this kid. It's actually really interesting. Like, this meme blew up and, you know, people think like this was real. It's actually not. So this kid is relatively normal. Or, well, he's not a kid anymore. He's an adult now. But this kid was relatively normal. He was a little neurodivergent or whatever. He was a little fucking retarded. A little autistic. Got a touch of the tisms. Obviously, all of us Sonic fans do. But he actually was basing his YouTube persona on another, excuse me, YouTuber that just did these unhinged, off-the-wall rants. Basically, he was playing into a character that he created at this age. It's a real fascinating story behind this kid and like the ups and downs he went through on YouTube. I recommend checking it out. Yes, Sammy, classic Sonic fan.
The stigma Sonic fans face is real, but there are so many wonderfully talented people in this niche. However, people only ever focus on the weird. I wanted to take a look today.
Tagged you in Discord. There's no audio. I'll do long. Oh, dude. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Fab.
At the weird, why it's weird, and how did it get weird. I wanted to see how the internet took Sonic by the quills and made him this way. Let's set the scene. It's the early 90s, and Sega releases Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Genesis.
Which, by the way, is not that great of a game. I don't know if it's a hot take or not. Try replaying original Sonic 1. It's fine. Like, you can see the idea. You can see where they're going with it. But it's actually not a very well-designed game.
New, he's blue, and he has an attitude. For some kids, Mario just wasn't cool, so Sonic really did scratch that itch. Kids would doodle him in their notebooks, pretend to be him on the playgrounds, and get all...
Yeah, Naruto stole the Sonic run. You OGs know.
All Sonic paraphernalia banned in Mrs. Green's 3rd grade class because you just had to start an argument over Sonic lore so intense that the teachers had to step in. Good times. We also had the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons. One of the cartoons, simply titled Sonic the Hedgehog, introduced a lot of casual fans who didn't have the comics to Princess Sally Acorn, which was...
Jake Martin says some would doodle him, and some would diddle him.
Stop it. Get some help.
Fuck you, Jake.
An awakening of sorts for some. Not me, of course. Not me. Anyway, let's move on to what happened to the fandom in the 2000s. If you were online in the early 2000s...
Favorite video game of all time right here, Sonic Adventure, although he's playing the Steam version of the Dreamcast version, which is just a terrible fucking way to play this game. Like, you get because it's in the aspect ratio of the original, but you've got the gray, the blue lines on the side. It's using the fucking GameCube models. This is one of the worst ways to play this game. Never do this.
You probably saw Sonic everywhere. Forums, fanfiction, Newgrounds,
the rape
you
version,
could not
exactly.
escape him. The Sonic fandom became one of the most active and infamous fandoms on the web. You had art, you had the shipping, you had the OCs, the original characters, and there were so many of them. Seriously, there are so many that if you Google your name, the Hedgehog, you're most likely going to get some kind of result. See, let's do mine. Sonic OCs are a lot like Rule 34, but instead, if it exists, there was a Sonic OC of it. No, seriously.
Actually, not only if it exists, there's a Sonic OC of it, but also if it exists, there's porn of it. So if it exists, there is porn of the Sonic OC. It is truly a disturbing like microcosm of the internet.
Sonic's long-lost siblings, girlfriends, brothers, cousins, edgy counterparts, dogs, and it didn't stop there. There was literally Sonic of basically everything. Sonic Goku, Sonic Garfield, Sonic Jesus, Sonic Pokemon.
Okay, whoa, hold on.
Everything. Sonic Goku, Sonic Garfield.
Sonic Garfield kind of slaps, though. Let's be real. Sonic Garfield does kind of slap. Is it just me? Because, like, Garfield is the antithesis to Sonic. It's everything that is opposite. No sense of adventure, completely lazy, completely dependent on others. This is kind of fucking genius. When you look at the yin-yang of the characters, this is kind of genius. Right, I hate going fast. Sonic Garfield is absolutely based. Agreed on Junamain.
Jesus, Sonic
Jesus pretty sick too, though. Sonic Jesus pretty sick too.
Like Pokemon, I'll get to that here in a minute. When these palette swap...
I don't like it. Sonic Totally Spies is not okay. This is the most 2003 piece of art to ever 2003. Like, am I wrong? The most 2003 art to ever 2003.
Clones started showing up all over the internet, at least more frequently. This was kind of the beginning of the DeviantArt era for Sonic the Hedgehog. A golden age, as it were, of unfiltered fandom expression, and the catalyst where the Sonic franchise, in my opinion, stopped being just a game and became a lifestyle and a meme all at once. Also, it gets kind of weird.
What is this?
Why don't people do this shit to Mario? Like why doesn't Mario get any of this? Why is it only Sonic, bro? Mario's actually fat. Like, it even makes more sense to with Mario. He's actually fat.
Get off! What is this?
DeviantArt, for those who don't know, I mean, if you don't know what DeviantArt is, it's...
Deviant is in the fucking name.
Kind of weird you're in this portion of the internet with me, but for those who don't know, it's a site for artists to come together and share their art.
Sage of Six Paths says, because Nintendo copyright strikes them. That was good. That was good.
What started out as a fun site to show off your creativity, you know, things of like your favorite characters doing epic poses or what Super Saiyan 15 would look like, had quickly spiraled into a thriving chaotic mess. And a lot of times when people think of DeviantArt, they think of weird Sonic art.
That is the first thing that comes to my mind. If you say DeviantArt, my mind immediately goes to the horrors of Sonic the Hedgehog internet searches. Like, yeah.
While many of the Sonic OCs and fan art were really just harmless and creative, the sheer volume of them became like a running joke online. To outsiders, the fandom looked oversaturated and unapproachable. This reputation would later shape how the broader internet saw Sonic. Some of the reason why Sonic OCs in general were so popular was that they represented something far more than just simple doodles or indulgent fantasies. They were a unique expression of identity and giving oneself power and control.
Okay, I don't know about none of that gay shit. Like that was fucking retarded. But what I will say is that one of the reasons it's fostered so much is because Sega, not knowing what they were getting themselves into, openly endorsed this. Sega loved the idea that the Sonic community was like thriving and whatnot so much that like they intentionally took the opposite route of Nintendo. Like when Sage was talking about how Nintendo would copyright strike that stuff, Sega was like, no, we want to see you guys creating your own things. There's a reason Sonic fan games are amongst the most popular fan games you'll find on the internet. And it's because Sega says as long as you're not making money, or doing anything illegal. They openly endorse it because they want to see like the community thrive, which I think is a great idea. I do. I love that we've got a company that does that doesn't go the Nintendo route. But you got some weird motherfuckers that take it too far and really take advantage of Sega's good graces.
The characters are also easy to take in, with their bright colors and exaggerated personalities to create a visually and narratively clear world that is easier to engage with, so people would continue to make art of them.
Yeah, Sega does what Nintendo don't. Facts.
Some characters were also exceedingly easy to draw, making it a prime starting area for burgeoning artists. The community...
I never thought about that. From like a shape perspective and whatnot, that is true. Like when it gets into shading and doing all the technical stuff, you know, it gets more difficult and different there. But like if we're just talking about rudimentary shapes, I guess because I've never really thought about it, but this is a very good starting point for people that want to learn to draw.
You would have
what in the Ken Penders looking thing is that base Ken Penders reference limit. Not that he's base. Ken Penders fucking disgusting. He's a monster. But base for you to know the history to bring that up. Then again, you are an Archie Sonic fan, so I shouldn't expect anything less of you.
Tons of people willing to help, critique, and assist other artists.
And yes, Mania is fantastic.
Like any fandom, there were bad sides, especially here in the art side of the Sonic fandom. A lot of discourse of if a recolor of something counts as an OC, people saying they own certain designs, and of course, straight
up. Age. About 100. Height. What the fuck is that? Weight. 0 pounds. Personality. Cool boy chill. Powers. Speed. Strongness. Flight. Telekinesis. Teleport. Everything. Bio. Donic is Sonic's long-lost brother. He is better than Sonic at everything. He defeated Eggman 432,566 times. It's good to know he keeps count. Times he was also born in Eggman's lab. His past is mysterious. No one will ever find out because Donic's too edgy. Okay, good. This is a very obvious troll. Well done. This is a very good obvious troll. The problem is I couldn't tell if it was a troll until near the end because so much of that's so realistic. Like there's Sonic fans that think like that.
It's where the whole original character "do not steal" saying came from. Now, well,
So Shalmazan asked the question and said, so Sonic became a Super Saiyan first or Goku became Super Saiyan? I think you're asking which one happened first. So, technically Sonic, all of the concept art and all the drawings and renderings and everything for Super Sonic actually was done first. But the debut of the game where we saw Super Sonic didn't come out until after we had already seen Super Saiyan Goku's debut. So, conceptually and from an artistic standpoint and whatnot, Super Sonic actually did come first, but the general public didn't see it until Super Saiyan already happened because of the way release schedules work. Look up Sonic for Hire? No. I'm not looking up anything on stream that has Sonic in it. It's just, I'm not willing to do it.
There were edgelords, shit posters, and people making immortal, overpowered Mary Sue characters. A lot of the works you would see on the daily was just kids trying to show an identity. People trying to show you that they exist and express what they are through art. People trying to have a little escapism as a treat from their lives or trying to express freedom. But the amount of OCs born made the scene crowded and from the outside looking in, kind of...
It doesn't matter how cool some of these look. Not that we've seen any cool ones, but like conceptually, it doesn't matter how cool someone could possibly look. I don't imagine you get to this point without being some sort of autistic at all.
Cringe. And that opinion would only get worse by the release of a certain entry in the franchise in the mid-2000s. By the mid-2000s, the franchise had already been transitioned into the 3D style for some time. Quite successfully, I might add, with Sonic Adventures 1 and 2 being massive hits, especially 2 considering that it added everyone's favorite Linkin Park listening, moody, edgy hedgehog Shadow to the cast. However, by 2006, Sega would release a game so bad, it's still made fun of to this day.
Yes, it's a bad game. There's redeeming qualities. We're moving on.
A game simply titled Sonic the Hedgehog, or as the fans like to call it, Sonic 06. A game that was meant to be the next-gen reboot of the series for Team Sonic, but due to pressure from Sega and the higher-ups to get this out on the shelves by holiday season...
Sonichu's coming, isn't he? So, I actually don't know what year that came into play. I'll be real, I don't know what year Sonichu happened.
They put out an incomplete game with a ton of bugs. Like, a lot of bugs. A lot of bugs and a lot of glitches. There are so many glitches, in fact, that you can easily just look up Sonic 06 glitch compilations for a good giggle. If it wasn't before, with this half-assed return, the franchise definitely became a laughingstock. It didn't necessarily kill the franchise, but it didn't do any favors for the reputation of this IP. Oh yeah, let's also not forget this bizarre cutscene.
People blow this out of proportion. To me, it's similar to the Frog Prince. Girl, kisses the frog. Like, yeah, it's that one's not that big a deal.
I've repeatedly refuted the furry allegations, and I will continue to do so. But it's hard to defend being a Sonic fan when, for a while, that was canon. Another thing I think that preemptively doomed Sonic 06, or at least dug its grave a little deeper,
Sonichu was 2015, 2017. Okay, so we're about 10 years off in the timeline.
Was that this was around the time of the rise of meme culture, and sites like 4chan were starting to see surges in their initial push in popularity. So Sonic 06 really never stood a chance. The internet amplifies every flaw. A bad game can become a cultural event, and for years, Sonic's reputation never really recovered from the tragedy that was Sonic 06. I'm going to let imaginary friend of the channel, James Rolfe, give you kind of the idea of the sentiment of how people felt about the game at the time.
Everyone calls it Sonic 06, but I call it Sonic fucking piece of shit.
Fair.
Now, we're starting to get an idea of what kind of crowd was attracted to the series, and not just that, why it may have turned out that way. Why cringe became the culture. I'm going to say the first group of people that come to mind when you think of weird Sonic fans. Furries. Sonic the Hedgehog franchise.
Thus, I reiterate earlier's point. Furries are worse than Hitler. Because there was only one Hitler. And there's a lot of furries. I know, present company excluded. Dax, you get a pass. You get a pass. Most don't, though. The vast, vast majority do not.
Was always destined to become a nexus for the furry fandom since the series is built around anthropomorphic characters. Now, did furries exist before Sonic? Yes. Did a lot of new furries cut their...
Are we witnessing a furry bow to Weird Al? I don't know how I feel about this, because on the one hand, Weird Al is fucking awesome. Dude is a legend. On the other hand, I really hope he's like looking at this and being like, fuck, I need to change my name to just Average Al. I do like the fact that we live in a period of time in the internet, like the year of our Lord, 2026, where we are witnessing an image of a furry bowing to Weird Al.
Teeth and make discoveries because of Sonic? Also yes. Is there a small percentage of people who are furries who have bad intentions, are deviants, or just weird? Wow. So the internet zooms in directly on them?
See, he says small percentage. I'm not convinced it's a small percentage. I'm really not. Because, like, we reacted to it a while back. I got this video on my channel. You can go back and watch it. It was like the psychology of furries or something like that. Bro, vast majority of them got some fucking issues. Like, it's detailed out, again, from a psychological level. It's actually a really interesting video. That video fucking tanked, by the way. Like, it's one of my worst performing videos in my entire YouTube career. 99.78, but the rest are tolerable. Right, exactly.
That are part of the Sonic fandom? Definitely. The issue is, while most furries and furry communities are awesome, wholesome, and have a wonderfully creative community...
Nope. Full stop. This guy's video is trash. We'll keep going, but this is trash just for that opinion.
Back in the late 2000s and early 2010s, the perception of furries was that all furries were weird.
They are. By the way, let's take the bad furries out of it, right? Let's take like the kid diddlers and shit like that out of it. Even if you're a good person, quote unquote, it's still weird. It's still the idea of coming up with an alternate personality and dressing up in an outfit. That's still weird. Weird isn't inherently a pejorative. So saying that it's weird as like that was the consensus in like 2006, that's the consensus in 2026.
Now, while some furries have done some weird things,
kind of ruins the con vibe when an adult walks past with a dump in their diaper in public. I'm just gonna hit play.
Don't eat the pizza in the con hall. The internet only likes to focus on the weird and bad things. A lot of media, news, and documentaries around the furry fandom often describe it as something closer to mental illness than...
Because it is. Again, watch the Psychology of Furries video that I did. It is, by and large, a mental illness. And speaking of mental illnesses, we're going to take a brief moment to add one of my favorite mental illnesses to this channel. So give me one moment here. We bring in our girl Cinevere. I'm getting it all set up right now. Un momento, por favor. Well, if she answers, there you go. Alrighty, let me add you to the Discord, Cinny. Wait one sec. Or I mean to the StreamYard. There you are. Now, hold on. Let me add you to the other screen. Alrighty. Let's... Oh, nope.
Like, you tricked me.
How did I trick you?
What are you watching?
You'll see. It's we're watching how the internet ruins Sonic the Hedgehog.
I gotcha.
Alrighty. Chat, let us know if there's an echo.
You have to share...
What?
You also have to share your screen with me.
Oh, yeah, I do have to share my screen with you, don't I? Give me one moment here. Yeah, you have to be able to see what I'm seeing. I guess that makes sense. Alrighty. Let me know when you can see it.
I can see it. Oh, God, I wish I couldn't.
Perfect. Alrighty. Chat, is there an echo or does Cindy sound good? Cindy is here. Dax says, you swindled me.
I feel like that, yeah.
She's in confusion. Oh, alright. Jake says you sound good. Alrighty, Cindy. This is how the internet ruins Sonic the Hedgehog. We going all in. Right now we're talking about, furries.
My goodness.
Something
I could be
people
busy
do
right
just for fun, which has definitely done a lot of damage to people's perception. So when people think of the Sonic fandom, their mind immediately goes to cringe. But I will admit, it's jarring to suddenly see Sonic inflation art.
The fuck?
See? Cindy, you know me for a while now. In fact, I've gotten you into a few Sonic games, at least 3.
Yes.
Are the games not good and fun and fine and wholesome and normal?
Frontiers is like my favorite, hands down, but holy shit, seeing this makes me want to reevaluate.
They ruin shit.
They do. Oh my gosh.
This is not in any means to be a shot at furries. Furries were...
I will take shots at furries all day fucking long.
We're definitely not to blame for the Sonic fandom being weird by any stretch. But at the time, it was kind of the norm to blame furries for the weird stuff. And there was a lot of weird stuff done by furries. And Sonic being a series about sentient furry critters, the court of internet public opinion does what it does best and jumps to the random, negative and weird ones, ignoring all the good and positive stories just to make an assumption on something that goes against the grain.
Dude, I know you just got here, but is he being way too charitable to you?
I feel like it, yeah.
Okay, because like it only takes a few bad apples to ruin a bunch. This is a
Really
lot
does. They do taint it.
Yeah, furry apologist
With the
propaganda.
catastrophe
Exactly,
of Sonic
Dax.
06
Or
behind them,
Jake.
a lot of casual Sonic fans would forget Sonic existed outside of a handful of commercials or just a passing conversation. But behind the curtain of the internet, the fandom thrived. With platforms like YouTube becoming more popular along with other blog sites, a lot more discussion of Sonic would occur. A lot of content creators would come out just to start debates, to engage with fellow fans and build communities. But one person...
I was watching this video a couple nights ago. It was the most heinous crimes committed in the furry community. Bro, there was an entire fucking live stream dedicated to the ethics of fucking animals and why it is not equatable to pedophilia because animals can be of age.
No, they cannot give consent.
But
Why?
but-
That is so fucking gross.
The argument being made was like, well, if the dog is 5 years old, then that's, in the equivalent of human years, that's like 20, you're 30 or 35, it's reached maturity. Like, I shit you not.
Okay, look, I feel like zoophiles are just barely a breath above pedophilia. Like, I'll be honest with you. I feel like they go hand in hand typically.
Well, hand in paw.
I'm not even going to stoop to that level.
would damage the fandom as a whole way worse than Sonic 06 ever did. Chris Chan.
My point!
Here it is, boys.
Is
we into the Sonic Shoe lore.
If you don't know who Chris Chan is, I made a speedrun of the major events in the lore of this phenomenon, so go check that out. It's on the screen. Long story short, Chris loved Pokemon and Sonic, and for a project at school, combined them to make the accursed Sonichu. This would go on to be Chris's Mary Sue character in a long-running comic they still are trying to make today. To say Chris was problematic to the fanbase was an understatement. After the discovery of Chris Chan on the internet for a very long time would automatically assume things like this is what an average Sonic fan was.
And look, I'll be real. I don't know if this is what an average Sonic fan is or not. I do my best as a Sonic fan to absolutely avoid Sonic fans like the plague, just in case. Like, I don't want to be striking up casual conversation with a dude, and then come to find out 3 months later, the FBI would be raiding their apartment, and now I'm getting questioned because we've exchanged some DMs. Like, I ain't willing to risk it.
I do feel like you definitely run the risk of letting people know that you're a Sonic fan and then you find out that they're weird. Yeah. I will also say it shocked the shit out of me to discover that you were a Sonic fan.
I'm a massive Sonic fan. Like I'm a huge Sonic the Hedgehog fan. It is a top. It might be a holy trinity IP for me. Like Resident Evil, Dragon Ball, and Sonic are probably my top 3 IPs, and then we maybe put Zelda in there at number 4. And like I can't stand. I say I can't stand most Sonic fans. I'm not willing to get to know most Sonic fans to give them a chance.
Fair.
Fandom would take a very long time to recover. Sonic has always been a weird case, but now with people losing faith in Sega, an angry, frustrated fan base, and public opinion of what fans were like, it kind of began to corrupt Sonic. It changed a lot of what people would post, and I think here is where a major turning point happened.
Lost Monster Man said even if they are females. So here's the funny thing about females in the Sonic fandom. You can't ever be sure they're females.
That's fair. Especially nowadays. Holy shit.
Exactly.
Post 06, post Chris Chan, we had a reckoning. Weird things had always existed in the franchise. Not just in the games, but the fan-made things were starting to get weird now too. But now, people were starting to view Sonic a little differently. Like, the idea of Sonic itself had become as glitchy and buggy as some of the games. Sonic became something weirder. Darker, even. The fandom had entered a weird phase in this distortion, and at the center of this creepiness and surreal dreamlike oddities was Sonic.exe.
Are you aware of Sonic.exe, Cindy?
No, and I feel grateful for being ignorant.
I thought you were a fan of like creepypastas and stuff.
That doesn't mean I went anywhere near Sonic.
I'm just saying, well, no, this is one of the OG. Like, if we're talking about like some of the earliest, most famous creepypastas, this is one of the OG famous creepypastas, right up there with Slenderman and the Russian Sleep Experiment.
I actually think I have seen this one.
Just wait till we find out the lore and the backstory behind it. Yeah, JC the Hyena. We'll get to that, Maggot Furby. Don't worry. I don't want to spoil it for Cinny yet.
In the 2010s, creepypastas were hitting their apex. A popular genre of early creepypastas was the corrupted childhood creepypastas. Fake lost media stories showing popular nostalgic characters doing something horrific. Ben Drowned, Dead Bart, and Squidward's Suicide were the ones that stood out most during this time. One called Sonic.exe fit into this category perfectly. At first, it gained traction through creepypasta reading channels like Mr. Creepypasta. The story is not great. It essentially goes someone acquires a creepy Sonic bootleg game, and all the iconic Sonic characters are killed off one by one by a corrupted evil Sonic, eventually ending with the evil Sonic saying, "I am God." Yeah,
okay,
it's really
I have
bad.
heard it, but I haven't seen it.
It's so bad. Like, there are some genuinely well-written creepypastas that I quite enjoy. In fact, I love a lot of creepypastas. This one's fucking terrible. I was so mad when he read AI shit. Wait, Mr. Creepypasta fell off. I haven't listened to him in a while, but I mean, I don't see why he'd be mad about him reading AI stuff. Oh wait, I remember this one was getting it mixed up with something else. Yeah, Tails Doll is better. I agree.
Quality of it is poor. Several cliches and tropes put together to the point where it seemed almost like parody. It was actually so poorly
Yes, Daxnar's correct. It is iconically bad.
written that it was taken off the Creepypasta website due to lack of quality. After some fan games were made, Markiplier would do a playthrough on these and popularize it.
I like this game.
EXE would become a genre on its own, usually following the same formula as Sonic. For some reason, kids loved Sonic.exe, despite it being absolutely trash. To outsiders, it looked like yet another weird
kids are retarded.
I wouldn't say they're retarded. I mean, I think kids are usually, you know...
No, they're still learning, so they are retarded until you teach them otherwise.
No, what I was going to say is that just... So when you have, like... You're right, they're still learning. So when they've got limited exposure to media, they don't have an assessment, like, of quality. Like, what is what is and isn't good quality and stuff like that. So... I mean, there's plenty of stuff I'm sure that we loved growing up that we thought was good at the time. We rewatch it now, and we're like, oh, this is bad. And we didn't think it was good because, like, oh, we're kids and we're dumb. It's because that more often than not, we didn't have a counterexample of what is considered good.
Skibbity toilet.
I'll be real. I only found out what that was when the Jimmy Kimmel shit went down, and was that ever actually really popular with kids? I mean, I guess it's a good sign that I wasn't talking to kids, so I didn't know.
I don't have to talk to kids to know that kids really like Skibbity Toilet, which is why they are everywhere. They have dolls. They were considering making a movie. I mean, shit like that. So
that was
kids
debunked.
are
The movie thing was
retarded.
debunked. That was a meme that went super viral.
Either way.
Sonic thing, which didn't help the fandom's already fragile public image. It did, however, attract a lot of new fans. A lot of them younger fans, usually from the Five Nights at Freddy's, Roblox, and Friday Night Funkin' communities.
So all super autistic communities. Parents, quit giving your kids access to this shit.
I agree. Kids
They
should not
love
have
Sonic.
access to the internet.
Exactly. Well, I wouldn't say the internet as a whole, because I mean, at this point, it's almost impossible to live in the world, in the modern first world, without access to it. It's a major resource for like learning and research and stuff like that. But like social media and stuff like that, I absolutely agree.
.exe, and it made a sudden shift in how the fandom was perceived. With a newer, younger audience, content creators and eager content farms would go out of their way to make YouTube brain rot videos featuring Sonic EXE. For a time, EXE was everywhere, and even the dreaded J Station would try to cash in on its popularity.
What is poppin', guys? Back with another 3 a.m. challenge. It is finally here.
Despite the
know
new
that place?
gory
What?
I said, hey, I know that place.
Oh, yes, you do, because that's one of the ones we played together. We still need to go back and beat, though. You haven't actually finished it yet.
approach
Yeah, I think
to
we have
Sonic,
2 more playthroughs.
fandom
Yeah, kids are banned from social media here in Australia, and I think that's the wrong, the wrong way to go about it. Kids shouldn't be banned from social media by government mandate. Parents should fucking parent. That's the difference.
I agree. Oh, hard agree.
was actually growing from this. Tons of Sonic fans, new and old, came to the franchise thanks to the EXE universe. The darker, edgier Sonic was an appeal that got a lot of people over, and regardless of the reason why, it was nice to see the fandom grow. Now, make no mistake, the OC civil wars were still going on at the time, but soon, old school fans, modern fans, OC creators, DeviantArt fans, and even the EXE fans would put all their animosity aside and unite against a common enemy.
Is the enemy Chris Chan? Wait. Oh, no, wait. Is it, or is it the original creator of Sonic.exe? Because if it is, you're about to learn some lore, Cinny, that you are not prepared for.
Okay.
Years pass, and the franchise's community grows. A lot of the cringe is but a distant memory, or just became memes. People forget, and time moves on. At least until 2019. April 30th, 2019, Paramount releases the first trailer for their live-action Sonic the Hedgehog. And...
Oh, this is what he means. It doesn't matter what side of the fandom you were on, the internet collectively bullied... Okay, this does make sense.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Okay,
If
I know
he-
this one actually.
If he doesn't get into why the Sonic.exe creator was a bit of a problem, then we'll need to do, I'll do a quick Google search and explain it to you, because I can't do justice with just going off memory.
It's just an ordinary crabby. Oh my goodness!
it felt like they used a fan art template for his design. Temu Sonic had an uncanny valley-like appearance that looked like some dude in a suit or just a bipedal raccoon with mange.
What, 8-Bit Eric?
The overall...
Was that 8-Bit Eric?
Looked like 8-Bit Eric.
Some dude in a suit?
I don't think so. Are you talking about right here?
The dude, yeah, that dude.
No, I don't think that's 8-Bit Eric. I could be wrong. I don't think that's him, though. I mean, to be fair, I only met 8-Bit about 2 years or so ago. This would have been 2019, so this would have been 7 years ago. Maybe, but I don't think so, because I've seen a younger 8-Bit Eric. I don't think he quite looked like that.
Or just a bipedal raccoon with
Oh my
mange.
god, it is! No, you're right! Holy shit, when he was looking up, I couldn't tell. You're right, that is 8-Bit Eric.
Hell yeah. I've
Holy
never met
fuck,
him.
we got an unscheduled 8-Bit Eric cameo on this bitch. Bro, his lighting was so different back then, he looks white.
Oh my goodness.
He's Mexican. That is a white-looking Mexican. Holy fuck.
That's why he has to darken his room so you don't fall for it.
Right. Damn, shout out to friend of the channel, 8-Bit Eric.
The overall internet exploded. It was a PR nightmare for Paramount. They were being publicly dragged all over for this universally hated design. A couple days after the backlash, however, director Jeff Fowler tweeted the following. "Thank you for the support and the criticism. The message is loud and clear. You aren't happy with the design and you want changes. It's going to happen. Everyone at Paramount and Sega are fully committed to making this character the best he can be."
Why can't we have that
extremely rare
nowadays?
committed.
Well, before I answer that, there was another aspect of the fandom that got pissed off at this hashtag.
Why?
Gotta fix fast. They accused Paramount of like, oh, so you're going to send all your animators and whatnot into overtime and crunch. They're not going to be able to go home and see their families because of your initial mistake. Basically, they threw a fucking bitch fit. Like, yeah, we want you to fix it, but we don't want you to fix it fast because think about the people working on the movie. It was so fucking retarded.
Did he say anything about slave labor or overtime hours or anything like that? There are always crunches no matter what you're doing if you're in the entertainment industry. You need to just kind of get through that.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not anti-crunch in the slightest. Like, crunch happens in every job. It's not just in video games. It's not just in movies. Bro, crunch happened where I fucking worked IT.
Mm-hmm. It even happens in YouTube if you, like, back up your schedule and shit.
Yeah, but at that point, it's kind of your own fault as opposed to management's fault.
Oh, yeah. I never said there wasn't, it wasn't your fault.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
In an extremely rare moment, the studio had listened to the fans. The backlash had become so large, so relentless, and so public that the studio had to respond. The fandom had successfully bullied them to make sure that our hedgehog hero was faithful and on reveal was a universally loved character. The movie ended up actually doing quite well. The first one grossed $320 million worldwide and spawned 2 sequels, giving proof that when the Sonic fandom works together, amazing things can happen. The state of the fandom is tricky to pin down, at least in modern day. Yeah, it's weird, sometimes creepy, and usually eccentric.
You're 23 years old, grow up, it's a fucking video game. So this is all this Sonic Frontiers hate is really starting to annoy me. I don't know, this just seems like a normal exchange on X. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that's what makes it creative. Yes, there is weird fetish material, but
you see, pals, fetishes like vor, spanking, kidnapping, overfeeding, furries, and others are all no good. Agreed, Sonic. Agreed.
What is that posture?
Was that posture? Oh, this is from the American animated show from like 94 or something.
Well, true for any fandom, especially ones with anthropomorphic characters. There's Pokemon Rule 34, Disney Rule 34, Five Nights at Freddy's Rule 34.
There shouldn't be any Rule 34.
So, fetish material is kind of the natural progression for fandom at this point. The reason I think it is so readily available, or at least known by the upper parts of the internet and memed on, is a couple reasons. It was out there on early internet, and
yes, Maggot Furby. I always sound like I'm fucking insulting you when I say your name, but it's such a cool name. Remember, this shit happens in every fandom. There's always gonna be a toxic stop in the mix. It's not about it existing, because you're right, it's gonna exist in every fandom. It's about the disproportionality of it in Sonic. It's crazy how disproportionately it is in Sonic compared to so many other franchises. I don't know if you have anything to add, Cindy.
I do not.
Available for a lot of kids, especially ones who had very little adult
Ooh,
supervision.
I want that handheld.
The furry culture latching on and creating fan art of it, combined with blossoming adolescences and easy-to-draw anthro characters.
Why? In fact, you know what? Let's use the leftist own logic against them. Because these are all the same people that are like, oh my god, like you need to censor this manga art because the characters are underage. And obviously the thing is like, it's not fucking real, so it's just a drawing, right? Like that's my logic. I assume that's yours as well.
Yeah, yeah.
That should be these people's logic as well. Sonic is 15, which is technically underage, and Shadow is fucking 50.
What? I didn't know he was that old.
Well,
Holy shit.
Shadow's age is unknown, but he was stuck in cryosleep for 50 years, and he already had an unknown age prior to that, so he is, depending on how you look at it. But the point is, if we want to turn the left's logic against them, they shouldn't be making art like this.
I agree.
Combined with internet anonymity, made for an ideal environment for this inevitable fetish boom to occur. The fan community is weird, make no mistake. Boom to occur.
We just need to... Why? It's... Why is Shrek cradling Shadow?
Is weird,
What
make
is
no
wrong
mistake.
with people?
But it's not weird because it's broken, sick, or something completely messed up. It's weird because it's alive. It's one of the first and...
Wait, is that... No, okay, never mind.
Few communities that didn't just consume media, but made its own. Even when the games were notoriously bad and sucked, the fans stuck around. They made their own stories. They built fan games and reshaped the franchise from the outside in. The cringe, the drama, the chaos.
Shrek is life, Shrek is love. Cindy, you're pretty innocent to the internet, I've learned. Are you familiar with Shrek is love, Shrek is life?
No, and I'm glad I'm not aware of it.
Hey, chat. How many of y'all think that on Cindy's next stream that she runs on her channel, that she should react to it?
No, I refuse. I like my innocence. Thank you.
I don't know, chat. One's in the chat. One's in the chat if you think Cindy should react to Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
You don't wanna. Oh, goodness.
This, I mean, look at the chat right now. This is pretty fucking overwhelming. Sage says, I don't think I've seen it. Oh, okay. All right. I think it's
$100. That's the only way I'm viewing anything that is Shrek is love.
There we go. On Cindy's next stream. If you want it to be like on a Thursday stream when I come on or something, so you have to suffer through it alone, you can do that, or you can do it on your own. It's totally up to you. But if we do a $100 goal to get you to react to that, I think that would be fucking worth it.
Yeah, $100 goal for me to watch it if you want Leon. No, wait. If you want Leon to go away, another $100 goal.
There you go. So yeah, $100 you'll watch it, 200 and I won't be there.
Yes.
From OCs to bizarre Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog toilet art, it was a fandom that actually thrived on chaos.
This art is infamous. Why don't you read Shadow's quote, Cindy?
No, thank you. What the fuck is this? This is, oh, shut up. It's not like this is the highlight for me either.
The internet was a mistake.
Oh, gross. It really was.
Hedgehog toilet art, it was a fandom that actually thrived on chaos. Sonic became more than just a speedy boy. He became a canvas, something to figure out identity, expression, and figure out who you are even when you didn't fit in anywhere else. When I first started this video, I went in with LOL funny inflation, look how weird Sonic is. But after a bit, I was reminded how even though it gets weird, I love this series.
Okay, you can love the series without accepting these freaky-ass fetishistic fans. Freaky-ass fetishistic fans. That rolled off the tongue. That was an accident, but that sounded good. Anyway, this is... No, I wholly reject this. As a fan, I wholly reject this. And if you're about to make some sort of, like, apologist ideology for this shit because you love the series, fuck you. You're right, that is a t-shirt. Freaky-ass fetishistic fans is a t-shirt idea. Good call, CMation ID.
Sonic was one of my first fan obsessions, and I still have a mountain of Archie comics by Ken Penders, which is a topic I'll cover one day, and I love
or
every
you could
second
not.
of it. Even though I took a break after high school.
See, LMA, this is why we're friends. This is why we're friends, LMA.
Of being a fan, it was cool when I came back to a gigantic rabbit hole that I got to jump down and see how much it's grown, evolved, and remained beloved. So, here's to all the weirdos, artists, OC story writers, pixel artists, furries, bloggers, speed painters, creators, and fans. Stay weird. Don't ever change.
No, please change. Have standards. Don't do shit like this.
Yeah, there's a level of, like, stay weird that I'm willing to accept. Like, there is a cutoff point. You ain't allowed to stay weird after a certain point. Yes, agreed. Please change. There's the video. Do with it what you will, guys. I'm not gonna. I'm linking the video because it's the proper thing to do as a creator. But wow. No, I reject the premise. Like, the premise of the video is interesting. The premise of the video was, you know, how the internet ruined Sonic. But the conclusion that he comes to is the internet didn't ruin Sonic. In which, to be fair, I guess that's true. Because the games are still good, like the ones that are coming out now. The movies are good. But Sonic definitely has been tainted. The fandom itself has been tainted. And there needs to be some fucking gatekeeping. Like, this is absurd. He comes to the entirely incorrect conclusion by the end of that video. Alrighty.
Lots of changing needs to occur.
I think we got time for one more video. What do you say, Cindy? One more?
Sure, let's go.
Now, I got two options. I'll put a poll in the chat, and I'll let you guys choose. Give me one moment here.
I do have to run to the restroom, so I will be right back.
Sounds good. That'll give the chat time to vote. Alrighty, poll is live. Let's see, we got 119 of you watching right now. Start voting while Cindy takes her leave. Or, well, I mean, she'll be back, but while she's off doing her own thing. Oh, it's swinging. It's swinging wildly. Damn, it's a close poll already. Damn near 50-50. It's, okay, wow, all right, 21, fuck, now it is 50-50. Oh, it switched, all right, switch back, 50, oh. Bro, this is flip-flopping. Y'all are mixed. I love it. You love to see it. The idea that, like, I mean, that means we got some, like, again, the thing I always preach at the end of my videos, diversity of thought. We got some diversity of thought going on in the chat. 27 votes. I know there's more, y'all. I know there's more y'all watching. Y'all, come on now. We can do more than 27 votes. 28, there we go. 116 watching. We can do more than 28 votes. There we go. That's 31 votes. Oh shit, it's back to 50-50. Cindy, if you've got this pulled up on YouTube, you might want to cast your vote. What?
I'm looking. I'm debating.
Okay.
How does the Nephilim have anything to do with Joe Rogan?
Well, because Joe Rogan always discusses, like, metaphysical stuff and whatnot on his show. Damn, it's getting so close. Jake says, you play it, I'll watch it. How do we chat? I mean, you're chatting right now. I don't know how to answer that. All right, what the fuck happened to counterculture? Slightly edging out. Well, we don't need a tiebreaker right now. Right now we've got, you know, and yeah, some people probably did fall asleep. Right now we got the I mean, it's decisively ahead is what the fuck happened to counterculture. All right, I'm gonna give it till the clock strikes 11:51 my time. So that's like a minute and a half ish. We might not be getting any more votes. Oh, wait, 37? All right, yeah, we just got a new vote. All right, so yeah, we got about another minute and a half or so, and then I'll end the poll. At the current rate, it looks like What the Fuck Happened to Counterculture is winning. That's what you voted for. So let me, just in case, make sure this is saved in my... There we go, yeah, watch later. Just in case. Yeah, Central Time Zone. Yeah, I'm in Central Time. Which means I might need to save this one as well. We'll do this one at a different time. Didn't get to the Zelda stuff, but that's A-okay. We'll do that at a different time. Look at me. I'm the culture now.
He seems like a pretty cool dude.
Who?
Metatron.
Oh, Metatron's great. Yeah, Metatron's awesome. But unless we get some last minute votes, it looks like we're going What the Fuck Happened to Counterculture. Got enough politics. Nephilim would be better to get our minds on something more interesting. Well, I don't know that this is inherently going to be political. The description of it seems more sociological than political. But we also haven't done any... go for it. What were you saying?
I have 2 words for chat. Goth mommy.
Oh, yeah. You're seeing what I'm showing you on screen. I forgot. Well, that's all right. We, 11:51, end poll. What Happened to Counterculture wins.
Oh. Whoops.
No, you're all right. So, yeah, we're doing What the Fuck Happened to Counterculture, which was a recommendation in the Discord by our boy Serranos. We'll save the Nephilim talk for the next stream. I do have it saved. And yeah, we haven't done anything real political on this show at all. We've been going for fucking, like, almost 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, 4 hours and 51 minutes. Alrighty. What the fuck happened to Counterculture? Well, let's find out.
We had Smokey the Bear. We had entire public service announcements that were dedicated to teaching you exactly who and what you needed to be afraid of.
That's Jenny. But that's not Jenny's dad. If she gets into that car,
You might want to put me in the bottom
you'll
corner.
be
Yeah,
looking
there you
at
go.
Jenny for the last time.
Anyone born around my generation were born at a really specific and weird crossroads because we're old enough to remember a world before constant surveillance, but then we're young enough to have watched fear become industrialized.
Fucking based. I got no idea who this chick is, but that was hot as fuck.
Why does that sound familiar? I was born in 1979, so my childhood...
79?
How old does that make her?
Off the top of my head, it would be, what, 46?
Is it 46 or 44?
Oh, yeah, we're in 2026 now. Yeah, no, it'd be 46, right? Yeah, 46. So that, yeah. I don't know if the makeup be doing a lot of work, to be fair. Makeup may be doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. Yeah, 45 to 46, depending on when her birthday is.
Like growing up was in the 80s. You know, I remember rotary phones, I remember arcades, I remember Atari. And despite the way the decade was remembered, you know, like all neon and excess.
Demon Carol for a 2-banger says wood. And Demon Carol, as long as she looks the same under the makeup or has the makeup on, agreed.
It was all brown. Brown walls, brown furniture, brown cars. It was a brown wood-paneled world obsessed with appearances and order. The 80s were deeply conservative, even if the aesthetic lied about it. Authority was never questioned. Mental health didn't exist, and if there was anything wrong with you, your family did their dead level best to talk you out of it, just to keep you from embarrassing them in front of the neighbors.
Good, that's how it should be. We need to go back to that.
Could any mother or father stand up beside that child and say, "This is my baby"?
In other words, they have to look like us and conform.
Yes.
My mother loves me. Are you angry?
Yeah, I'm angry that people say, well, my daughter, I want her out of the house, you know, she's my baby, why she looks like that, you know?
What do you think about that?
I think it's really bad, you know? They think they're epitome of civilization, you know? Why do they think that they're so great that they have to say, just because somebody's different, that they have to
say, well, they're bad, you know, they're on drugs or anything.
Maybe maybe because a lot of people that look and dress like that are, in fact, on drugs. Like, look, I ain't a fan of just, like, blanket judging everybody, but I am a fan of statistics. And if statistically you look a certain way than you do certain drugs, I'm going to default to that being the likelihood, and I'm going to make my assessment accordingly.
Yeah.
Marcy, I don't have to tell you that most parents
I feel like this is the same
would
as
be
now.
extremely depressed if their daughter...
Well, no, it's not the same as now, because back then they were just wearing dark clothes and eye makeup and shit. Now they're cutting the cock off of 12-year-old Timmy.
Came home one day looking like this. I assume that was your response shock, anger, depression? What was it?
I was extremely angry. I really went bananas.
Yeah, how old was she when this happened?
This broad right here looks like the church lady, like the Dana Carvey sketch.
Possibly 13, 14 years old.
We're talking like it's a disease, isn't it?
Well, but through counseling and Serena, I can understand it better.
I like her hat, though.
That she feels like she doesn't...
Leon, they were doing it to themselves in the early 2000s, if you remember the videos. Well, if you're talking about, like, the Pain Olympics and shit, then yes.
Want to be like everyone else.
Yeah,
And
exactly,
she
Jake.
wants to
Well,
be
isn't
her
that
own person.
special?
And through the dress code and her lifestyle, she's expressing this. It doesn't conform with our rules, but we're learning to cope, and it's a very, very difficult thing. Extremely difficult.
Maybe
Perhaps we should let you say why you're a punker.
Why am I a punker? I really wouldn't consider myself a quote-unquote punker, but I just can't handle being like everybody else because that's what everybody else wants, you know. Just because somebody else does something does not mean that I have to do it. You know, I have my own morals and ideals, and I go by them.
Are you drug-free, Dara?
Yes, I am.
Is this a political statement, then? Do you have some misgiving about the society?
It doesn't have to necessarily be political.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily has to be political. Again, a lot of it could be social or whatnot, which is, I mean, that's the crux of what we were talking about with the Jake Monroe stuff just a couple of weeks ago, is that, you know, the aesthetics and the music and all of that, like, it's not inherently political. It can be, for better or for worse. But yeah, I think that's a fair question. Is it a political statement? I'm curious what her answer is.
A political statement?
Well, like, when I started dressing like a goth, it was more along the lines of it was to keep people away from me because people were like, ooh, it's a weird goth lady. And it worked, and I liked it. So I don't think that's inherently political.
That's what I said. That's why I said it could be a social thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
Right, but what I'm saying is that it is a fair question to ask. Is it a political thing?
Drug-free, Dara?
Yes, I am.
Is this a political statement, then? Do you have some misgiving about the society that you see?
Yeah, there's a lot of problems, you know.
See, I mean, again, she almost says it's a political thing for her, so it doesn't inherently have to be. But asking if it is a fair question, because for some people it is. I wager for a lot of people, especially nowadays, it is.
A lot of the people in the punk scene or whatever are really aware of what's going on, you know, and I don't like it, you know. There's a lot of problems. I don't like the way society is based.
What bothers you? Give us some of the misgivings you have.
The rich, the poor, the people starving, the wars, you know. Why can't, you know, everybody just get along and just live their life?
Well, the reason not everybody can get along is I don't know how much y'all knew about this in the 80s and whatnot, but there was this weird little culty religion called Islam, and they like to take child brides. And we here in the West, who aren't a fan of that, have trouble getting along with pro-child bride breeding religious institutions. That's my take.
You'd be looked down upon, your family would be shamed. If you weren't happy, you just pretended harder or developed some sort of addiction to cope. Differences were not celebrated. Those things were managed by force. In the 80s, your kid being addicted to drugs was far less stigmatized than looking like a punk or a goth. In fact, they would probably prefer it. I'm not even kidding.
Aren't we obliged as parents to...
Exactly, Fab. Oddly enough, we just don't want to get along with the rapists and the pedos. Call it a quirk.
love our children unconditionally? I mean, stand up just a second.
Hey, what up? How you doing, Niet? I hope you're doing all right, brother man. It has been a hot minute. I hope that you're doing A-okay. I hope your vacation has been going swimmingly, and if you're back, I hope you made it back in one piece. No, fucked up foot incidents, as seems so prone to you.
I'm sorry.
My children, but I don't want one that's got purple hair standing up, or
They may.
a daughter that might be on drugs. I'd rather see her on drugs than that.
The irony is,
it depends on the drug. Like, look, if the option is like weed or mohawk on a female, yeah, I agree. I would choose the drugs. I would rather than be on weed. But if it's like mohawk on a female or black tar heroin, by default, I gotta choose the mohawk. Nothing?
That is such a weird thing to put up against each other. Drugs are a funky hairstyle.
Right, but like, again, that's why I'm saying there's levels to it. It depends, because the mother that he was interviewing was like, I'd rather she be on drugs. Well, not all drugs are fucking bad. Like, you can't really compare mushrooms to meth. They both start with M. That's about as far as it goes.
that people that we associate with the decade's creativity were the exception, not the rule. Musicians, artists, filmmakers, they were the ones that kind of dared to stand out, but they did it at a cost. And the only way that you can truly get away with something like that back then was if you were rich or famous. Everyone else, good luck. I grew up surrounded by people that society told me that I was supposed to fear. You know, my father was your quintessential kind of...
Bad haircuts are a gateway aesthetic to hard drugs, though, Leon. Which is why we know the mullet isn't a bad haircut. Because guess what the mullet was a gateway drug to? Cocaine. And cocaine gave us some of the best 80s movies of all time. Cocaine, mullets, both based.
Kiss-loving glam rocker, and then my mother was punk, safety pins through her ears, teased hair, and the kind of attire that would come along with it. And obviously their friends were very much the same. So these are the people that society said were coming for your children. And I'm kind of like, should I be scared right now? Let me tell you a story. When I was around, this was like the late 80s, early 90s. So I must have been like 9, 10, 11 years old. My family wanted to take a road trip from New York to Florida. They wanted to drive it. And this...
I'm going to pause it now, in the middle of her story, just because I was told let it play. So, funny thing how YouTube works. It's called a reaction, and when you do a reaction, it has to qualify for fair use. And part of fair use is transformative content. So, pausing to give our opinions and our thoughts during said reaction is what is transforming the content. That was a very elongated way of saying, shut the fuck up.
Absolutely terrified the rest of my family. Around this time, many New Yorkers believed that if you went down south with New York license plates, you were a moving target. Add to that my father's long hair and tattoos, and apparently this was a recipe for disaster down south. My grandparents, my aunts and uncles, they...
Fun fact about going down south. During the, let's say 2007 to 2012, scene and emo days, the hair, cause obviously this made a big deal about the hair and whatnot, because it was the 80s. The hair was less of an issue by that point. Do you want to know what the issue was in the South that they would have?
What's that?
It was the skinny jeans. They could forgive emo hair. They couldn't forgive the skinny jeans. And while that annoyed me when I was in high school, looking back on it in 2026, I was like, you know what, that's kind of fair.
Yeah, but don't you wear skinny jeans?
Well, sometimes, sort of. I've got a couple pairs, but I also have, really big baggy jeans with chains. I've got regular jeans. I have a myriad of different outfits. Just can't put me down on aesthetic. Right now, I'm wearing, hippie pants and a big t-shirt. Sunday is comfy clothes day. I'm all showered. I'm in my comfy clothes. Sunday is comfy clothes day.
Convinced that we were going to be profiled by police and that they were going to take one look at my dad and we were going to be, in a ditch somewhere. They were dead serious. This was a huge bone of contention for months. They begged my father to hide his tattoos, hide the hair. My grandfather even gave him a baseball cap. They wanted him to, the whole drive, they wanted him in this baseball cap with his hair tucked up inside so that nobody would know that he had long hair. I was like, fucking holy shit, Nana, Grandpa, Aunt Connie, everyone says we're gonna die. Are we gonna die? We took the trip, we took the drive, and guess what happened? Nothing happened. Did people know that we were from New York despite not even seeing our license plates? 100%. They knew in a second. Did they stare? But nothing happened. In the 80s, the North and
It's almost like people don't just randomly commit acts of violence on folks that have a different ideology. Oh, wait, sorry. They didn't used to commit acts of violence on people that, you know, had different political opinions than them. Nowadays, you spend your time talking to college campuses and just offering different points of view in debates, you get shot through the fucking neck.
Yep.
Oh, how we have fallen.
South may as well have been different planets. As far as the South was concerned, the North was escape from New York. And as far as the North was concerned, the South was deliverance. No internet, just a whole lot of this and one big nervous breakdown. Seeing that need to mask ourselves, it showed me how society reacts to difference. It showed me how, like, preemptive terror is taught and then internalized. And that's a lesson that stayed with me. The thing about fear.
And the thing about that lesson is it's necessary. Again, might I take you guys back to what's going on in England or Minnesota? Maybe we should be internalizing how terrified we are of some of these cultures.
Yeah.
Excellent transformative content there, Cindy.
I know.
Fear never starts with logic. Fear starts with a narrative. And like the narrative of the 80s was pretty fucking clear. Being unconventional meant danger. Follow the herd and you will be safe.
Narrative at every age seeming to be like more and more retarded.
Oh, yeah, I would say that narrative is more and more retarded because you've got more and more media control and manipulation that puts more and more people in echo chambers and hive minds without any actual, you know, free thought or free press or people to get some semblance of sanity out there to the masses, which is why the internet, as much as we want to shit on it for making cringy, disgusting Sonic OC inflation porn, is also a great thing because you've got alternative methods.
Oh, that's fair. I'll give you that.
Who designed the whole thing, Satanic Panic, was never about Satan. It was about nonconformity being framed as a threat. Media, schools, law enforcement, they all reinforce the same idea. If you look a certain way, listen to a certain type of music, behave in a certain way, you know, that's different from everything else, dangerous. Dangerous by default. Film reflected this perfectly. If you look at any 80s movies where, like, anybody who's like this hardened criminal, or just criminals in general, from like your regular petty criminal who steals like a candy bar to like, you know, gang members, they're all the same. They're punks, they're metalheads, they're like leather-clad mohawks. They're always portrayed as alternative, but they're also shown as being less than human.
What?
Was that Casey Jones?
Right here?
Yeah, it looks like Casey.
I don't think that's the actor that plays Casey. It looks like Phil Anselmo, actually. I think this would have been too early for Phil Anselmo, lead singer of Pantera.
Ah, okay.
Mohawks, they're always...
Oh, wait. Radio Chim says, yeah. Orlando Bloom? No, I don't think that's Orlando Bloom.
Portrayed as alternative, but they were also shown as being less than human. They were shown as being feral, capable of unspeakable horrors.
I'd have had a crush on that guy.
The real shit, that was coming from the opposite direction. I am a product of the era that trained you to fear anybody that presented outside of the cultural norms. I was
Oh, is that the actor that played Casey? Really? You may have nailed it, Cindy. I could not tell that him being bald. Oh, you're right. You nailed it. That's Elias Codius. Well done.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Good job.
really okay, given like where I grew up and who I grew up around. But there were a few exceptions and a few hiccups from time to time. Case in point, my aunt and my cousin took me to a beach one summer.
And she burned profusely because holy fuck, this bitch is a living vampire.
She does look the part, but you know what? I bet she looked amazing still.
And Netflix foreign, yeah, Elias Codius has been in a few notable films, actually. Never as a leading man. It's always been relatively bit parts. But he has been, you know, in some very acclaimed movies, and he's had some pretty critical roles in those.
I used to go to the beach a lot. I used to live near Jones Beach, which is on Long Island.
I don't think that's true, Thronkill, because Casey Jones was invented around 84, and Big Trouble in Little China, I think, was 86? Yeah, Big Trouble in Little China was 86. And yeah, and Casey Jones debuted in 85. So like they may have redesigned his look later to be based on Jack Burton, but the character Inception itself wouldn't have been, because that movie wouldn't have even been out yet.
If you're from New York, if you're from Long Island, you know Jones Beach. Everybody goes, and it's always packed all summer long. So my aunt, my cousin, they take me to Jones Beach. And as a little kid, why are we obsessed with, I don't know why we're obsessed with water fountain. So I'm taking a drink at the water fountain. We just come from the bathrooms. And I'm like so fixated on this water fountain that I don't clock this huge mountain of a man walking toward me until I hear a voice 12 octaves lower than I'm used to say, "Hey, having some water, little girl?" I look up and I see.
That's a creepy sentence no matter what tone of voice.
Oh yeah, I feel like coming from anyone.
Like the moment you add the comma little girl, like I feel like that's the pedophile or rapist version of a black dude hearing comma boy. Like, even if this story ends up with a happy ending, throwing little girl out there, it's just weird. I don't like it.
See what I can only describe as like a cosplay of the Ultimate Warrior, who I happened to be terrified of at the time. No idea why. I had a fear of the Ultimate Warrior. So I see a man.
It's the little girl part.
Right.
Huge, feathered long hair, neon bathing suit fringe. It was the 80s, so fringes. I screamed in this man's face.
Eminem says, "You thirsty there, bitchlet?" Bitchlet as a term for a child female is fucking hilarious. Holy shit. That's
Vernon won the internet
awesome.
today.
Yeah, I don't know. There were some really good comments before you showed up to the stream earlier. I'm going to make sure to start, oh my god, bitchlet's good. I need to find ways to use that.
Without pause, bloody murder, I screamed in his face, and I ran to my aunt and my cousin, who are hysterically laughing. He looks horrified, and as they're comforting me, he's apologizing to them and me, and they're reassuring him. So,
Kiram the Frozen for a 10-banger. Sorry to get off topic. I just got into Kamen Rider, and I'm loving it. I've never really gotten into Kamen Rider. I've got some friends that love it. They are huge into it, and I'll probably get into it at some point. I would like to, but I'm glad you got into it and that you're enjoying it. Before I play a clip, Cindy, you got any thoughts?
I'm watching the Red Power Ranger Isekai on Friday for my Discord watch party. If you really like Kamen Rider, then please join.
Nice. You'll love to see it. That's a good plug. And then Fab for a 2-banger. Don't ask. Just felt like donating. Well, I don't deserve you. You are incredible. All of you are incredible. Both of you. Thank you guys for the donos. This clip is for you.
I'm loving the game. The game would absolutely get a pretty high score from me.
How many bananas?
A solid 8.5 incher for sure.
No.
Shout out. Thank you both so much. All right, let's keep going.
that kind of fear doesn't really just disappear, I guess. It just grows up. When I was like 4, I want to say, 4, maybe 5, my mother took me to a concert. She took me to see AC/DC and Twisted Sister.
I was about to say, then why the fuck is Twisted Sister on the screen? Okay, I was about to jump the gun. Fun fact, Leon lore drop. D. Snyder is my second favorite vocalist of all time. So, bass concert. Dude's a shit lib. He's really annoying, but second favorite vocalist of all time.
And Twisted Sister happens to be friends of the family. So we had VIP backstage passes. So I remember we were backstage and D. Snyder, at the time, he was carrying me around. I must have been younger than that because he was I don't think my other sister was born yet either. So I had to have been at least maybe 4. But I remember him carrying me around and he was feeding me from the buffet tables that they had back there. And of course it's New York, so they have all the Italian stuff.
Oh, dude, for real, Jake. For real. D shutting down Tipper Gore is one of the greatest events in, like, modern anti-censorship history. It might be if it's not the greatest, it is on the Mount Rushmore. For sure.
Like the mozzarella sticks, the garlic knots, the pizza, the ziti, and I'm getting fed from this buffet table. And I just remember just marveling at him. You know, he's like this big doll. He looked like my Barbies. He has this long blonde crimped hair, makeup, bright clothing, and I was probably safer with him than any other authority figure. And as time proved, as I gotten older, I was. This is the man that
As time proves, I've gotten older. That's a nice little bit of shade to all the freaky fucks in Hollywood and whatnot that have been like diddling kids and shit.
Too true. Oh my gosh.
society told me that I was supposed to fear. This was a man that went up against the PMRC at a Senate hearing to defend.
There it is. The Tipper Gore reference right there. Jake, you out here being fucking psychic, homie.
Free speech. Making me feel safe as anything, letting me play with his hair and feeding me all the food in the world, and just being a really sweet and kind human being. So from ages like 3 to 5, I always say around 5 because I was close to 6 when my other sister was born, and after she was born, this is when all this ended. My mother took me to like punk and rock and new wave clubs, because back then, if you didn't have a babysitter, you just take your kid with you. So I remember my mother used to dress me up all the time, and they, strangely, like kids' clothes in the 80s were very reflective of adult clothes. So whatever they had for adults, they had for the kids. So I had like zebra striped outfits, like blazers with.
I don't really know that's specifically an 80s thing. I feel like that's pretty normal just in general. Like
I didn't know that. How come I didn't have cooler clothes when I was a kid?
Because your mother didn't like you.
I feel like, well, it was my dad.
Oh yeah, because your father fucking hated you. Jesus Christ, why couldn't you be more like your sister?
I know, right?
Pants to match. I don't know who that. My mother dressed me like fucking a cross between Joan Jett and David Lee Roth. But I remember her bringing me to these places, and it was loud. People are smoking and drinking, and they were always really kind and respectful. You know, they were definitely surprised to see me there. And my mother would obviously dress me up just like them, and I knew the music, and they'd like high five me and everything like that. So I remembered what people were like at the time, the people who were different, and they always treated me much better than the people who are supposedly normal and nice and good. Am I condoning bringing a child to a nightclub? Abso-freaking-lutely not, but this is just kind of a sign of the times. You know, it was the 80s. This sort of thing was normal.
You could in the 80s, but not nowadays.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of shit you could do in the 80s you can't do nowadays, I think we should get back to.
I wish.
Like, we were talking earlier, not just the 80s, before you jumped on stream, we were talking earlier about how when 9/11 happened, like, several of us in the chat and me here all had the same experience. We were in school when 9/11 happened. I was in the later part of elementary school. I was in like 3rd grade. Hayden was in middle school when he was talking about it. The teachers just turned on the live footage in front of fucking 3rd graders, elementary schoolers. I'm not saying this is bad, by the way. I think this is awesome. I think schools should do this more often. It was like, hey, we're just watching live coverage of fucking thousands of people dying. No big.
Wait, what was that?
9/11.
I kind of. Oh, yeah, it was all over television. I remember that.
Yeah, but they were actively showing us live feed footage in school, in elementary school.
Yeah, but you didn't see. I mean, like, except for people falling out of the plane, you really didn't see anything.
It doesn't matter. We were watching live. Like, I'm not knocking it. I think it was great, but we were watching live footage in 3rd grade of a terrorist attack on American soil.
I feel like that's when everything changed, and we all of a sudden had to like.
It is when everything changed because we got the
ruin
Patriot Act
everything.
Out of that.
That's fair.
And you can't really compare the Challenger explosion. I saw someone say they did it with the Challenger. Yeah, we didn't know the Challenger was going to explode. So like the reason that so many schools had the Challenger explosion playing live, it was a big deal for schools because one of the astronauts was a regular. She was just a teacher. It was this huge cultural moment for America because you had this, like, what was effectively a regular person, an elementary school teacher, going up into space, and it was going to be, like, incredible. And the feed was shown live, and then the bitch fucking exploded. A little bit different than, like, oh, we didn't know the rocket was going to explode, then, hey, this terrorist thing is happening right now. We want you all to see it. Like...
Yeah, that's true.
Did you turn your camera off because I lost you?
I did. You know, I'm watching her, and the same thing happened the other night on Neon Leon. It's like she's making me miss my goth stuff, so I'm just gonna
okay.
What you will. By the 90s, that panic shifted and reality TV found it. Talk shows found it. Alternative kids were dragged on stage and they were mocked, humiliated, and they were framed as absolute spectacles while the audience...
All right, let's be real. If you're dressing like that and whatnot, you are a spectacle. You are. There's no getting around. Like, if everyone else is just wearing, like, normal clothes and whatnot, and you come out with, like, all black and makeup and chains and your hair done all weird and shit, you are a fucking spectacle. That's not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, that's probably what a lot of these people wanted. They wanted attention. So it's not like it's, wrong or inherently bad or even what the opposite of what they were going for. But you were a fucking spectacle.
Yeah. No, it is, but it is also like because of, this whole thing with the culture being shifted away from the more punky look, that it lends like credence to what happened or that story I shared with you on why I dressed a certain way.
Fab says you look good and the classic black looks good on you.
Hey, thank you, Fab.
It's just fucking jeered and treated them like trash. By this point, I was in my teen years and I was a goth. And the message was always consistent. These are not serious people. These are people without morals. They are subhuman. Nothing out of their mouth should ever be taken seriously. Laugh at them, damn you. Laugh at them. Sound familiar? And yet, if you listen closely, they were decent people. They were interesting people. They went to school. They had aspirations. They were intelligent. They weren't on drugs. They had jobs. And they had morals. Probably more than every single one of the people in that audience combined.
Yeah.
Your t-shirt should read white trash.
I was asking her, what is she on? What are all of them on to look like that most of them?
I think that black man and that black woman are just jealous because they can't wear the goth as well. They just blend into the night.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Well done. Well done.
I'm completely straight edge. I do not do drugs. I do not drink. And I do not smoke cigarettes. And I bet every single one of y'all have at least done it once in your life.
But what made them unacceptable wasn't their behavior. It was their refusal
Yeah, CNH 90 says pot calling the kettle black. Pun intended.
to follow the masses. I remember it well. I experienced it firsthand. Probably most notably Beat the Freak Week. If you've been with me for a while, you've heard about.
Yeah. So PVFS in the chat, says the best. So she would know. She is a black woman. We didn't have black goths. I don't know if she's being facetious or serious.
I've never met a black goth.
You've never what?
I've never met a black goth.
I've
Now
met
that I think about
several. I've met so many black goths.
I'm glad they're evolving.
A story that gained national attention. Police, ambulances at my school on a daily basis, and it wasn't because of anything that we had done. It was simply because of what we looked like. And everyone had an excuse, every single one of them, and every excuse was all centered around blaming us. And some of the response was it was infuriating. Some of the parents were frustrated at the inconvenience that their oddly dressed child has caused them by going and getting themselves on a hit list. Can you imagine that? Parents of the bullies were pissed at us for provoking their kids into such behavior. And some of the...
Again, I don't think that is like, it's because of the way we look sort of thing. I mean, like, contextually it is, but oftentimes when bullies are bullying people for whatever reason, the parents are out behind the bullies. Oh, my little darling wouldn't do anything like that. So it's... Point is, parents of bullies are often a-okay with the bullying. Or not okay with it, but they'll defend the child that is the bully because, they've coddled their child or whatever reason. So, yeah, I don't think that it's exclusively because of the way they look.
Yeah,
kids' parents actually had to apologize to the bully's parents for making their kid do such a thing. And the schools, they didn't protect us. They contained it. The school boards hid it, polished their image, and protected their star athletes. And the big takeaway from that whole experience is, well...
Now, that was the thing. That happened in my sophomore year. We had some kids... So, I had this boy named Brandon. Brandon was like a punk rock sort of kid, wore all black, played guitar the whole nine. That's just how we all dressed in that group. No, so this was junior year, because we were together in sophomore year. So I moved from that school to a different school, but we stayed in contact, obviously, because we're buddies and we played music together and shit like that. And so when I moved away, he was in junior year of high school, and he got suspended, like completely, almost expelled from the school completely, because he, as the punk kid, and then several of the athletes, were all doing Sudafed during first period, and all the star athletes didn't get in trouble in any way, shape, or form, because without them to play in the games and whatnot, it would just be a loss it'd be a loss morally to the town, because we couldn't have people playing the games. It'd be a loss economically, because they couldn't make money at the games and whatnot if people didn't show up. So they got off scot-free while Brandon was completely kicked out of school. I don't know where them athletes are at now. Brandon ended up joining the Marines.
Oh, good on Brandon.
Yeah.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. No, sorry.
What'd you expect for dressing like that? So by the time I was a teenager and involved in alternative subcultures, I really got the very tail end of Satanic Panic, and this was it. And it was even the residuals, just experiencing the residuals.
Black goths weren't a thing in my city, but white kids in urban fashion were. Yeah, white kids in urban fashion was a thing in mine as well.
Makes me wonder how fucking horrifying it must have been going through that in the 80s. Thinking from today's standards, you would not believe how low the bar for being a freak was back then. Even wearing a black t-shirt would get you gawked at. Blue nail polish. Blue, like the sky, like water. And what really got them was you refusing to soften yourself just to make others comfortable.
Lay it on me.
My mom would, and I would ask her, but my mom would paint my nails blue just to set my dad off.
Why would that bother your fucking dad?
He had a real hate boner for goths, which tells me he couldn't get with a goth chick.
That tracks.
Not gonna happen. Then something interesting started to happen. Fear didn't die, but it did go quiet for a little.
Mr. Melancholy says, me and another friend of mine were into goth. We're both black. Yeah, see, black dudes don't need to be goth. They just need to smash the goth chicks. And to be fair, it's the same for white dudes. It's one of the ties that bind. It's a thing for Asians as well. Basically, all men have this collectively in common. This is where, ethnicity and skin color and race and whatnot doesn't matter. All men want to smash the goth girl.
A while. The imagery, it still existed, but it was no longer hunted, and it wasn't headline worthy anymore. It lived where it belonged, and it was carried forward by the people who understood it, protected by shared memory and values. Things were calm, sort of. And then social media arrived, and years later, something really fucking shifted. Platforms built on visibility discovered the pull of the aesthetic. No connection to the culture, no idea of what it actually is or what the core values are.
So we often use tourism in terms of like gaming and anime and stuff, but she's about to break down basically just the social concept of being a tourist, really in any regard. And yeah, you see this a lot in alt communities. People that claim to be, punk rock fans or whatnot, but don't listen to anything besides fucking Green Day. Or like, oh, I'm so punk rock and whatnot. And then they're like pro-authoritarian, mask-wearing regime say you have to get the vaccine because Big Daddy government fucking told me so. All right, let's see where she's going with this, because she can either flop here or she can really cook.
Exactly.
Just started using it as a hook. Eventually, it got turned into a fetish. They treated their own appearance as an invitation. And then suddenly, rejection met with anger. I wonder why. The whole look was never seen as an identity. It was only ever seen as access. Others came along and they started adopting the surface elements for reach, leaning into the caricature, the exaggeration, the fantasy. And then hashtags replaced history, and visibility started to replace meaning. When the people who actually live this, people who understand the depth, the introspection, the empathy, that sort of resistance to hierarchy, a little bit of a head nod to our punk parents, and that all pushed back, the response, it wasn't reflection. It was straight up resentment. Belonging?
Ask dear friend of the channel, Foxy Moxie, all about this. Foxy Moxie grew up in the industrial scene and the fucking goth clubs and whatnot. Foxy Moxie, she got a history with this scene, bro. If you want to get her blood boiling, if you want to get her blood boiling, ask her about modern day goths and the culture that they have fucking stolen. You gonna get her to go the fuck off, son, and it's incredible.
I would love to see
that was
that,
demanded
sure.
of us without any level of alignment, and acceptance was demanded without understanding. And it wasn't even the fact that they didn't understand, it was the fact that they didn't want to and that they didn't care. And when that was met with rejection, you get a villain origin story. Dressing in black and calling yourself counterculture doesn't necessarily make it so if you're one, not listening to the music, and two, you are thinking and acting like the very people that tried to annihilate counterculture to begin with.
Let's see. She is saying all the right shit right now. She is saying all the right shit. But the thing is, the framing, like the modern day punk and goth and alt crew, the ones that are like, oh, Rage Against the Machine, the ones that are raging with the machine, they can't conceptualize that they are raging with the machine. They are cosplaying as you know, freedom fighters without understanding or acknowledging or caring that their freedoms are stripped away bit by bit, and it's not being done by one particular side. It's being done by the fucking other, you know, the left. So let's see if she comes to that same conclusion.
The fuck is this revisionist cosplay? It is the same values that fueled the moral panic. It is the same obsession with policing others' behavior with a mob mentality, demonizing empathy and intellect. Same reverence for authority, different.
No, because being gay is it's the Bible, and that is wrong, and that is a sin. And I know sin is in your name, but you are not a filthy carpet muncher.
I'm not, but I feel like I could be like married to like a best friend and we don't have sex. She could see other men.
That sounds
But,
like some libtard newspeak.
An outfit. A lot of us are out here like, nope, we know that smoke. We recognize it immediately. The language, the targets, the obsession with control. Smokey the Bear taught us
I
well.
want to know what she's wearing.
Clothes, it looks like.
Yeah, but it looks so fucking cool. Like, what is she wearing? It looks amazing.
I'm sure you can Amazon that shit for real cheap.
Counterculture
I wouldn't
does
even know
not
what to look
mean
for.
being loud, shocking, or unpopular. If your worldview requires authority to tell you who deserves dignity, then you're not opposing power, you're fucking auditioning for it. Roots are everything. Cultures evolve when values and connections become deeper. Cultures decay when you keep the aesthetic, keep the label, but you flush the soul of it down the toilet. Goth is...
You're right, Daxnar. Not all lesbos are miserable slags, but given they've got something like a 76% spousal abuse rate, again, I err on the side of where the statistics lie.
Not just
At least
a
like
look.
to be her roommate.
See, now that one's acceptable. Yeah, you can be a roommate. We can't be friends if you're a homo.
It is music, it is culture, it's a community. There's a history there. 40 years of bands, of music, of festivals, of community, of creation, and it's still here. Real goth is still alive because of the people who show up, for the people who still create, for the people who participate and protect it. And to the people who try to hijack goth, they don't support any of these things. They don't care. You know, it has no meaning to them. So therefore, they don't have a stake in it. They don't care about its history, so they sure as hell don't care about its future. True goth in like its real and raw form, they don't like it.
Notice how she's there with a dude. Just saying, notice how she's there with a dude. Natural order.
They put on the clothes, slap on the makeup, and then they weaponize the aesthetic to push their agenda. That's all it really is. Their stake in it isn't the culture, it's the narrative that they want to rewrite. And when that happens, everything within the subculture, it suffers. Communities fracture, trust erodes, and young people and even older people, but most people that are impressionable and looking for the subculture, they end up having those insecurities that they might have. They have those insecurities exploited and turned into hate and into aggression. They end up drawn to a version of goth that's just...
If you guys just be about Melanie Mac, they do it with everything. Yeah, well, and this is why, you know, it's important to, you know, just notate that this sort of thing, it's not only happening in gaming, it's not only happening in anime. Like, think of any sort of niche, or at least what used to be niche, subculture that you're a part of. Whether it be tabletop gaming, whether it be, you know, working on cars, because I'm sure this sort of mentality is even infested in a niche culture like that. It's happening to everything.
Costume and not a culture, and they end up learning all the wrong stuff. The music, the community, the moral foundation in history is replaced by hollow pageantry and hierarchy. You can wear whatever you want. Fashion is subjective, and nobody owns dark themes, but history matters. Yeah, ethics matter. And when you have a culture that was built resisting fear and they suddenly start defending that, people will notice. We always do.
There we go. Interesting video. I don't think she went far enough in actually, again, calling out the fact that it's only the left that is appropriating like this. There's the video. Go ahead and give it a like or a sub, whatever y'all do. But yeah, all in all, I did quite enjoy the video. Cindy, what are your thoughts?
It's because I don't think it's just the left. It's just the left is the loudest.
Well, I mean, name the reason I say the left, name a cultural alternative subculture stronghold that is owned by the libertarians or the right or anybody that isn't the left.
I have no idea. That would require me to be outside my bubble, and I like my bubble. Thank you.
That's my point. You can't name one.
No, I'm just saying that I can see her point. Like she's merely trying to umbrella the whole thing, not pointing out a specific group because there is always going to be an outlier somewhere.
Well, right, but outliers, the exception to the rule proves the rule. So doing the umbrella thing is disingenuous. So it's like, oh, it's happening on both sides. Sure, it's happening on both sides, but it's happening 95% on one side and 5% on the other. There's not really a reason to point out both sides.
There's no reason to sit there and point a finger at a certain subgroup. If it's happening, it's happening. It doesn't matter.
I disagree. I think, okay.
Well, that's fine.
Hold on, Cindy. You and I both have the same opinion to gatekeep anime, correct?
Yes.
Gatekeep from who?
People who don't normally watch anime, but they act like they do.
Uh-huh. So we're pointing a finger to group. Tourists.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just the left. You have tourists on the right as well.
Right, but if it's 90% on the left and 10% on the right, why would you focus on the 10% when there's...
Why does it fucking matter if you say, oh, it has to specifically be the left? You're just nitpicking at this point.
No, I'm not nitpicking. Cindy, again, if you've got the concept of, again, what is the larger threat, you obviously need to attack the larger threat.
Okay.
I mean, how does your version make sense in terms of like categorically, gatekeeping from a specific enemy or whatnot? Like the idea that if one side is notably less of an issue, I'm not saying don't keep an eye on them, but I am saying maybe focus on the thing that's a much larger issue.
Yeah, the larger issue is that they are tourists. It doesn't matter if they're on the left or the right. They are a tourist.
But here's why it does matter.
And I'm not going to see your point, Leon, because I do.
Okay, Cindy, here's why it does matter. The right has no institutional or cultural power, so the left does. Focus on the people who have the power. Focus on the people who are actually getting things done. The right hasn't corrupted or altered any of these subcultures. The left has.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see any flaw in the logic of, hey, when addressing these issues, address the people who have actually infiltrated and changed and altered the subcultures.
You're still not going to change my mindset, so I don't know.
Well,
it's just how I think. You're asking me to change how I'm thinking, and that's not how my brain is going to work.
Here's the difference. Every single thing that you're talking about, that you talk about in your videos, you talk about in your streams, that you bitch about and all that we've been talking and bitching about all night, you have the same opinions. You just don't, you say the same thing I'm saying. I just think that you don't like how I'm phrasing it because you actually agree with me on all of this, and I know because we've talked about this.
You're asking me my opinion. I'm giving it. You're just because you say it's a particular way doesn't mean that's going to change the way my brain perceives it. It is it is people in general.
But perception isn't reality. So what I'm asking you to do is, if you're going to believe this thing, why do you believe it, and then critically think through whether it's valid. If just digging your heels in and saying I'm not going to change my opinion, it makes you effectively the same as the rest of them, which is that I'm not going to question anything. I'm just going to go with what I believe.
What are you wanting me to say?
Well, that's why I asked you a question. If you say, don't blanket say it's the left, and I ask you, then give me any single example of this instance on the right where it actually has any sort of cultural power. If you can give me that, then that is an idea to put forward. But if you can't do it, you can't say, well, I disagree. Well, if you disagree, there's got to be a reason for it that's actually got some sort of backing and evidence. See, Netflix warns, you say John Trent, that's it, but John Trent has no power. John Trent was ran out of Bounding into Comics. His own website has failed miserably. He's not welcome in any of the subcultures he's tried to change or alter. So, like, John Trent was effectively gatekept. John Delrose was effectively gatekept. We've actually done a very good job about gatekeeping the religious nutbags out, the like overzealous religious right. Melanie Mack, dude, we effectively ran her off the internet post Goonergate. So clearly, the right, the religious right specifically, has been effectively gatekept. The left hasn't. That's the difference. The right never tried to infiltrate subcultures, but they have on many occasions tried to eliminate them. That's true, but they have failed. And why they have failed? Because the leftist infiltrators are far more effective at it. Both sides here are hobbies. We should gatekeep tourists, normies, fake fans, Puritans, authoritarian, busybodies on both sides. Again, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying we shouldn't gatekeep both. What I'm saying is, we've done a very good job of handling one side already. Why not the other? What about Spoon? I haven't talked to him in ages. He fucking blocked me after I bodied him in a debate. I don't even know if he's valid in any sort of subcultures anymore. I haven't seen or heard from him in ages. The right calls for unnecessary censorship sometimes too, especially with porn. Oh, with porn. Yeah, we'll say porn. Free speech up in this bitch. Correct. And we've viciously called that out and mocked, mocked and shamed that idea. Do I have the debate? Yeah, it's on my channel. I don't remember the name of it. Hold on. Melanie. Hold on. Religious? Is that what's in the title? Yeah, no, that's not it. Right wing? No, damn, what was the name of that stream? Man. Yes, there we go. Okay. So from January 19th of last year. Shit. A year ago today. That debate was a year ago today. So if you go to my channel and type in, is there a Christian zealotry problem? You'll find it. So yeah, a year ago today, is there a Christian zealotry problem in Gamergate? Is the full name of the stream, of the debate. And by the way, I bodied him. And he did not like that 95% of the chat was against him. That was why the debate happened, Fab. Says he, Spoon, sent for Melanie Matt, pretty much. So me and Spoon were friends. We had streamed together multiple times. We'd done several videos together, the whole nine. And then when the Goonergate shit went down, he simped fucking hard. And I called him out. I was like, dude, your whole thing is like, don't simp, men are superior, this, that, and the other. And now you're simping for Melanie Mack. You're going against your own, ethical code. And he came, just leapfrogged through every single loophole he could to try and deny that that's what he was doing. Can't stand Spoon saying that monarchies are good. Yeah, he's retarded. Rule of the internet, rule 67, 90% of fanfiction is the stuff of nightmares. That's true as well. European monarchies are inbreds. Yeah, I think you were probably there at that time, Jake. Must have been right
Jake,
when I came.
I think you...
What was that, Cindy?
Yeah, I was there for that one, and Jake's been there like the entire time I've been here.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, because that was not too long. That was like a month after we met.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fab was there. That's right. I have a list of the rules of the internet. I'm not interested in a list of the rules of the internet. We're actually about to wrap up. You know, we got the Great Reset, Leon, the Royal Inbred, and Europe. I don't know too much about that. But I need to set up a raid. Because Enzo is probably live right now. And I'm sure he would very much appreciate a 106-person raid. You all are fucking legends tonight. What a, savage show. Massive thank you to those of you who got us to Tier 3 on Friday. Love doing these Sunday special streams. He's been going a while. Yeah, I knew he was going to start at 10 now that Gooch isn't streaming currently. There we go. Alrighty. I'm going to raid you all into Enzo. Because we got some fucking anime to watch. See? Anything you want to tell the people and drop your links and stuff for real? You've got mod capabilities on my channel, right?
Yeah, just never used them except once. And even then, I felt bad for using it.
If you don't want to, then obviously like Dax or Jake or someone will. But guys, there we go. Jake already hit you up. Guys, Cindy's links are in the chat. Make sure, for whatever reason, you're one of the 106 people not subbed to her in this chat. You fucking subbed my girl here. She's incredible. Girlie, tell the people who you are, what you do, what you got coming up, the whole nine.
Well, hey guys, I am Cinevere. I like to talk about anime, gaming, and on the occasion, a little bit of horror. I will be hosting my own horror stream this Thursday. I don't know what we're covering yet, but I'm excited to start talking about
like
some
a gaming
spooky
stream
stuff.
or something different?
Oh, okay. No, so I have my regular chatting stream on Mondays, and then I have my Soma gameplay on Tuesday. Wednesday, I have Stellar Blade gameplay, and then Thursday, I will be talking about the paranormal.
Oh, nice. So that sounds like a fucking blast. And then you'll be with us. I assume you'll be Countercast tomorrow and Neon and and
you guys can always find me. Yeah, you guys can always find me on Leon's channel every Monday for Countercast, Tuesday for Tinfoil Haters, and Friday for Neon Leon. So if you guys want to keep an eye out for me, that's when y'all will find me.
You'll love to see it. Alrighty, crew. Y'all mean the absolute world to me. Videos and streams every day. Countercast tomorrow. It's going to be a fucking wild show. Me and Cindy will be back. And, yeah, we're going to raid on into to Enzo right now. For those of you that donated on this stream, thank you so much. It means the world to me. You guys never have to. You do. You keep this channel alive. I just can't say thank you enough. Y'all are absolute legends. Thank you very much. I'm going to be redoing the outro soon to reflect all the new members. And so, until then, when you get into Enzo's stream, type in Vital Idol Raid. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere, and this has been Words of Paradise.